Chapter 654, The Final Auction. Chapter 654, The Final Auction. Whether the East would benefit from the alien menace would depend on where the three invading planets made their first strike. Certainly the first alliance unlucky enough to face the aliens would be the hardest hit. There was a 3-in-1 chance, and no one knew what to expect. It's about that time. I believe they're ready by now. I'm anxious to see how much this crystal will fetch. Lan Jue smirked as he rose to his feet. The wine master sighed and shook his head. You get craftier by the day. I'm glad you're on our side. Lan Jue had handled the details of the auction. He'd collated all the information they had about the current state of things, and presented it to the Western leaders for discussion before they eventually agreed. And still you taunt me, Lan Jue replied. When this auction is over we have to plan our next excursion into the starfields. Scouting was integral and couldn't be delayed any longer. They had to know where the planets were headed. When they returned, raucous was a mild term to describe the museum's interior. The faces of several buyers were already flush with excitement and anger. Lan Jue did not doubt that agreements would be reached and a good price obtained for the crystal. It was too precious to pass up for those in the audience. The Terminator and other paragons were no exception. It seemed likely this crystal would break the snobbish attitudes of these opposing factions, which was part of Lan Jue's plan. He wanted people as strong as possible when the aliens showed up. Just imagine. What if the Pontiff used the crystal to extend his life? What if Metatron and Constantine used it to break through and become paragons themselves? How much would that improve the Citadel's sorry state? The same went for the Great Conclave and the Dark Citadel, too. At least 3 major organizations were very interested in getting this final crystal for themselves. They wouldn't dare allow for the auction to be compromised. None of them even knew how many times this crystal could be used, or how many people the vital protogenia within could help. The wine master spoke. I presume you're all ready to continue. I will not take any more of your time than is necessary. Our final item on auction is about to be open for bidding. This vital crystal's starting bid will begin at 3 dreadnoughts. Every increase must be a minimum of 5 expedition ships. Begin. The lofty starting price was indicative of how valuable the crystal was. Lan Jue guessed in the end they would get a capital ship for it. Determining which was more valuable, a paragon or a capital ship, was hard to evaluate. In the battle was outside of a planet's atmosphere, a capital ship's main guns would vaporize a paragon. It didn't matter how many paragons, either, so long as they were below the rank of Nirvana the ship would end them. Even Zhou D would be gravely injured by a direct blast. Paragons of who had achieved Nirvana or later still tried to avoid a situation like that as much as possible. However, if a paragon got close or managed to infiltrate a capital ship, they could destroy it easily. If they were on the surface of a planet, a paragon's abilities were even more dominant. As a general rule, the smaller an item the more powerful its energy, and paragons could do many things a capital ship wouldn't. The East's current lofty standing was due to their wealth of paragons. For their alliance they were strategic resources. The 2 citadels had already contacted the West's government leaders to discuss the importance of this crystal. The reasoning was simple: the government had more ships, and the citadels needed this crystal. The North was much the same. The Terminator and other Northern leaders would support each other. Zeta. Sir, please alert the Western Congress that if His Majesty the Pontiff receives this crystal it will extend his life by at least 50 years. It will also allow myself and Constantine to become paragons ourselves. Metatron urged the Western representative. Sir, with our specialty in energy absorption, Satan can become a reflection of heaven and earth with this crystal, the same as the Terminator. It will also help me to break through. Lucifer countered. Gentlemen, I'm not in the position to decide. I'll run it up the ladder, and we'll just have to wait and hear what they say. The poor man was overwhelmed in the face of the 2 peak-ranked adepts. Metatron and Lucifer cast each other hateful glares. This was too important, both personally and for their masters, to let the other get the upper hand. Ascending to Paragon not only made them stronger, it also came with a longer life. Both of them quickly alerted their respective leaders in the hopes they could apply pressure to Congress as well. Zeta. Your Majesty, do you know exactly how this crystal could help you? The Northern representative respectfully addressed the Terminator. The Paragon's deep, rumbling voice answered. Judging by that aura, it can help me uncover the errors in my construction. Maybe even help me ascend to the next level. I wouldn't have to worry over my health for at least another 50 years. It would work similarly for Titan 1. The Paragon manufacturing procedure caused a great deal of damage to his body, but it also pushed him into the realm of protogenia. Once the errors are corrected, he'll be a true paragon. So you can see how important this item is. Having said this, he needn't go into any more detail to prove his point. 3 dreadnoughts and 1 expedition cruiser. The first one to shout out their bid was the Terminator. The northern leader was clearly chomping at the bit. 3 dreadnoughts and 2 expeditions. 2 Metatron raised his paddle next. Much to everyone's surprise, Lucifer sat back, expressionless, with his paddle on the table before him. Moments ago the Pontiff and Satan had come to an agreement. They would work together to get this crystal, for they knew there was a vast difference in wealth between the West and North. Right now, harping on their differences only made both sides weaker. Because of the Pontiff's urgency he would use it first, but the Citadel had to cover 60% of the cost. The remaining 30% would be the Dark Citadel's responsibility. 3 The ships themselves would be provided by the West, with the resources gathered by the 2 citadels. The agreement had been hammered out in just 30 minutes. It proved that in the universe there were no eternal enemies when it came to profit. 3 dreadnoughts and 3 expedition ships. The Terminator tried to slow the increase, feeling out his competition. 1 capital ship. Suddenly, a boisterous and harsh voice called out without warning. It sucked the breath out of everyone, even the Terminator. A capital ship? That was 3 times more than the current bid. This was crazy. Even the wine master looked astonished by the scene. Their highest guess was a capital ship, but it had taken only a few bids to reach that. Of course, the only one able to offer such an exorbitant price was the president of Gobi Entertainment, Hua Li. Hua Li looked perfectly calm and graceful as ever. He sat with a small grin, like it was someone else who'd offered that nightmarish bid. The atmosphere was smothering. By now the East had enough promised ships to make a more than impressive interstellar fleet of their own. Buyers looked at one another in speechless despair. They couldn't help but wonder if they should send their own people out to hunt down the aliens for these crystals. These prices were astronomical. However, if they knew that it had taken Zhou Di himself to acquire them, they might rethink the idea. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. A capital ship, what a price. To build one you needed 3 years' worth of resources from 3 rich planets. A single ship required over 100 S-rank gems to power. The wine master didn't rush the auction and stood on stage with a quiet smirk. He let the silence stretch. Meanwhile, Hua Li sat in his chair with a thoughtful expression. Lan Jue cast a surprised glance toward his friend. He hadn't asked him to offer that bid. Appetites were already high enough as it is. For him to offer such a price, he must have been just as interested in it as everyone else. 1 capital ship, 1 expedition cruiser. After a moment of consideration, Metatron offered his price. He looked absolutely pained to say it, but the Pontiff's Citadel could not do without this crystal. 1 capital ship, 1 dreadnought. Poseidon's chilly voice brought another moment of silence. 1 capital ship, 1 dreadnought and an expedition ship. The Terminator's voice was higher than usual. His anger towards Hua Li could be heard in it. Gobi Entertainment and the Poseidon Group had gained more from this auction than anyone. Their sudden and ludicrous offers could not be countered. Hua Li had been silent for a long time, but now at the last moment he was making his final push. Hua Li, as though intimidated by the Terminator, did not open his mouth. Metatron looked at Lucifer, who eyes him back. Each saw the hesitation in the other's eyes. Their threshold had been a capital ship. 1. His protégé. Right arrow curving left. 2. TJSS appears to have forgotten the winemaster's instructions. Right arrow curving left. 3. Someone needs to work on their math? Right arrow curving left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, The Auction Ends. Chapter 655, The Auction Ends. By now the auction was downright stifling. Every new bid could be the last. Every second was the buyers grappling with whether they could justify the price. The North was rich and prosperous, while the West needed the combined wealth of Satan and the Pontiff to compete. The Western government could provide the ships, but they'd need the Citadel's capital. However, their relationship with the Western government wasn't nearly so close as in the North. 1 capital ship, 1 dreadnought and 2 expedition ships. Metatron grit his teeth and lifted his paddle. Take it then. The Terminator hissed. He didn't press further. Metatron, a 9th-level adept at his peak, nearly collapsed. He let out a long breath. Was it over? He'd won. 1 capital ship and 2 dreadnoughts. Just as the buyers were thinking the Terminator's refusal meant the end of the auction, another took his place. Poseidon. Metatron's hands were shaking. Were this anywhere else he might not have been able to hold himself back. But Poseidon was already a paragon, and at his back was humanity's wealthiest organization. He didn't dare offend. His Majesty Poseidon still feels he hasn't purchased enough? Metatron snidely spat. Huali replied in an even voice. Whether it's enough or not is my business. This crystal is just as important to me as it is to you. If our friend Metatron has the resources, he can feel free to raise the bid. Huali had never liked the Pontiff's citadel. Especially after what they did to Lan Jue, which prompted him to cut off relations. Metatron sighed, fury writ clear on his face. Of course he wanted to keep going, but the Western delegate had already turned and shook his head. This was already far beyond what they agreed was the limit. Pressing any further would overwhelm his alliance's government. After all, there were limits to what this crystal could provide them. In times of war these ships were priceless resources. But this crystal was just as important. What could they do? The wine master interrupted. 1 capital ship and 2 dreadnoughts. Going once. Metatron grit his teeth, mad with determination. Add an expedition cruiser. His breathing was ragged, his face twisted. He absolutely could not pass up this chance. It might be his only opportunity to become a paragon. Lucifer, perhaps for the first time, admired the man. He wanted it just as bad. With luck this crystal could mold several paragons from the ranks of the Western citadels while extending the lives of their leaders. They needed it. Veins protruded from the Western representative's forehead, which was slick with sweat. All yours. Finally, Huali spoke the words. Metatron leaned against the back of his chair. His mind was blank. Lucifer was the same. The two of them were practically hand in hand, the first and likely last time such a phenomenon was to occur. It was over. In the end, the grandest prize had gone to the West. Paying what was owed, however, would be a long process. Once the ships were delivered, they would receive the items purchased. Lan Jue and his brother quietly slipped away. Lan Cheng's calm exterior had been replaced with a grin he couldn't seem to shake. Skyfire Avenue had made out like bandits, and half of that was going to Enluan. Adding the fleet he already commanded, Enluan was now a frightened force to reckon with. He looked at Lan Jue and smirked. It had been a fine idea. Of course, the North and West might have felt differently. I have something I need to take care of, I'll catch up with you later, Lan Jue said as they left the museum. Lan Shang nodded, he had things to tend to as well. Namely, the astral phantom. There were still problems that needed to be solved. Her soul was marked, but there was still much to do. Lan Jue left for Zeus' jewelry shop, its surface counterpart. Kor greeted him with a bubbly smile. Boss. You're back. Are things prepared underground? He asked immediately. All set, she replied. Mika, Xiaoxiao, and Guo1 are there. They've been very busy. Lan Jue smiled. Prepared 2 glasses of cold water. We'll have guests soon. Okay, she answered, then bounded off to fetch them. Just then, a pillar of blue light arose from the ground like a mountain spring. It coalesced into a familiar form. His Majesty Poseidon certainly had a dominant bearing today. When he saw him, Lan Jue couldn't help but laugh. Huli materialized from the spectral light. Huali replied with a smile. All arranged by you, of course. Why didn't you let me take that last crystal? It's useful to my people as well. It could be used to supplement my father's power, maybe even return him to Paragon. Bringing that back home would have been significant, especially in helping my family's next generation of Paragon. It'd make it easier and more stable. He wouldn't have offered such tremendous sums without reason. He meant it, that crystal would have been wonderful for the Poseidon family. Lan Jue shook his head. I didn't want you to throw money away. Gobi Entertainment has money, but that doesn't mean you should waste it. I'll give you one. As he spoke, there was a flash around his hand. A crystal about the size of his fist appeared. In terms of size, it was similar to the one he'd given up, but the energies inside were even more potent. Huali looked at him, shocked. You have more. This is too much, I can't accept. Lan Jue tossed it at him. What does any of that mean to friends? Stop the bullshit and take it. It belongs to you. Without you we wouldn't have walked away nearly so rich. It won't be long before the Pontiff and Satan head out to try and get their own, considering their poor showing today. This was likely the last auction we're going to hold as well. Huali looked doubtful. Is killing those aliens that easy? Aliens with cores like this won't be weak. His friend nodded. This did come from a strong alien. Energy to match a paragon, but not on a protogenic level. One-on-one, we'd be able to take it alone, though it'd be a tough fight. Our last trip to the starfields, we came away with our coffers full. When the aliens attack, things will be different, but not impossible. We just need to make sure we have the upper hand. Huali didn't voice any more opposition, taking the crystal. I'm happy to have completed my task. I'll bring this back home and give it to my father. We have our own preparations to attend to before the fight. When the time comes, we'll likely be here. Excellent, Lan Jue replied. Skyfire Avenue is the safest place in the east. The west is unreliable. But it depends on where the planets show up first. Huali laughed, making his face even more attractive and elegant. Even Lan Jue stopped to appreciate it. No matter where they show up, though, I'll be by your side. Lan Jue chortled. Stop talking like a hopeless romantic, yeah? Alright, you have things to do. I need to take every opportunity to cultivate as well. You've broken through and I'm way behind. With Heng sequestered for so long, he's probably broken through as well. I'm the last one. You split yourself up too much, Huali said. Quiet your heart and focus on cultivation. Don't let the outside world intrude too much. Yeah, Lan Jue replied with a nod. Huali bid him farewell and left. After a moment, Lan Jue left too to find the driver. Their disciplines hadn't been fully transformed yet. He was close, and the thunder essence had pushed him to a new level. His intentional suppression was what kept his discipline from advancing faster. He was in no rush, breaking through would happen sooner or later. In fact, the later he could push it, the better the end result. Zeta. Lan Cheng's living arrangements on the avenue had been set up in the Gothic winery. Typically it would be the jewelry shop, but Lan Jue was too busy. Several rooms were in the back of the winery where people could rest. Streams of light filtered through the stained glass, giving the room a fairyland-type feel. On a stool by the window was the astral phantom in a plain yellow dress, peering out onto the street. She seemed entirely tranquil. Lan Cheng admired her attractive face in portrait, and the delicate lines of her slender neck. 1. A cutesy name for Lin Guogua, right arrow curving left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Misfortune is no excuse for evil deeds. Chapter 656, Misfortune is no excuse for evil deeds. When I was young, my family was desperately poor. We lived in a slum, rats like all the rest. There was a trash dump outside of our front door. If we went outside, the smell would make you gag. Eventually I began to think the smell was getting into my pores. I'd smell like garbage forever. The astral phantom idly stared out of the window, her words soft and thoughtful. For years afterward I had this phobia of getting dirty, a vestige of those dark days. I have this memory, me, with a piece of bread in my hand. I asked my mother, how much bread do I need to eat to feel full? I remember the tears that streamed from her eyes and dripped onto my face. They were hot and slick. I asked her why she was crying, but she only shook her head and said nothing. My father was disabled and couldn't walk. He could only manage simple tasks. My mother was beautiful and hardworking. When they first got together, my father was an excellent mecha pilot. But then he lost his legs. He was too young to have any savings. He was also an orphan with no family to lean on. Mother shouldered the family's burdens on her own, but she didn't have any special skills or training. So we had no choice but to live in the slums, a hard and bitter life. But I wasn't sad, in fact I was a pretty happy child. I got to be with my parents, that was enough. We tried not to let poverty ruin our lives. Until one day, Mom didn't come home. I searched all over for her until I heard crying. It was her. I dug through the trash until I found her, her clothes ripped and flesh bared. Someone had hit her so that her face was red and swollen with blood dripping from her mouth. Nothing covered her bottom half. I didn't know what to do when she grabbed me and started sobbing. I couldn't understand what had happened. She cried like that for a long time. I said, Mom, I'm hungry. Can we go home and get some food? I was 5 years old. Although I was scared, the pain in my belly was stronger. She stopped crying and took me home. She didn't talk to Father. She just took a shower, changed her clothes, and made us food. When Father asked why she'd gotten back so late, she just said she was busy at work. That night I ate bread until I was full. I was still frightened but tired, so I went to bed. When I woke up the next day, Mother was gone. When we found her, she was in a river not far away. It wasn't deep, but she was floating face down. A rock had been tied to her upper body to keep her submerged. The police said there wasn't any sign of a struggle. They suspected suicide. When she died, my father broke. He got sick and wouldn't get better and was confined to his bed until it took him, too. Later I learned that it had been a gang of vagrants from the slums that had attacked my mom. In my mind, this was all because of poverty. Because of poverty, we couldn't defend ourselves. Because of poverty, my father couldn't afford the bionic legs necessary to keep working. Around that time was when my powers awakened. I hunted down and killed those vagrants. I wasn't afraid, I just swore that I would become the world's strongest, richest person. In time I made money. I had power and influence. I could defend myself. But there was always an emptiness I couldn't fill. I would never get my parents back, no matter how rich or strong or pretty I was. I'd lost all my money in those pursuits. Then someone told me that if I became a paragon, there might be a chance to find their lost souls and call them back. I began to regain what I'd spent. My talents were clear. I knew that if I wanted to keep getting better, I need hard work and luck, but also a great deal of money. Money bought resources. The world seemed so broken and unfair, so I turned to murder. The method to make money didn't matter to me. Once I earned enough, I used those resources to break through. I never cared who I killed or why, so long as they paid me well. Nothing was more important than money. I had grown into a greedy woman. When you marked my soul, I was terrified. I felt like my spirit was marred by it. However, these last few days that fear has passed. I realized I could slow down, be at peace. Watching Skyfire Avenue from this window, I've realized there was so much I didn't consider. This wood could be as beautiful as it can be ugly. I'm tired, but I'm grateful I didn't choose death. Thinking back on it, I suppose I'm lucky it was you who got me. At least you aren't like me. You aren't a bad man. At this point, the assassin rose to her feet and ran her fingers through her hair to straighten out the strands. It makes me happy to say all this out loud. They've been poisoning my heart for over 50 years. Tell me what you wish of me, super soldier. I serve at your leisure, even my body. I've never lain with a man. She turned to Lan Jue, her face sultry with a promising grin. But in Lan Jue's eyes, there was only sadness and pity. He'd listened to her heartbreaking tale in silence. He didn't interrupt and instead let her get it off her chest. His face expressionless, the soldier slowly made his way to the window and peered out over the street. He could see the striking blue facade of Zhou's jewelry store. You're lucky, actually. Lan Jue's voice was soft, low. Lucky? She looked at him skeptically. My brother and I are orphans, we never knew our parents. Before we met our teacher, we never knew what a full stomach felt like. We only knew life as pain and suffering. We were born on Earth after it had been ravaged and destroyed by greed. Only the most unfortunate remained. We begged anyone we could for food, convinced that just surviving made us lucky. Flickers of emotion raced through the astral phantom's eyes. She looked at him, seeing for the first time his handsome but gaunt features. His voice was calm and his features still, like he was talking about someone else's life. I'd have never thought we'd lead such similar lives, she sighed. Something else stirred in her pretty eyes. Lan Jue turned his head to face her. His deep, dark eyes fixed hers. No, we're nothing alike. My misfortunes taught me to be strong, gave me perspective. It motivated me to chase the light. You became a demon. The astral phantom's face slowly went stiff. Lan Jue's soft voice proceeded. You're beautiful, and your tale is moving. But none of this can hide the evil within you. In all the lives you've taken, did you ever stop to consider the families left behind? Sparing your life doesn't mean I accept you, you're a tool to use against the creatures that want us all dead. The only way to clean the blood off your hands is to save as many lives as you can when the aliens come. This is your atonement. You can stop your games as well, because they won't work on me. Should I call you aunt? Or grandmother? The astral phantom gaped at him. It was worse than a slap to the face. Aunt? You bastard. She threw her arm back, ready to slap him. Her movements were fast as lightning, but the stabbing pain that racked her spirit was faster. She gurgled a pained cry and fell to the ground. The mark that was placed on her did not permit any defiance. A dangerous chill had crept into Lan Jue's voice. Now that you've decided to live, make sure you get as many years as you can. Do not try to take advantage of me or this opportunity I've given you. With nothing further to add, he left her there beside the window, alone in the room. The astral phantom's childhood was a nightmare. Every word had been true and spoken from the heart. But one's pain didn't give them license to visit that pain on others. She had accepted money to slaughter countless of innocent victims in her role as a master assassin. Lan Shang was too smart for a sad story to make him forget all that. A full 5 minutes later, the astral phantom managed to pull herself up off the floor. Her teeth ground audibly as she glared daggers at the door. Never in her sorry life had she hated someone so intensely, but she was powerless to end him. She was sure her looks and sad story would move him, if not to let her go, then at least to get close. That would have given her time to search for a way out. But calling her aunt, grandmother, was a punch to the gut. Her efforts were heartlessly denied. As a paragon, she had never known this level of humiliation. What woman didn't take pride in her appearance? Lan Shang didn't impose any constraints on her, but regardless, she couldn't leave this place. Through the mark, Lan Shang instantly knew everything she thought, said, and did. Even if she left the planet, she couldn't be free from his control. Her life and death were in his hands, and that was the end of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, The Proposal. Chapter 657, The Proposal. You came? I did. The dry, somewhat aloof conversation was between two reflections of protogenia. The Apocrian regarded the Terminator warmly, while the Terminator's face was less readable. Huan Shui. I feel regret. For the first time in my life. The Terminator said softly. The Apocrian paused. Was this the same strong, inflexible man she once knew? In all this time she never thought regret was part of his vocabulary. The Terminator's dark and creviced features broke into a small smile. I've felt it ever since you left. I regret giving up so much of a normal life for power. But there's one thing I couldn't cut out, feeling. I realize now that you've always had a special place in my heart, but I never felt I was good enough for you. He spoke frankly, holding nothing back. At their age and station they didn't need to be coy. He wasn't telling her this because he wanted something. Conflicting emotions trilled through the Apocrian's eyes, and she sighed. Davis, you're a good man. Honest, determined. Pursuing your goals is nothing to regret. The situations life put before you left you few choices, but you did the best you could and became a national hero. You have always been a close friend, a brother. That will never change. As I told you when I left the conclave, no matter what happens you will never be my enemy. These last years you've had to shoulder incredible burdens. You must allow yourself time to relax sometimes. The Terminator chuckled wryly. I'm afraid I'll have to rest when I'm dead. She helplessly shook her head. You've weighed yourself down with so many shackles. This is for you. She produced a glimmering vital crystal and handed it to him. He gathered it with a nod. I'll have my people send over a capital ship. But the Apocrian shook her head. No need. This is a gift from me. After all the years you looked after me, it's the least I can do. I hope it can help heal you. I can't accept such a gift without payment, he replied. Besides, the politicians will find out and grow suspicious, I'm sure. We should pay, and I will. You know, although you might not believe it, I hope to see a prosperous East. We will need everyone to face the alien threat. The politicians don't seem to understand that resisting destruction is the top priority. The aliens aren't just bearers of vital crystals. Admiration was plain on her face. As clear-headed as ever. I'm glad you understand. Anyway, a transaction isn't representative of our friendship, he continued. And who knows, maybe if this crystal heals me I will be worthy of you. Perhaps by then you'll want me in the avenue, and maybe I won't turn the offer down. This will never happen. There was a flash of silver light. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside the Apocrian, the wine master. The Cosmigus's face was a thunderhead. Huan Shui will be my wife, and no one will take her from me. The wine master's voice was fierce and aggressive. A forced smile spread across the Terminator's face. Is that so? I see no husband, only a coward. You. The wine master's anger flared. This man was a rival both politically and for Huan Shui's affections. He found it difficult to contain his temper. The Terminator continued, unperturbed. Am I wrong? What has stopped you from plainly stating your love? You expect results without the work? If I were you, I would have gone to the conclave years ago to seek out the one I loved, no matter the odds. There are no excuses in the face of true love. But what did you do? I have never believed emotions to be unchangeable. Time and age change all things, psychology included. In all this time you have refused to change, to try, because you fear failure. Is this not cowardice? Is this not selfishness? The wine master's breathing was quick with anger. He fixed the northern paragon with burning eyes, and waves of protogenia pulsed from him. The Terminator broke into laughter. You may be a coward, but you have a conscience. You're single-minded. Your heart's been unchanged all these years. My blessings to the both of you, then. But I warn you, if she ever comes back to me in the conclave, I will never let her go again. He ended his reproaches there, and left the two of them alone. The wine master blinked, stunned. The Terminator's sudden shift in mannerism threw him. He was hard and composed, but suddenly gave in. But he turned his focus to the clockmaker. Her feelings were most important. She looked back at him with a faint smile touching her lips. The wine master awkwardly spoke. I'm sorry, just then. She gently shook her head. I like seeing the bad side of you. A pleasant break from the norm, don't you think? The wine master didn't know how to respond. She stopped him with a chuckle. He knew you were listening. He said those things on purpose. He knows how I feel. The wine master's face became deep red as he realized he'd been fooled by the Terminator. He was so incensed that he couldn't see the truth. The perils of a heart in chaos. The clockmaker stepped forward, and the wine master instinctively stepped back. Did you mean what you said? She asked. What part? He stuttered. She stared into his eyes. It sounded like you wanted to propose. I'm an old woman, I can't wait forever. Finally the wine master realized what was plain in front of his face. He smiled. True. It was all true. Marry me, Lan Jue. I will be good to you, you're the only woman I've ever loved. Prove it, she replied. With a smile the wine master flicked his wrist, and a ring appeared cradled in his palm. It was lavender hue, and its faceted surface sparkled prettily. It was the picture of grace and dignity. It was a power gem, masterfully crafted. I remember you like purple. I made this myself, little by little, with my own hands. I did not use my discipline. I finished it a long time ago and have fantasized about putting it on your finger ever since. Will you give me the chance to make this fantasy a reality? If you do, it will make me the happiest man in all the universe. As he spoke the paragon held the ring aloft in both hands and dropped to one knee before her. As she looked down on him she bit her lip. Her smile was gone, replaced with a mixture of joy and anticipation. This was the day they'd been anticipating for so long. It took me so long to come to my senses, you've had to wait all this time. I've wasted the spring of our lives, but I hope it isn't too late. The clockmaker presented her pale, delicate hand to the wine master. A comforting white light enveloped them. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The two looked lovingly at each other as the wine master slowly slipped the power gem ring onto her finger. 1. Zeta. The auction was more successful and impactful than anyone would have dreamed. Now that it was over, Skyfire Avenue was abnormally rowdy. Word had gotten out that the black market had a few crystals to sell. Since the crystals came from the avenue itself, no one was going to corroborate these rumors. However, when the first crystal appeared, that was proof enough. A pale blue light swirled around Lan Jue as he opened his eyes. He looked like an azure crystal statue. His skin was clear as glass and the blood pumping through him was plain to the eye. Although the energies radiating from him weren't strong, they bore a unique quality. His appearance wasn't frightening, what was frightening was the aura around him. In the center of his chest, his diamond-shaped core glittered with a faintly discernible light. Threads of silvery light embraced it. Though the immortal chi was fluctuating and unstable, it gave the sense of flowing through his whole body. It was done. Finally, after so many days of training, the evolution of his discipline was complete. The yin and yang lightning was joined, thick with the marvelous powers of the thunder essence and immortal chi. Lan Jue's powers had undergone a complete transformation. A dual-natured lightning was a rare and marvelous thing in the world of adepts, but Lan Jue's powers had risen to a whole new level. It went beyond his own comprehension, meaning only once he'd broken through to Paragon could he use it to its full potential. 1. The Chinese call the ring finger the nameless finger, I'm not sure why. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Aliens Re-Emerge. Chapter 658, Aliens Re-Emerge. The pulses of thunderbolt power that came from Lan Jue had undergone a clear, qualitative change. The driver, seated across from him, opened his eyes. He sounded upset. "I'm not there yet. I still need time." "About half a month," Lan Jue replied. "You've been working hard, don't push yourself too much." The driver had worked harder than ever over the last stretch of time. He'd been tirelessly cultivating in attempts to catch up with Lan Jue and transform his discipline. However, there was an enormous difference in potency between him and the jewelry master. It would take time to close that gap. Grasping this opportunity would take time to fully realize. That is not to say the driver had not sensed progress, he had undergone his own significant transformation. He had reached the peak of 9th level, and suspected that he could break through to Paragon once the evolution of his discipline was complete. However, hoping and achieving were different beasts. There were at least 10 times as many peak-ranked adepts as there were paragons in the universe. Breaking through was a rare happening. Lan Jue enjoyed most of the Thunder Essence's benefits, but some small amount of the immortal chi contained inside was transferred to the driver. It had a metamorphic effect, however the driver adhered to Lan Jue's suggestions and restrained the growth of his powers. He intended to temper his abilities as much as possible, and shore up his foundation. It was a long and grueling path. "Alright, I'll head back. I need to consolidate my discipline." Lan Jue stretched and rose to his feet. The crystalline quality gradually disappeared from his flesh. The waves of energy from him also became gentler and more subtle. By the time his feet touched the ground he was back to normal, and his powers were once again contained within. Now that the conversion of his discipline was complete, he was a conduit of yin-yang lightning. In other words, he was all heaven lightning. It was sure to substantially speed up absorption of the Thunder Essence. The power within the essence was concentrated, and very pure. In all this time he'd only managed to take in 1/10 of it. However, even that little bit was incredibly potent. The immortal chi was another matter. It wasn't only useful to him, but to Qianlin as well, even more so. The Queen of Heaven abilities were inherently rich with congenital chi, so although her consciousness had yet to return, her powers felt like a fairy goddess. Beep. Beep. His communicator called for his attention. He peeked at the screen and saw it was Lan Jue calling. "Hey, brother!" One he said by way of greeting. Lan Jue's tepid voice replied. "Where are you?" "I'm headed back to the surface shop," he said. "I'm going there now." When Lan Jue got back to the jewelry store, Lan Jue was already waiting for him. "What's the rush?" Lan Jue asked in curiosity. Lan Jue's face was downcast. "A planet in eastern space has reported an alien sighting. I have to go." Lan Jue was shocked. Which one? If it was an eastern planet, did this mean the aliens had chosen them to begin their invasion? "Lyr," he answered. When he heard the name, Lan Jue's heart sank. Lyr, former home of the bookworm. It was a planet covered in oceans that were teeming with life. Lyr University had a long history of rivalry with the NEU. More importantly, it was where the tears of Neptune were mined, items integral to the extraction and purification of the vital crystals. If the aliens were there, it meant. Lan Jue's troubled voice continued. "We can't underestimate them, the aliens may very well be smarter than we are. Come with me, now isn't the time to mobilize in Lewin. Is the Star Division ready for deployment?" "Let me check with the Wine Master for instructions," he said. The communicator didn't even have a chance to ring before the Wine Master answered. "Jewelry Master, aliens have been sighted on Lyr. The soldiers garrisoned there have already engaged the enemy, but they need reinforcements. We can respond quickest, so prepare Star Division for dispatch." "I heard the news from General Lan," he said. "We'll leave as soon as we can. I'll tell the division to get ready. You stay here and look after the avenue, and make sure this information doesn't get out. We mustn't let the West or North know. We'll handle it." The sudden tense situation shattered Lan Jue's calm. He was ready for action. He fired off a series of orders through his communicator, and half an hour later Zeus 1 was tearing through the atmosphere toward Lyr. Skyfire wasn't far from Lyr. Majesty was further away at Enluan, but at top speed it would arrive at roughly the same time. An expedition cruiser was with Zeus 1 as well, Lan Jue's transport. He was bringing an elite squad of mecha pilots. Lan Jue connected with his brother's ship through the bridge's main controls. "General Lan, please share the information you've received with us." The two brothers faced each other through the screen. "I'm sending it now," he answered. For this excursion only Su Xiaosu of Zeus Amazons had come along, the others remained behind to look after the stores. They knew the market better than anyone. Besides Xiaosu, the driver had also come along. The winemaster, clockmaker, keeper, and bookworm had all remained on Skyfire. Lan Jue also didn't trouble his parents. Preliminary reports suggested the invaders were typical breeds, none of the stronger ones. There was no need to bother the two strongest humans alive. Lan Jue and his brother had also sensed a problem the last time their father took to the field. They had an unspoken agreement not to trouble him unless necessary. The accountant wasn't on Zeus One because he had been left on Enluan to iron out their plans for electronic warfare. He'd taken well to the role, and in fact was an entirely different person than when Lan Jue had first met him. Now he was one of the most important people in the division. Since Xiaosu had returned to Skyfire with Lan Jue, he had been left in charge of the division together with the bartender and coffee master. Lan Jue had told them about the crisis on Lyr moments after he'd learned about it. Majesty was already on the way. A data upload began. It wasn't much, just a few images. There were some surface photos and satellite images, and that was all. Su Xiaosu opened the files so Lan Jue and the driver could examine them. Judging by the satellite imagery, things didn't look too bad. There were a few small splotches of purple here and there, but nothing dramatic. After so many encounters, they knew the aliens' tactics. The more their caustic power covered the planet, the more dire the situation. So far it wasn't an occupation. The environment was different on Lyr than it was on Taihua, the last eastern planet visited by these creatures. Taihua was a tourist planet, its population was few and far between to protect the planet's environment. Lyr, though, was a colonized planet. Although it had a relatively small landmass, there was a stationed military presence. The closest interstellar fleet had already responded. Images from the planet's surface revealed that the aliens were coming from the sea. Once they made it on land, they began to terrorize the population. What do you think? You have a plan? Lan Qing asked. Lan Jue studied the pictures with furrowed brow. On the surface it doesn't look bad. Typical invasion procedures, from what we've experienced. It starts with a progenitor. It infiltrates the planet and starts to gather vital energy to create its soldiers. They in turn spread out and gather more energy for the progenitor to continue the cycle and grow stronger. So long as the progenitor remains alive and life remains, its soldiers never stop. If there are first responders left, they should use their most sensitive sonar scanning systems to sweep the ocean beds. Lan Chang responded. They have sonar, but you know that Lyr's oceans are full of power gems. The magnetic fields they release will interfere with their systems. They won't be able to get any accurate readings. Right now the soldiers are busy trying to stem the tide of creatures coming from the ocean. They're holding, but the corruption is spreading fast. A fair amount of area has already died. Transport ships have already begun evacuating civilians and 2 small fleets are on their way. In 6 hours they will have a few mecha units to shore them up until we arrive. All right. We proceed full speed ahead and try to get there as soon as possible. Speed was the best option. Thankfully the East was ready for war, so their response was quick. If they hadn't been waiting for it, it could have taken them 3 days to muster a defense. 1. Stupid seals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Fight to the End. Chapter 659, Fight to the End. Zeus 1 darted ahead at full speed with Lan Qing's expedition ship close on its heels. They kept pace with one another, steady at FTL travel. Zeta. Lyr. The mecha department is ready to engage, weapons are being distributed. Those who didn't want to remain behind have left with the evacuation ships. The dean of Lyr Han Ruchao sounded hoarse and tired, but his eyes showed a steely determination. Lyr University was one of the preeminent institutions of higher learning on the East, famed for producing quality soldiers and especially mecha pilots. But the aliens had arrived suddenly, without warning, giving them no time to prepare. The initial order was for a full retreat. These students were considered the future of the East. Those who chose to evacuated with the civilian elderly, women and children. Nearby military garrisons sent transport ships to facilitate the evacuation. But the university was simply too big. The 4 ships were only able to evacuate 6,000 people at a time, but the school's population was closer to 15,000, they weren't getting everyone in a single trip. Yet, the military had no solution to this problem. All their other transport ships were tied up protecting the citizens of Lyr. Their scramble could be understood. This was the first time since the East acquired Lyr that such a catastrophe has happened on the planet. The sports field of the university was thick with people, some students and some teachers. The class leaders stood in front of their groups. 1. In this critical time, all students, good or bad, stood calm and collected in the face of danger. They did not run or lose their heads, something that could not be said for the routed masses outside the university walls. Those same walls bristled with defensive installations to protect from alien incursion. As a military school, they were stocked in the full gamut of traditional gear, except for weaponry. Those were provided on a temporary basis by the army. The teachers and students all had some level of combat experience, so in a time of crisis they became reinforcements. All of a sudden they found themselves on the front lines, but it also meant no one was coming to save them. Hold and retreat when able, that was their only option. Dean, all of our instructions are willing to stay behind. They want to live or die with their students. The clear, strong voice came from a gallant-looking instructor. It was none other than the bookworm's disciple, Sui. After Sui's break, he'd returned to the university as a teacher. His transformation from haughty adjunct to calm professor was clear to everyone. He had Lan Jue to thank for that, as well as the bookworm's teachings. Han Ruchao's burning eyes fixed upon Sui. He was the school's best mecha pilot, and a 9th-level talent. His determination was like a shot of adrenaline. I'm staying, too. From among the students, one of them shot their hand high up in the air. The dean had hid nothing from his charges. They all knew only 6,000 people could leave at a time. The rest would have to hold on for the next round. When that was, though, no one knew. The closest planet was still a ways away. The student who raised their hand was one of the few who'd attended the sparring competition at the NEU, Xiaohan. He was much more composed now than he had been. The loss he'd suffered didn't break him, instead it served as motivation to get better. Over the last year his progress had been phenomenal, under the tutelage of Sui. And me. Several more hands joined his, lifted high as desperate enthusiasm swept through the crowd. LYR's training field was abuzz with anticipation. As he looked at their eager faces, the passion in their eyes, tears blurred Han Ruchao's vision. For many years he had been dean of this school, giving his energy toward its progress. He knew he had his problems. He was arrogant, headstrong, prideful, and most importantly he wanted to win. But today, that pride was warranted. That pride made him stand tall. Despite his shortcoming, he had molded students who did not back down in the face of death. Dauntless they thrust their hands toward the sky, ready to defend their school to their final breath. Nor was it just students from the mecha department putting their lives on the line. Airship trainees and support department students were just as fervent in their desire to fight. None of them wanted their companions to see them as cowards. Their blood boiled for the chance to prove their worth. Han Ruchao's voice quavered with emotion as it passed through the microphone in front of him. Thank you all. You should all be proud of how you were raised. Children. You bring glory to the school. I have spent my life in pursuit of making quality members of society, and today I see it was all worth it. No matter how strong or how fierce these creatures are, as your dean I swear to be the last one to leave. Now, I want you all to listen closely to our plan. Students from the mecha department will suit up, find a weapon and get ready for battle. Class leaders will arrange you into squads and prepare you to face the enemy. Airship pilots, those from the mecha maintenance department, female students and female teachers will evacuate. That's an order. Teachers, make sure it gets done. 2. In times of crisis we need order. Soldiers, toe the line. Execute. The dean's powerful voice thundered across the field. It curtailed the dangerous levels of excitement agitating the students. Sui stood nearby, silently nodding his head. When it was needed, Han Ruchao kept level-headed, despite his own passions. His orders were simple and to the point. These children were the future of LYR, of the university. Until the ship returned, they had to get to safety. Students from the mecha department raced for the mecha warehouse where the suits were stored. They were training suits, but they were better than nothing. At least with the weapons provided by the army they could fight back. As the largest university on LYR, they were stocked with over 1,000 mecha suits. As training mechas, their cockpits were also designed to fit 2 pilots, a teacher and student. That was enough for 2,000, while the remainder took up overwatch positions along the perimeter walls. This would at least give them a defensive position as they fought the aliens. Han Ruchao's breath was quick, his heart raced. He had never been in a situation like this before, but as a learned man he was clear-headed enough to manage the crisis. He was the backbone of this effort, and could not break. If he did, they were lost. They had lost communication with the outside world, and getting word from anywhere was almost impossible. The dean couldn't know if or when the military would come to their aid. In the last correspondence, all he'd learned was the aliens were fierce, and weren't stopping. Just then, an explosion shook the university walls. A plume of smoke arose in the distance. Han Ruchao narrowed his eyes. It was coming from the front lines. Did the enemy already break through? Quickly! Get those transport ships off the ground, quick as you can. Professor Suhi, where is Professor Suhi? He shouted into his communicator, using it as a walkie-talkie. Suhi's calm voice replied. I'm on the field. I'll be there in a moment. A few moments later, a mecha descended from overhead with Suhi at the controls. Professor, I need you to scout out the situation outside. If the aliens have broken through, I want you to coordinate our defense. Han Ruchao knew he wasn't a military commander. Having Suhi assume control would serve better. Suhi's voice was low and solemn. I already went to look. They've broken through the perimeter line outside of the city. They're pouring through the streets. We need to prepare to hold them. The military has started to move evacuees toward us. Han Ruchao felt his heart skip a beat. Suddenly his school was the most well-defended location on LYR. It made sense to bring the vulnerable here. However, that made keeping order worrying. With enemies at the gates, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. What are your suggestions, Professor? He asked. If the situation comes to it, we hold, he replied. We can't break, no matter what. The moment they get through, we're done for. Please give the order for everyone to follow my lead. I'll do everything in my power to protect the university. Very well. Everyone will listen for your commands, myself included. Han Ruchao answered without hesitation. Suhi burst into action. He knew more about military matters than the dean, and as a God-ranked pilot his reputation was second to none. The best scoring students in the school were his personal charges. Under his direction they quickly formed a defensive line, laser rifles to punish the creatures from afar, and mecha units as support. Other defenses were established along the walls as backup. They watched civilians swarm their way from the ravaged city. The university doors were left half open so they could be closed again quickly. 6 classes, over 300 students, including 50 mechas, ushered the civilians inside. They were put in classrooms or out in the field, wherever they could fit. With the addition of city police, they managed to keep order. 1. In China, classes are organized differently than in the US, for instance. Students remain in the same class and teachers rotate out. Each class has a head teacher, which can be a teacher of any subject, who is responsible for the overall discipline and performance of their class. 2. Honestly, I don't know why he singled out women. Women and girls undergo the same mandatory military training as boys when they're in middle school and high school, presumably for reasons such as this. Well, not aliens, per se, but you know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Fight, LYR. Chapter 660, Fight, LYR. Flashes of purple flickered incessantly on the horizon. Booms and smoke rose as buildings fell. Roars, explosions, collapse, they all clashed together in a cacophony of terror. Suhi stood at the top of the clock tower, staring into the distance. High though he stood, his heart felt like it had sunk into the ground below. As temporary commander of the defenses, he was meticulous in preparation, but he knew if the soldiers couldn't hold the aliens back, the students didn't stand much of a chance. They'd come too quick, too fierce. The world was swallowed by a toxic purple cloud that came on the heels of the alien warriors. Suhi heaved a sigh, squashing his own anxieties. Memories of a blue mecha darting through the jungle swam up to the front of his mind. Holographic recordings of scores of enemies being felled, and scores of lives being saved flashed behind his eyes. Lan Jue, everything you did I can do, too. Or maybe I can't, and this will be my last stand. But if it is, I'll make sure the aliens pay dearly. Every moment he watched the purple light crept closer. Everyone, prepare for battle. Suhi calmly gave the order from his vantage. Classes 1, 2, and 3 prepare. We have aliens coming in from 1 o'clock. Hit them with laser fire. Mechas, ready your weapons. The inevitable clash with the aliens frightened the students. Behind stoic faces and metal breastplates their faces were pale. Ayohoo! A lumbering beast heaved into view. It looks like a tortoise, with a body 10 meters long and a thick shell on its back. In contrast to its likeness, though, it moved very fast on legs thick as verticars. Its whole body flickered purple as it bore down on them. Fire! Suhi shouted. The students were nervous, but the bearers of the heavy weaponry were the best the school had to offer. They obeyed orders, and knew how to use the guns. A wall of shimmering laser light erupted from the university's walls and rained destruction on a large swath of land before them. The creature responded by reeling back and deflecting the shots with its shell. However, the assault proved to be too much and the creature was blasted away. They beat it back. A cheer rang out among the students. But it only lasted a moment when suddenly their cries caught in their throats. 10 more purple figures appeared on the horizon, each one different from the last but all looking like corrupted marine animals. Looking upon them struck fear into the hearts of the human defenders, but most frightening of all was the creature soaring overhead. A great and terrible bird was headed right for the school interior. Ignore the sky, fire at will. Don't give them an inch of ground. He gave the order and launched himself into the air. His mecha picked up speed, the wind whistling around its sleek frame. He blazed as brightly as a star as the distance closed between him and the alien bird. For half a second the sky was dazzlingly bright, in the aftermath tumbled 2 severed halves of the beast. Blood fell like rain onto the training ground below. Sui's mecha swung wide and returned to the clock tower. The students and civilians looked on, witnessing for the first time the death of one of these nightmarish foes. Triumphant cries rose to meet their commander. Meanwhile, the defenders along the walls managed to fend off the first wave of attackers. But the aliens were strong, resilient. The turtle alien joined the others and pressed forward, acting as a shield so they could advance. Each lumbering step brought the horde closer. A line of mechas lines the balustrades, close-range fighters adept at tearing through whatever was in front of them. Another line of long-range mecha fighters and laser riflemen were at their backs. Finally, the beasts made their move. A frog-like creature leapt overhead and spat its tongue out. It blasted out with the force of a missile. The students responded with a hail of angry red laser fire. Thump! The frog screeched as its tongue was blown apart. The student who landed the shot was seated in a delicate-looking constructed mecha with a laser rifle twice its size. Its muzzle glowed red with heat. Xiao Han. The pride of Lyr University. Xiao Han raced forward even before the chunks of tongue could hit the ground. 9 of his fellow students charged at his side to meet the aliens on the field. Besides Xiao Han, the other mechas were piloted by instructors. They were the only members of the staff with real combat experience. Serving as vanguard, they lead the students in routing the first batch of foes. Moral sword as student and teacher alike watched the aliens fall before them. Their concerted fire didn't stop, though, only becoming more ferocious. The line was holding, but Sui did not look happy. He knew from his scanners that the world around them was a sea of deadly purple. He couldn't tell what was waiting for them within that caustic mist. A hard light glinted in his eyes. They would fight to the last man, until blood soaked the earth. It was the only way. The 4 transport ships bearing civilians and non-combat faculty lifted into the air, shooting into the distance. They bore the future of Lyr to safety before the aliens could surround them and cut off their retreat. Sui let himself breathe a little easier as he watched them go. At least some would live to see another day. Now they just had to hold for reinforcements. From the appearance of the aliens to now, over a day had passed. The closest military installation had to be close. Only, Lyr was big, who knew how long it would take the soldiers to get to them. Their focus was the main alien force. More aliens appeared within sight of the walls. Mechas and defensive gunners alike were immersed in frantic battle. Sui was forced to join the fray himself. Whenever a more powerful alien appeared, he was there to deal with it personally. The initial fear and shock had begun to wear off, and Lyr's students fell back on their excellent training. Empowered by their mecha suits, the students and teachers met the alien attackers in a dazzling display of color and sound. Instructors lead them valiantly to destroy wave after wave of foes. The normal alien soldiers no longer posed a serious threat. The fighting continued. Sui commanded 300 suits in battle, and the rest remained behind to defend the walls. Every now and again students would switch out to charge their suits and rest while others took their place. Only in this way could they keep up the fight, because the aliens weren't stopping. Luckily Lu was well stocked with power gems which they used to keep the mechas in the fight. Sui did not expect the students to perform so well. Inwardly he praised them all for their grit and determination. If they lived through this they would come away with more knowledge than 6 months spent in a classroom. The best way to motivate potential was a real life or death struggle. Lyr City had already been thoroughly destroyed. As Lyr's biggest city and its capital, it had been the aliens' first target. The soldiers that had been posted there were all dead. If one could look down from above, all they would see was an expanse of purple. The first wave of reinforcements had already arrived in planetary orbit 3 hours ago, but were searching for the progenitor. However, LYR was so large and finding it proved difficult. At the same time, more aliens were arriving from outer space to cut off the approach. Aid was locked out. Time crawled 1 minute, 1 second at a time. Scores of aliens continued to barrage the school. Strong though these aberrant creatures were, they couldn't hold a candle to real alien life forms. However, they were exceptionally sensitive to the presence of vital energy. The moment they sensed the living, they charged in for the kill. The LU was among the last bastions of humanity, making it an enormous target. These humans were not machines, and even machines needed to be recharged. As the battle stretched on to the 2-hour mark, things began to get dangerous. Chief among them was they were running out of energy. Although the school could boast some adepts, they were few. Without the help of mechas, how could they stand against the unending alien assault? Professor Su-hee, we're out of energy. We have an hour at most. One of the teachers in charge of support gave Su-hee the news. His heart sank. This was bad. Without energy, what could they do? The fields outside of the school were teeming with aliens out for blood. If the mechas couldn't hold them, they would be lost. Stop the laser cannons and save the energy for the mecha pilots, he ordered. The aliens were better at defending against long-ranged attacks than close combat, but it left them open. He had to make the hard decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Difficulties. Chapter 661, Difficulties. It wasn't long before the energy deficiencies began to get painfully apparent. Without long-range support, the mechas starting to get overwhelmed. What's more, the students hadn't had much time to rest during the 2-hour-long battle. They were starting to tire out. Sui darted from one area to the other, his yellow mecha a flash of light across the field. The crack of his heavy sniper rifle rang out again and again, each time bringing to an end another powerful alien. He filled in the gaps where needed. Boom! An alien was blasted away by one of the students and slammed against the wall. It felt like the whole structure shook. Luckily, the university's defenses were made out of titanium alloy, but even so the impact had left a dent. Overhead a host of flying aliens were approaching. They looked a little like seagulls, but none were less than 10 meters tail to tip. Over 100 of them were bearing down on the university from on high. It was the first homogeneous unit of creatures, and it made them look inexhaustible. For just a moment, despair was plain on Sui's face. He knew the second their line broke the enemy would flood through and there would be no stopping them. These seagulls could be the straw that broke the camel's back. He bit the tip of his tongue, focusing on the pain to push his hopelessness down. He raised his gun and took aim at the beast just in front of him. He waited until there was a lock, then pulled the trigger. A beam of angry red light carved a path through the air, leaving a scar where it passed. Boom! An intense blast of power ripped the foremost alien apart. But the others charged on, for they did not know fear. They spread out and swarmed toward Su-hee. He swung the rifle over his shoulder and attached it to the mecha's back. With a flick of its metal hands, 2 glinting swords appeared in his grip. The rifle was powerful, but it used a lot of energy. Now it was time to show them what he was made of. If he could cut these creatures down before they got to the university, they could hold for a little while longer. If he didn't, their defenses would likely crumble. Sui used his own discipline to push his mecha to its limit. His suit flitted through the air, nimble as a sparrow. He charged straight, then changed direction suddenly and without warning to avoid the purple projectiles spat at him by the creatures. He flew faster until at last he engaged, appearing behind one of the alien birds. He cut crosswise like a pair of scissors and his foe's head tumbled from the sky to the ground below. He didn't stop. In a flash he inserted himself in the midst of them and spun like a steel tempest. The aliens fell away amidst a cloud of blood and chunks of meat. The yellow body of the mecha shivered, and suddenly one became 2, doppelganger. As a god-ranked pilot he was finally able to move his hands at the necessary speed to use the technique. The identical images split, spread out, then merged together again in the blink of an eye. 2 more aliens dropped dead. Below, the students and teachers looked on as the beasts dropped like flies and it filled them with steely resolve. Their line, dangerously close to being routed, firmed up. But they were stretched to their limit. At last the final alien bird was cut apart by Sui's long swords, reduced to a thick purple paste. The acidic fluid covered the yellow mecha, and some portions of it were almost beginning to smoke. He was a mecha pilot, but his suit was not god tier. It couldn't hold out for much longer. He noticed only 10% energy remained. Sui needed to return and charge up. But just as he was turning back, the skies darkened to an ominous violet. More birds, but 10 times as many were coming his way. Done for. He didn't have time to charge his suit. He stared at the control panel before him, closed his eyes, and pushed a button. Thump! Suhi was fired out of the back of the mecha like a bullet. He watched as the mecha that had served him honorably for years fell away and crashed into the ground below. A dead mecha suit was just a ton of metal, and Suhi still had some fight left in him. Without it he could push himself a little farther. He made a solemn promise that he would not stop until his last drop of blood was spilt. He knew this next wave would probably bring him to that point. Zeta. Crack. A red light fired from Xiao Han's rifle and killed another beast. His mecha staggered dangerously and nearly fell. The last one had clipped his left leg and nearly toppled him over. He gulped great breaths of air within the cockpit even though his lungs felt like they were on fire. His heart beat so hard it threatened to burst out of his chest. He knew it meant his energy was depleted, and his body was close to collapse. Both he and his mecha were drained, but he didn't let up. Only one final regret nagged at him. His life's greatest regret was losing to that fat-ass from National Eastern University. All his hard work since has been to strive for another chance, to get revenge. Now it looked as though he would never get the chance. Fat bastard, he snarled inwardly, if I die I'll be a hero. How about that? Classmate, be careful. His mecha's calms lit up as someone called out to him. He snapped back to reality and urged his suit to duck, just in time to avoid an alien swipe. But the move put too much weight on his suit's damaged left leg and it gave beneath him. He hit the ground. A mecha suit out of control was no help to anyone. Aside from Sui's own, Xiao Han's sovereign-class mecha had killed more aliens than anyone. It had also sustained a great deal of damage. He slapped the eject button, just like Suhi. Fearing death wasn't going to help anyone. So long as he fought to the end, he would be dying a man's death. Bang! There was a screech, a shock, and Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood. The ejection mechanism failed. Just as he was prepared to fire out an attack from one of the aliens damaged the exit point. It's over. His mind went blank, focused on that one thought. Once he hit the eject button he'd lost all control over the suit and the systems died. He was a sitting duck, an alien's meal wrapped up in a pretty metal coffin. Boom! He felt the ground shake as a thunderous blast tore through the area. He and the suit were thrown up into the air and hit the ground again with bone-jarring force. Then everything went dark as he lost consciousness. When he came to, he was surprised to find he was still alive. His vision cleared, and through the mecha's eyes he could see a large metal figure, one could almost say portly. Vicious spikes bristled all along its body, and a spiked mace cradled in hand lashed out fierce as a tiger. Any alien daring to get too close was crushed beneath its weight. Was this? Xiao Han couldn't remember any classmates with powers like this. The metallic aura that surrounding him pulsed with powerful discipline. He used his mace like a meat grinder, opening up a wide area carpeted by the remains of aliens. The fat mecha leapt into the air and the spikes around it fired off in all directions. Tens of the creatures unfortunate enough to be in the blast radius were impaled and killed outright. The aliens were corrupted versions of local wildlife, so their weak points were similar. Once the spikes found their target, they disappeared only to re-emerge from the fat mecha's body. Then, an even stranger scene was revealed. The brawny mecha squatted and all at once became a giant metal sphere covered in blades. It lunged forward, spinning on an axis. He'd gone from using a meat grinder to becoming one. The aliens caught in front of it were effortlessly swept away. The students in 100 meters around the metal orb had some room to recover. Then, one after another silhouettes descended from overhead. The earth shook as they made landfall. Scores of well-equipped mechas drew their weapons and shored up the students' defensive positions. The aliens who threatened to destroy these beleaguered students half a moment before were mowed down like paper tigers, like they had no means to defend themselves. The mechas moved like one entity, intuitively knowing where they were needed. The aliens couldn't advance an inch. Reinforcements had arrived. Xiao Han fell back in his seat and sighed in relief. What incredible reinforcements they were! None of these pilots could have been anything less than sovereign class, he determined, and strong adepts to boot. What were those insignias on their breastplates? A flame? What did that mean? They were damn fine pilots. Another mecha with the flame insignia appeared in front of Xiao Han's mangled mecha. It used its two large blades to carve open the ejection chute. Xiao Han had by then recovered, and clambered out into the fresh air. Are you all right? The pilot asked in an alluring voice. A female pilot? Xiao Han couldn't entirely hide his surprise. I'm fine. Who are you guys? We're Star Division from Skyfire, here to save you. Relax, you're safe. The pilot ended their conversation by leaping back into the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Skyfire to the Rescue. Chapter 662, Skyfire to the Rescue. Xiao Han lifted his head and was surprised to discover a battleship-sized ship hovering above the battlefield. A cadre of mecha suits tumbled from its cargo doors to join the fight. Their arrival stopped the alien menace dead in their tracks, like weeds before the scythe. Step by step they were pushed from the walls. He was just as stunned. As he had been peering into the encroaching host of alien seagulls, there was a sudden roar that filled the air. A strange light swept by, and suddenly the purple was gone, nothing was left but clear blue sky. More and more bulky silhouettes fell from the ship and into the alien force, coming to the university in its time of need. He was a god-ranked pilot, and his eye was more discerning than Xiao Han's. When he saw how these newcomers fought, he gasped. Where did these soldiers come from? They were so strong, well-equipped, and every one of them flickered with the power of discipline. He looked on as their heavy artillery mowed the enemy down, working together to bring out the strengths in one another. The aliens were asking for death in their persistent charge. Since when did the East have such a mighty mecha division, and made of exclusively adepts? Could they be from Enluan? He vaguely recalled news Enluan was creating an adept army. Professor Su? His thoughts were interrupted by a two-headed dragon, hovering before him. Who are you? Bahamut? The mecha was distinctive and hard to forget. Zeta. The same. I'm the commander of Star Division's 3rd Brigade from Skyfire. We're here to help, don't worry, the situation here is handled. The bartender smiled within the cockpit. Majesty had almost overloaded its engines to get here as fast as it could. Moments after they arrived, the danger to LYR University caught their attention. They rushed to the rescue, handily managing the alien force. Once 2nd Brigade's long-distance mecha fighters hit the ground, they cleared a safe zone around the school. The aliens couldn't contend against the overwhelming firepower, much less Majesty in all its terrible glory. Suhi's heart raced. Star Division? From Skyfire? Are you all from the Avenue? We are, the bartender confirmed. Our commander is an old acquaintance of yours, we call him the Jewelry Master. You probably know who I mean. Suhi gaped in utter shock. All of a sudden Lan Jue was the commander of a crack mecha division? There wasn't an enemy in all the universe that could face up to these soldiers. Sounds of jubilation rang from within the university walls. The sudden arrival of these powerful saviors had pulled them from the brink of death. A light shone from Bahamut's chest, projecting a holographic image in the air between them. A familiar face, Lan Jue. Hello, classmate. Lan Jue nodded in greeting. Lan Jue. Thank you, you and your soldiers. We wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Suhi was relieved and sincere. Lan Jue went on. The situation there has been stabilized. The rest of my team and I will be arriving soon to look for the mother, we call them progenitors. If you could, we ask you maintain command of the school and the people in it. Of course, leave it to me. Suhi nodded. Lan Jue smiled at him, and the hologram vanished. Majesty's superior engines had brought it here faster, but Lan Jue wouldn't be left out of the fight. Zeus 1 was also tearing through space at top speed and closing in on LYR. Once Majesty arrived, they were being fed a constant stream of logistic information. So far, the alien invaders had taken control of more than 1/4 of the planet. Their appearance had been explosively fast, too fast for anyone to react. Oceans of vital energy nourished the beasts to maturity almost right away, and was the reason for their vast numbers. The aliens also seemed to have had this planned. A number of creatures had been out in space, responsible for dealing with reinforcements. Majesty's overwhelming firepower made short work of them. With the accountant behind the fire controls, the interstellar aliens didn't stand a chance. Once the blockade was destroyed, Majesty and other Eastern military vessels poured through to come to LYR's aid. Now that Star Division had arrived, the planet's dire situation was under control. Brother, in a minute I'll need your help finding the progenitor, Lan Jue said, speaking through his communicator to Lan Qing's battleship. Lan Cheng nodded. His eyes burned with anticipation of the fight to come. It's been elusive, our scanners haven't been able to get a lock on a location. This is a problem, damage to the planet is significant. How many habitable planets are there for us? When it comes to outright war, we won't have the resources to resist them. What's your plan, Zhou? I still believe it's best to evacuate the outlying planets, circle the wagons, he replied. At least that way we can protect them better and defend resource planets. The remainder we can leave to automated mining for the time being. Citizens can be brought into the heart of the Alliance and resettled temporarily on planets more conducive to life. At the same time, we need to strengthen our position and prepare for defense. Ramp up military production and train more soldiers. Fixed defensive positions aren't nearly as effective as mecha, so swelling our mecha numbers and dispatching them to every inhabited planet should also be a priority. This'll give us the chance to respond immediately to any threat. Lan Cheng nodded. None of the interior planets have what Enluan can offer. I'll start dispatching units to administrative planets as soon as possible. Our military industry is working at its peak to produce weapons and outfit the defenders. We're also equipping the interior planets with as many railguns as we can fit on them. If LYR had had railgun installations, the aliens wouldn't have been able to blockade reinforcements. Lan Jue displeased. All of their plans were passive and after the fact. They needed time to learn about their foe and how they fought, time they didn't have. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes. Actually, the best plan is to bring the fight to them. That's the only way to ensure we exhaust and destroy their energy supply, which in turn should cause them to be less aggressive. One, it's impossible to say how much life was stolen from LYR, and it may even be the aliens came to try and destroy the Tears of Neptune. I've already ordered Majesty to keep its scanners wide and responsive. We won't let any alien escape. After we're finished here, I'll run it up the chain, see if we can't take the initiative, Lan Xing said. Lan Jue continued to think out loud. If we do lead a preemptive strike, it has to be small. The larger the force, the harder it'd be to get out. Father said that there were aliens even stronger than me. I asked Jun Yangye about this, and he said the only creatures stronger than Zhu Di were the immortals of old. Those immortal commanded power far beyond anything humans were capable of, so much so that the universe would outright reject something that devastating. Hence the immortals' realms of the ancient days, because they couldn't exist in the same space as everything else. If they attempted to leave their special reality, the universe's natural energies would obliterate them. You could say that immortals were forced to imprison themselves. Now the realm of immortals has ceased to exist, the immortals have perished, too. There's no more place for them to hide, and the stronger the immortal, the stronger the universe hits back. Did you ask for more detail from Father? Where does he stand? Could he somehow become an immortal himself? A wry grin split Lan Jue's face. I tried, but he didn't answer. Lan Xing's voice was thoughtful. There's something wrong with him. He doesn't want to tell us, so ask Mother when you have an opportunity. She should know. Lan Jue nodded in agreement. LYR came into view from the ship's bridge. A sick violet hue hung over vast swaths of formerly fertile ocean, shocking to behold. It looked like a nasty bruise. The ship punctured the planet's atmosphere and down toward the ocean surface. The alien's poison had infected the land as well as the sea. Unquestionable, the progenitor was hiding somewhere the ocean of contaminated water. Let's get out there and find it. Keep Zeus one as support. Lan Jue said to Su Xiaosu. Aye. She replied. Lan Jue and the driver exited the ship, entered their mechas and set out. Seated in Thor's cockpit, the jewelry master felt a comfortable bond, like the sleek sapphire mecha was an extension of his own body. It was a sensation he'd begun to recognize only after absorbing the thunder essence. His discipline merged seamlessly with the suit systems, and so his surprised Thor's AI and body seemed to be influenced by the all-heaven lightning. Like Lan Jue, the suit was somehow transformed by it. As Thor flew through the air, its body was surrounded by an undulating pale blue light. The energies released by the suit were gentle, but nonetheless were reflected by the surface of the ocean. A strange ocean, where even the waves had been silenced. Now since Lan Jue came up with the idea, we know that's how it'll be, but I'm curious if any of you would have a different tack. Let me know down below. If an evil race of aliens came for your vital energy, how would you fight back? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Thunderstruck. Chapter 663, Thunderstruck. Lan Jue looked toward the driver, hovering not far away. He'd reported a similar feeling of kinship to his mecha, Thunderclap. The similarity suggested it was the immortal chi that gave them this feeling, not their disciplines. Thunderbolt energy wouldn't cause such changes in metal, but the old tales said immortal chi could impart life. In more than one sense, it was possible their mechas could become equivalent to Astrums. Of course, this was a great and pleasant surprise for the driver. Lan Jue was also pleased, for although he had Captus Thor could bear the sword as well. As they soared over the water, a strange light flickered in Lan Jue's eyes. Probing waves of protogenia fluctuated around him and penetrated into the sea, searching for signs of life. It was the same method he'd used on Taihua to find the progenitor. He had been 9th level 6 rank at the time, and although by rank he was twice as strong, his true power was much greater. "I think I feel something." The driver's voice called to him through the main control board. They'd split up to cover more ground. Lan Jue's eyes lit up. "Looks like we got lucky." Lucky indeed to find it so soon. Lan Qing's battleship was descending through the atmosphere just in time. Thor picked up speed, racing to join up with Thunderclap. "How do we approach?" the driver asked. "It's time to give it a taste of our thunder magic." "Ha ha ha," the driver answered with a sinister chuckle. Thunderclap crackled with purple lightning as it shot into the sky. Lan Jue urged Thor to follow. Thunderclap stopped 3,000 meters above the water. Its mechanical arms spread out wide to either side. The purple threads of lightning surrounding it grew more intense. The air sizzled as the water element within reacted to the gathering electric energy. The sky darkened, and choppy waves appeared on ocean's surface. In the space of an instant, roiling clouds appeared in the sky. Purple lightning streaked between the thunderheads like a scene from the apocalypse. Lan Jue did not move, content to watch the driver and serve as backup. He didn't need to fear the errant power of the lightning, it would not harm him. Although their disciplines were different, they were derivatives from the same source. Brarum! Thunder roared so loud it rattled bone. The black clouds flashed brilliant shades of purple. A single bolt of lightning shot down, piercing the ocean to the sound of cacophonous thunder. Boom! A pillar of boiling water was launched 1,000 meters into the air. Bolts of lightning spiderwebbed all along the ocean's surface, wreaking havoc below. The whole ocean seemed to vibrate, and a sickly purple aura radiated out from within, as though it were trying to isolate itself from the lightning. Wherever they touched, the purple electricity was dispersed. Humph! The driver grunted, another blast of lightning thick as an oil truck fired into the sea. It hit straight and true like a spear from the heavens. A terrible roar answered, and the waters churned and became violet, like a great crystal whose ends stretched into the distance. An enormous figure slowly floated to the surface. When it finally breached, the massive body jerked and shook. Its body sported several nasty-looking wounds. It looked much like the progenitor from Taihua, only smaller. After so many encounters with the beasts, Lan Jue was beginning to develop a knowledge of their capabilities. Compared to others on the planet, this was likely the most powerful of the invaders. But in the grand scheme, progenitors weren't very strong. It was clear by the strength of its vital crystal. While it was not the strongest, it was one of the most important breeds of alien. It had the greatest influence on humanity, and was capable of overtaking whole planets. Through the world's own energies it made itself stronger, making it the fastest maturing of all the creatures. Lan Jue was convinced that, left unchecked, a progenitor would absorb all the planet's life force and return it to a home planet to nourish them. What he did not know was what would happen if they let it get to that point. They were weaker to begin with, and were rarer to encounter. In fact, he hadn't come across a single one out in space. If there were enough of them, they could invade planets as they pleased. It wouldn't take them long to overtake the habitable planets and all the alliances until humans had no means to fight back. And yet in all this time Lan Jue had only ever seen them on Taihua, Moonfiend, and now here. 3 only. It made him question just how many progenitors there actually were. Already it appeared this one was in poor condition. The destructive power of the driver's primordial lightning was too much for the creature to contend with, and the damage was severe. The lightning's devastating effects were spreading out through the alien's body. Thunderclap brought its mechanical hands together. Just as the driver was preparing the final, fatal blow, Lan Jue stopped him. "Wait." "Eh?" The driver stopped, taken aback. "Why?" He was drunk on his power. Ever since transforming his discipline, his combat prowess had leapt to new heights. Outside of a domain, even a first-degree paragon couldn't match him in direct attack power. The feeling was intoxicating. But he also had total faith in Lan Jue. Without the jewelry master's help, he may never have achieved this level of strength, much less a chance at becoming paragon. Lan Jue explained. This kind of alien evolves quickly, and is specialized in devouring energy. Keeping it alive may help us learn more about it. The vital crystal isn't the only thing useful about it. A progenitor is much more dangerous than the ones we meet out in space. Let's take this one back alive. How do we bring back something this large? The driver asked incredulously. Lan Jue smiled. We can't, but I know someone who can. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. A cyan light flickered in the sky, and in the space of a breath Lan Chang arrived to join the two of them. Lan Jue explained his thinking to his brother. After a moment of thought, he answered. It isn't impossible. But you have to promise to keep this quiet. If people knew we were bringing it back, we'd start a panic. That goes without saying, the driver replied. Come, Our Majesty the Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven, let's see what you can do. Lan Qing's face jerked like he'd been struck. Where'd you hear that title? The driver shot a glance at Lan Jue, who helplessly said, Dad was talking about it before we left Skyfire. He was trying to advertise the name. By the time we get back, everyone will probably know it. Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven. The Eastern General's face twitched. Suddenly his body was bathed in a golden glow, and a harmonious sensation flooded the area. The driver allowed the storm clouds to disperse as Lan Qing's golden aura swelled ever larger. The image of Varakana gradually came into being behind Lan Qing. His Buddha's revelation domain spread out, turning the sea into a mirror of golden light. The violet hue was washed away and returned to normal. Varakana's image extended a hand, and slowly the progenitor rose from the waters. It continued to rise until it was lifted entirely into the air. Desperately it struggled, but under the weight of Buddha's revelation it was growing weaker by the moment. Varakana waved its hand, and a strange sight unfolded. The massive progenitor began to shrink, smaller and smaller, until it fit within the Buddha's palm. Lan Chang made a motion with his hand and the reflection of his dharma disappeared, along with the progenitor. I have sealed it in my domain, he said, its powers are suppressed. It won't cause any problems for the time being. But for the safety of the planet I should bring it back to Enluan as soon as possible. We can study it there. Despite its relative weakness, the potential strength of the creature and its energy-devouring abilities were still formidable. It was better to be cautious. Zeus 1, come in Zeus 1. Lan Jue called. Zeus 1 responding. What do you need, boss? Su Xiaosu replied. Perform a flyover and hack the area. Check to see if the purple territory is receding, and if the alien raiders have been reduced. Pay special attention to whether the reduction are uniform or just in one area. Aye. Give us a moment. Lan Jue wanted to make sure there was only one progenitor on the planet. One had to be thorough in their eradication of evil. Before long, Su Xiaosu gave him her report. She told him that the aliens were gone, along with the purple haze they brought with them. The progenitor they'd captured was likely the only one. Evidently progenitors were as rare as Lan Jue had thought. Although he did not know why, it was clear the beasts were in short supply. Lan Chang left immediately for his battleship with the progenitor. They docked in the ruins of Lyr's capital to wait for more troops to arrive. Once things were more stable, he would leave for Enluan. The rescue mission had been a success. What's more, there was no evidence the progenitor had destroyed or consumed any tears of Neptune. Zeta. Dvarka 1, by the sea. A figure rose from the sea, glistening with drops of water. Violet hair and clothes clung to a perfectly formed body, but only until she was free of the ocean. Pearls of sea water rolled away, leaving nothing behind, and soon she was entirely dry. Pinched between her fingers was a glittering blue gemstone. She regarded it with a thoughtful expression. 1. Lyr's capital. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Gratitude. Chapter 664, Gratitude. Had Lan Jue been there by the seaside, and had he seen the object in the woman's hands, he would have recognized it immediately. He would have recognized her as well. The Violet Princess was dressed as she had been when Lan Jue first saw her, just as breathtakingly beautiful. However, it was precisely her beauty that made her seem so strange, so unnatural. Although compared to their encounter on Moonfiend, she seemed more human now. The gem in her hands was a tear of Neptune, the S-ranked power gem only produced on Lyr. After she stepped out of the ocean, the Violet Princess lifted the power gem, pinched between her fingers. She peered at it with a curious look in her eye. Then, she popped it into her mouth. The beautiful alien disintegrated into a beam of light and vanished without a trace. Zeta. Lyr University. It was the first time Lan Jue had actually visited it. He was greeted by Han Ruchao, Su He and other school leaders. The university had survived thanks to their steadfast efforts. Han Ruchao's eyes were red as he struggled to contain his emotion. It was bittersweet, for although many lived, a number of his teachers died in the fighting. Thankfully the loss of life was minimal, despite the high rate of injury. The ordeal had been transformative for the students and faculty.
Order was still maintained, those who were healthy made sure rules were followed and people remained calm. Once the aliens were gone, people could begin to return to their homes.
Thank you for coming so quickly.
On behalf of this school and the whole city, thank you. Han Ruchao heartily shook Lan Jue's hand. Of course, he had no idea this was the same man who had embarrassed him so thoroughly during the student exchange so long ago.
Lan Jue's address was respectful.
It wasn't me, you should thank the soldiers who put their lives on the line.
You're a real hero, Dean Han. Your direction saved many lives today. Thank you.
Whatever grudge existed between Ruchao and Su Renjian, in Lan Jue's eyes this man was as deserving of respect as any soldier.
He'd heard the dean's determination to live or die with his school from Su He, and it had moved him. If everyone had his spirit and resolve, what would they have to fear from an enemy twice as strong as these beasts? His display of indomitable will was true nobility. While the leaders exchanged words, Star Division soldiers were exiting their mechas. These aliens were typical fare for them, so they weren't overjoyed at the victory unlike their Lyrian counterparts. Xiao Han had recovered some by now.
He hobbled through the crowds of division fighters in search of the fat one that had saved his life. He wanted to personally share his gratitude for saving his life. The fat mecha wasn't hard to find, it was much larger than the others.
He picked it out from far away.
He hurried over, and on the way saw the mecha that had spoken to him during the fight. A beautiful woman stepped out. His eyes lit up, she sure was pretty. She had long blonde hair, a slender body and legs that wouldn't quit, straight, thin and round. They ended in a nice rounded backside and a tiny waist. Any hot-blooded man would feel his heart race at the sight of her. She floated to the ground and ran her hands through her tousled hair. She gathered the golden strands up into a ponytail. All of a sudden the sky darkened. When Xiao Han lifted his head, he saw an enormous mecha descending upon him. It was savage-looking, like a rabid lion. The intensity that surrounded it left the surrounding LYR students in awe.
This was one impressive mecha.
A light beamed down to the ground below and a young man with short hair was deposited onto the field. He made his way toward the long-legged beauty with an easy smile on his face. "Little me," he called out to her.
"Zeta. Can't you change your style? Barreling in here and there, what happens if you get surrounded? Then what?"
Tang Mi showed her displeasure with Jin Tao through her scowl.
He chortled. "That's who I am, I'll never to learn to be as tricky as your brother." "Who are you calling tricky, dumb mutt? You keep trying to hit on my sister and I'll kick your ass." Tang Xiao dropped from his mecha and stomped over toward Jin Tao. Jin Tao's response was thick with disdain. "Alright, that's enough. You think you can tell little me how to live her life? You may be stronger than me now, but Big Brother here will make you think twice before throwing your weight around." "Bring it on, then." Tang Xiao spat. "I've been waiting for the day for ages."
The units Tang Xiao and Jin Tao commanded were the fastest improving of any. Their combat effectiveness soared. Tang Xiao had gained knowledge by the descending dragon Arhat's rise, but Jin Tao had learned a lot from the ascension of Lan Chang. Both of them benefited greatly from their experiences, and their disciplines reflected it. Tang Xiao had crossed the threshold into 9th level, while Tang Xiao was only half a step behind. But what he lacked in power he made up for in raw passion, a passion he inspired in others as well. The two of them had infuriated the Blood Iron Khans during their time training in Enluan. One threw himself into any situation, consequences be damned. The other was as cunning and slippery as a fox. While outside of combat they were constantly trading barbs, in a fight their teams were practically unstoppable, especially together. Once during training Tang Xiao had come up with a plan, following Jin Tao as he ripped through the weak flank of the Khans. That day Jin Tao became famous for his brutal fighting style.
It was the highlight of the trip. "Zeta." Xiao Han stopped dead in his tracks a few steps away. When he saw the tubby pilot trot over, he couldn't keep the rage from infecting his face. He couldn't believe it, never in 100,000 years could he imagine that hateful man would be the one to save his life. The same hateful man who'd disgraced him so intensely. But how could he have become so strong in so short a time? Tang Xiao must have felt Xiao Han's dagger-like glare, because he turned his way. When he saw him, he smiled wide enough to show all his teeth.
Xiao Han heaved a sigh and eventually urged his feet onward. Long trudging steps brought him before his savior.
He grudgingly nodded his head. "Thank you." Tang Xiao chuckled. "No need. I didn't like you before, but today I saw a true man. Forget what happened in the past, don't let me get too far ahead."
As he spoke, Tang Xiao extended his right hand. Something flashes in Xiao Han's eyes. He hesitated, but finally took the offered hand. The obsessiveness with which he held onto that old hatred melted away as he took his comrade's hand. They were brothers in arms. The fatso wasn't quite so hateful as he used to be. 3 days later, things had settled down on Lyr. Refugees returned to their homes to pick up the pieces. The East had sent a large number of soldiers to the planet and they had been busy searching for any vestige of the enemy. Even if there was something hiding in the depths of the ocean, they would find it. No matter where it came from, it was a living thing and that meant their technology could detect it. Humanity's radar and sonar were exceptional. Lan Jue had spread the news for all planets to keep their detection equipment on and at full power. Everyone had to be vigilant for the presence of progenitors. In addition to the radar, they were encouraged to begin regular patrols as well. The military approved his plan immediately. What's more, they recommended the same to the other alliances. Lan Jue looked through the window of his room, out over the azure sea. He couldn't shake the dark cloud over his heart. On the surface it looked like things were back to normal, but Lyr had suffered terribly at the hands of the aliens, and not just the cities and people, but the delicate oceans as well. It would take a decade or more for the wounds to heal. What's more, they had responded quickly. If the progenitor had had more time, the damage it caused might never have been reversed. It was important not to underestimate how frightening these creatures could be. Lan Jue had left the day before and had put a lot of distance between him and Lyr already. He had to rush back, there was a lot for him to do. The Star Division, meanwhile, remained on Lyr to rest for a time. They remained in part to help with the recovery efforts, but also as a reward. Lyr was a beautiful place, and anyone who liked the ocean would enjoy it here. Ever since Star Division's inception, the soldiers had either trained intensively or fought intensively. They deserved a break. At the university's insistence, Star Division was housed in auxiliary dorms on campus. Han Ruchao knew he couldn't pass up this excellent opportunity for Star Division's lauded soldiers to teach his students. With Lan Jue's blessing, several 9th-level talents and God-ranked pilots were assembled to impart what they could to the university's population. After the battle, Lu was flush with a unity of purpose. Those teachers and students who distinguished themselves were handsomely rewarded by the Eastern government. The military was also eager to extend invitations. It wouldn't be long before those students who grow to become notable soldiers in their own right. Sometimes bad circumstances could lead to good results. At least as far as Lan Jue could tell, humanity would fight together in the face of this foreign threat. They would need that if they had any hope to survive. He turned away from the window and looked at the bed. Zhou Qianlin sat upon it cross-legged, quietly meditating. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Violet Reunion. Chapter 665, Violet Reunion. She was dressed in a soft eggshell dress, her pretty face framed by long black hair. Long lashes rested against her fair skin, soft as an infant's. Floods of immortal qi pulsed from her and painted the room in rippling power and marvelous light. It drew a sharp contrast to her demure nature. The moment his eyes fell upon her, they filled with warmth. He walked over to the bed, gently sat beside her. There he sat, quietly watching her and nothing else. His nostrils filled with her fresh scents, and his skin tingled from the waves of immortal qi issuing from her. For a minute Lan Jue felt like he could relax. Bzz. Bzz. The communicator on his wrist hummed for his attention. When he looked down to see who it was, surprise crossed his face. He stepped outside and dialed in the number. "You're done?" Lan Jue asked, his surprise evident in his voice. "Yup." The voice on the other end was low and calm. "When did you get out? Did you break through?" he asked. If only it were that easy, 9th level, 9th rank. The answering voice grew somewhat more brisk. Lan Jue smiled. "Good, then I've got some competition. Let's see who breaks through first." The recipient of his teasing was none other than one of the 4 divine monarchs, Hades, Chu Chang. "I hear you've created some Star Division? I'm gone for a bit and suddenly you're a big shot." Chu Chang bantered. Lan Jue laughed. "What? You got an opinion?" "Course not," his friend replied. "My uncle came back, did you know that?" Lan Jue replied. "I know, he went back with your dad. He spoke a lot about you. Makes me feel like I've been wasting time. Sounds like I missed some good times, too. So, I decided to rejoin the world. I'm going to join the military too and kill me some aliens." Lan Jue laughed. "It's rare to see you working so hard. No longer interested in a life of decadence?"
Xu Chang sniffed. Oh, I'm never giving that up.
I'm going to get all the depravity out in the next 3 days, then I'm joining up. His Majesty the Terminator has decided to create an adept army of his own.
You hear about this? He's got over 10,000 converts signed up already, and sent me an invite personally. He wants to make me a Legion commander.
That was what the North would call their divisions, it seemed, and Xu Chang would have personal command of 1,000 soldiers. The Terminator could boast those numbers since the North was capable of creating their own adepts.
The conversion process could turn any normal person into a talent, it was their specialty.
The drawback was it became nearly impossible for converts to break through to Paragon.
Lan Jue shook his head. Sounds like the Terminator's well informed.
He probably heard about our success against the aliens.
This is a good thing, but you all have to be careful when you face off against them. There is at least one alien stronger than Father out there. Xu Chang was silent for a moment. Relax, joining was actually my grandfather's idea.
As far as Paragon is concerned, I've got one foot in the door. A good fight might be just the inspiration I need. Being 9th level at my age without any genetic alteration means I've got a solid chance. Uncle has also shared a lot of what he's learned with me.
Zhu, I'm telling you, you better work hard or I will break through before you. Lan Jue chuckled. Excellent. I'm excited to see which one will be better, 2, Star Division or Hades Legion. Who's comparing? Xu Chang whined. You guys over there are an aberration.
I'm hearing Ailey started a Poseidon Corps.
There's supposed to be something else.
And get this, they started with the members of Gobi Entertainment.
Afterwards they opened up recruitment to only the very best mecha pilots and adepts.
They're relatively small, but work together even better than your Star Division.
They even have a damn bastion ship, you know that?
I do, he replied.
There's a reason they're called the richest family in history. He helped me quite a lot during the auction. Well, I got shit to do. Namely sit around and relax, Xu Chang said. Chang.
Lan Jue suddenly interrupted.
These aliens are dangerous.
Be careful, and do not underestimate them.
He hung up.
A strange smile spread across Lan Jue's face. A year ago himself, Xu Chang and Hua Li had little more to do than relax and enjoy life. Hua Li had been the busiest one, and even he half-assed most of it.
Back then none of them would have imagined they'd be military leaders today. How the tides change.
Lan Jue was preparing to return to the bed and cultivate with Qianlin when something stopped him. He froze, and slowly turned to look. There was a purple silhouette standing by the window. Her back was to him, but he would never forget those long purple locks, or that perfectly sculpted figure. The hairs on the back of his neck raised, his muscle tensed. A surge of energy flooded from his core. A flash of blue light erupted from him and immediately Lan Jue's skin became crystalline and translucent. He utilized the connection between Qianlin and himself to call her to his side and took her hand.
You're so nervous.
The beguiling voice wafted through the air. She turned to face him.
Violet Princess.
He growled. She looked at him, her face wearing a bewitching smile. It came much smoother now, more natural than before, like an actual human.
But only like a human.
She was still too beautiful, too manufactured to be real. It was inconceivable to him that one of the strongest aliens would simply appear in this place. From what he could tell, she was here for him.
The Violet Princess took a step forward.
Violent bursts of electric energy flared around Lan Jue. Qianlin's body was surrounded by a pale white light.
He didn't dare give the princess any leeway, she had been a match for his mother, a Nirvana-level paragon. Only his father would be able to contend with her. You don't need to be nervous. I only came to speak with you.
She punctuated the thought with an enigmatic smile.
What do you have to say?
Lan Jue's voice was low and guarded. She stopped for a moment to think before continuing.
Your human bodies are very interesting. So much potential. I like the structure. You seem to be a good specimen for your race, and I would like to mate with you. I am eager to learn about humanity's genetic construction. We wish to accept this peculiarity. I can feel the promise in you.
Lan Jue was dumbfounded. She was here to proposition him.
An alien propositioning a human? How would one even describe the concept?
The princess then seemed to notice the woman beside him.
This one is your mate?
He narrowed his eyes.
I love her.
She cantered her head to the side.
This is the same as a mate. In our royal family we do not mind sharing mates.
We are only interested in prime genetic material.
She can join with us as well. Why would we want to join with you? He remained calm, poised. Evolution, she said.
My species has an unparalleled ability to evolve.
We consume, incorporate, adapt. We are the strongest race in the universe.
Lan Jue smirked at her.
If that's true, why do you choose to take on human form?
Her response was matter of fact. Every species has its advantages and disadvantages.
You humans have great potential, but very limited lifespans. After a short time, you die. We do not. As long as we have energy to consume, we will continue to exist. From the birth of our mother planet to today's royal family, you cannot imagine the power we possess. Join with us, and you will gain the ability to consume energy as well.
I need time to think about it, Lan Jue replied.
She nodded. All right. I will find you again. With that, the princess vanished in a flash of purple light.
Lan Jue stood in the center of the room, still for a long time. When he was sure the princess had truly left, he breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled Qianlin into his arms, though the look in his eyes was contemplative.
Humanity needed to understand these aliens. For the princess to appear here like she did, it meant his guesses were right. They were here for the tears of Neptune. Their brief exchange had also been very informative. Progenitors seemed to be the natal form of their species. They weren't the strongest, but they were the beginning. That made them vitally important to their species. The fact that they assumed human forms must mean that their natural bodies had some disadvantage they were trying to overcome. It somehow curtailed their continuous evolution, probably restricted by universal protogenia. If that were not the case, he couldn't think of why they would want to be like humans. They would simply continue to evolve and dominate the universe. Seemingly that was impossible for them as they were. As for her offer, beautiful as she was, the Violet Princess was not human. To Lan Jue, these aliens were wild and vicious beasts. Mate? Ha!
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 666, Zhou Di's Condition. Chapter 666, Zhou Di's Condition.
The moment he was sure they were alone, Lan Jue dialed his father's number into his communicator. He told Zhou Di everything that had transpired. These creatures are highly intelligent.
She was probably testing you, Zhou Di said once the story was finished.
Dad, when you faced the alien in the starfields, we learned how strong they were.
You are the most powerful human in history. Is it possible universal protogenia will rebound on you, too? Zhou Di was silent. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat. His father had always been good about replying to his questions. This time, though, Zhou Di took a deep breath.
I wasn't going to tell you and your brother, but now that you've asked, it's time.
Yes, once a human reaches a certain degree of power, the universe attempts to restrict them.
You will begin to sense it once you achieve nirvana.
What we call the infinite is just the beginning, a bottleneck to immortality. However, with no immortal realm, there is no way to protect ourselves from the universe.
The immortal of ancient days had reached heights the universe could not sustain. They surpassed the limits of this reality and hid in a place that kept them safe.
This place was the immortal realm.
No one knows how this pocket reality came into being. They say it was created by a being of immense power. As more and more immortals rose to prominence, this realm was no longer able to hide them from the repercussions of defying natural law. In the end, it collapsed. The immortals perished, or perhaps found some other way to hide their power from the cosmos. The immortal realm went by many names: Olympia, Heaven, Western Paradise. They all described the same thing. A place of safety for beings that could no longer live in the same reality as everything else. None of the ancient books spoke of it, but after years of experience I know that those who came to achieve immortality, be they sages, Buddhas, or what have you, were unhappy. Every day the pressure of their stolen existence bore down on them, forcing them to live in cramped seclusion. I was blessed with talent and a potent lineage, and when I was your age my search for power was undeniable. I was determined to be the strongest human to have ever drawn breath. I achieved this, but when I did I began to sense something wasn't right. When I achieved nirvana I began to sense a darker part of reality pressing me. Of course I did not care at the time. I pressed back and found my way into the infinite. I began to feel the danger, but my potential would not be stopped. I could not simply stop cultivating and halt progress. I came upon the border of mortality, felt myself forced against the barrier. In the old world, when a being reached my level of power, they had to face tribulation lightning. Surviving meant entrance into the immortal realm. It was said that when the immortal realm was first created, the danger from tribulation lightning was not so terrible. Only once the immortal realm could no longer bear the power within it did the lightning become truly terrifying. Only the truly strong could survive, for only the truly strong could help the immortals maintain the reality they'd built for themselves. Now it's different. There is no immortal realm, and I must rely only on myself. Tribulation lightning has faded into legend, but the rejection I feel from reality is real. Every time I use my powers, the universe can feel it and attempts to suppress what it senses as an aberration. It seeks to destroy me by consuming my life force. This is the reason why I hid away on Zilluo, cutting myself off from the rest of humanity. I had to take every precaution not to reveal my strength. But over the last couple of years I have felt I can no longer subdue my powers. It leaks, taking my life force with it. Under these conditions I have perhaps only 3 more years before my time in this reality is over, and only if I don't use my powers. Although Lan Jue had guessed at his father's danger, hearing it struck him like a ton of bricks. He hadn't known his condition had become so bad. Then, when you fought the aliens, his voice trailed off. Zhu answered, his smile evident in the sound of his voice. A true man has responsibilities he cannot shirk. You think I'll let the universe tell me what to do? What can we do? How do we stop it? Lan Jue asked. His father's voice was solemn. If the immortal realm is truly gone, then I don't have the power to create one myself. My choices are limited. I can find a way to extend my life, or continue to this way until it claims me. I am close to what we call immortality, but I need enough power to contend against universal protogenia and survive. I don't have this power. However, if I were somehow able to break through and uncover the secrets of the immortals, death would not take me so easily. I've been thinking a lot about what I experienced in the starfields, against the alien planet. Whatever it was possessed the power of an immortal. Those beasts couldn't be called immortals, but it possessed the strength of one. It must have some way of defending itself from universal elimination. However, during the fight it didn't give chase, likely for the same reason I can't show my real power. It would be destroyed just like I would. As he listened, a thought crystallized in Lan Jue's mind. He perked up. Dad, what if you could command more power than the greatest immortals? Could you resist the universe then? The ancient texts seem to suggest it, Zhu answered. For instance, one of the 3 pure ones could do so. I'm sure that somewhere in existence there is this power, but it isn't me. Perhaps you too, the younger generation, could try. It's likely that whatever method the alien is using to protect itself from obliteration takes a great deal of energy. They must continuously consume to keep from being destroyed. Approaching you as a mate was probably an attempt to perfect their own DNA. They're a truly frightening race, strong and smart. Lan Jue's voice was low, hard. It seems an all-out war with these creatures is inevitable, and that means we'll need to face their false immortal. Do you have a strategy? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, War Comes. Chapter 667, War Comes. Zhu went on. Right now it's hard to say. What we can say is the aliens fear our discipline. We must also acknowledge the strength of our destructive technology. Bastion ships, for instance, can cause real havoc. More specifics will only be made clear when war breaks out. What we do know is that old Shyster was right. This is the worst danger humanity has ever faced. Come back to Skyfire. Now that we know she can find you at any time, you're safest with me. Focus on cultivation, then once you and your girl have broken through you can at least flee if an alien as strong as her comes for you. Yeah. After speaking with his father, Lan Jue felt crestfallen. Not for the dangers to his own life, but because of these aliens' apparent ability to be everywhere. With the princess's capabilities and ability to hide in plain sight, infiltrating humanity's cities was as easy as a wink. One could only imagine what a creature as strong as the princess could do in the heart of a metropolitan area. Her kind were even more frightening than the alien planets themselves. At least you knew they were coming. Even humanity's strongest couldn't compare. A cold light flit through Lan Jue's eyes, mingling with stoic determination. Waiting around wasn't going to save them from extinction. They had to bring the fight to the enemy, make the alien planets the battlefield and not human civilization. When he returned to the Avenue he would prepare for another scouting mission, maybe thin their numbers a little more. Star Division left LYR once recovery efforts were fully underway, and returned to Skyfire. All 3 alliances had redoubled their war preparations after news from LYR broke. The West paused in their constant campaign to cause trouble. They joined the efforts of the North and East, carefully searching outlying planets for signs of a progenitor's presence. Special attention was paid to especially fertile worlds.
Zeta. Tragic news awaited Lan Jue and Star Division when they got back to the Avenue. One of the North's planets, an administrative planet on the borders, full of life, had been attacked. Just as on Lyr, the aliens had appeared without warning, attacking with even more ferocity than the ocean planet had suffered. Surveys of the destruction showed that at least 3 progenitors had fed on it. By the time the nearest fleet arrived, the planet was a rotten purple globe. The creatures had bled it dry, and the progenitors were nowhere to be seen. All that remained was a broken husk of a world where once life had flourished. The death toll was expected to be over 50 million. Nearly every living thing had been wiped out. The whole world was a necropolis. It was only the 3rd time aliens had appeared on human-occupied land. Taihua had been the first, and thankfully few had died. This was thanks to its low population, as well as Lan Jue and the Wine Master's quick response. Lyr had suffered and many had died, but at least the planet survived. But this time, in only 2 days, a beautiful world had been laid to waste. 50 million lives snuffed out. The news sent a shudder through the spine of every breathing human. The North held an emergency Senate meeting and declared war against the 3 alien planets. Demonstrations were held all throughout northern space while the call went out for soldiers to go on alert. A draft was implemented as well. In an impressive show of force, the 1st, 3rd, 6th, 11th and 13th Fleet were dispatched to escort the Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship to the shattered starfields. Clearly the alien menace had provoked humanity's mightiest alliance. Meanwhile, the North asked the East to send out the scouting party they'd used before as support in their sweep of the starfields. Already they were moving the Arachnid and Heron-class bastions to the border in preparation. The remaining bastions were sent to the bigger planets most vulnerable to alien attack, with their crew on full alert. At last, after great suffering, war had come to the human worlds. Zeta. Ah! A woman desperately clutched her child, trying to shield it. The purple blade-like edge that pierced her chest, running her and the child through, was unmoved. 2 exsanguinated fell lifelessly to the ground. The horrifying images flashed before them as a holograph. The Skyfire Council members clenched their fists as they looked on. The North had shared the recordings with them, images from the planet they'd lost. Tragedy couldn't describe what had happened. It was a slaughter. Not just humans, but every animal and plant was gone, given no quarter. They were like a plague of locusts, devouring everything. The image frozen in that terrifying moment. The Wine Master's drawn, angry face turned to the others. You see it, what happened to the North's citizens? You've witnessed their savagery. Even before all-out war, their monstrousness is clear. On a day they turned this beautiful planet into a graveyard. If not for the arrival of military vessels, there likely wouldn't have been a planet to return to. 10% of humans somehow lived, 20% of fauna. 50% of all plants were destroyed. If not for the quick reaction of the Northern Army, those progenitors would have devoured every life. Judging by the speed with which they took the world, if something isn't done, all human planets will be stripped of life in a year's time, and most of that time would just be traveling from one place to the other. Everyone surrounding the table knew how terrifying the creatures were. After the auction, Skyfire Avenue especially understood the worth of their vital crystals, but these bloody images reminded them of what they were up against. I'll go and help the North scout out the enemy, Lan Jue said to the Wine Master. He was, after all, the chairman of the Avenues Council. The Wine Master's brows furrowed. Their sudden appearance, and the force with which they struck, suggests this was a premeditated effort to strike our scouting capabilities. I'll go with you, and we'll leave Star Division here to help the military prepare. I recommend we all brace ourselves, war will soon come to the east. These planets' teleportation capabilities are to be feared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Admiral Kong Wei. Chapter 668, Admiral Kong Wei. The Wine Master looked at Lan Jue. Jewelry Master, bring the council up to speed on the North's battle plans. He nodded. All told, the North has 7 bastion ships, and are in the process of constructing 3 more. Right now they've sent 3 of those in 5 interstellar fleets, a third of their combined military might, to the shattered starfields. Their aim is to sweep through the area and clear it of the enemy presence. Although the starfields are dangerous and complicated, they plan to rely on the firepower from the bastion and warships to clear a path. But what they really need is to find out where those planets are hiding. Our responsibility will be to deliver that information. I will be going with the Wine Master, Apocrian, Gourmet, Pauper, Pharmacist, and Driver. Our primary role will be scouting and support.
Our goals are in line with the North: take the fight to the creatures instead of waiting for them to turn our worlds into battlefields. Star Division will remain behind under the command of Chief Officer Su Xiaosu.
If any alien should appear in Eastern Territory, her orders are to dispatch Star Division immediately and repel the invaders.
In preparation for this, Majesty has had its engines upgraded so we can respond as quickly as possible. Our Eastern military also has measures in place for early warning.
Their bastions have been moved inward toward the center of our territory, specifically near Skyfire and Taihua. They're on standby, ready to react at a moment's notice.
The wine master nodded.
We have no time to lose.
The Keeper and Bookworm will remain here and handle the Avenue's dealings.
It was decided. Most of the Avenue's strongest would go out as a guerrilla scout force, but Star Division would remain behind. As for the West, one of their 2 bastions was under the auspices of Gobi Entertainment's new Poseidon Corps. 2 others were under construction and would be battle-ready soon. War was on the horizon. Zeta. Tyrannosaurus-class bastion.
Admiral Kong Hui stared at the star map flickering on his screen. His face was stained with a dark glower.
The bastion's commander had once been an Easterner. His parents had immigrated to Luo when he was very young. Even at 5 years old he'd shown great talent, so they enrolled him in a military school even before he could count. He continued to wow his instructors with his martial brilliance, and at the age of 16 he graduated and joined the military. Over the next 20 years he climbed the chain of command, beginning from the bottom as a private and eventually making his way to an admiralship. From there he continued to make his mark on military leadership. Now, at only 45, he was one of the 10 top commanders of the Northern military, and was commander of the intimidating Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship. He'd been entrusted with leading the North's military branches into battle against the alien foes. The other bastions guarding the Starfield's borders were also under his command. This was the same for the 5 interstellar fleets making up his entourage. He was the head of the beast. Of course, the head always had a neck telling it where to point. The North had no option but to mobilize in such force and respond to the alien attack. The destruction of the planet, Shi-2, had terrified and enraged everyone. Politicians relied on and were beholden to their constituents, who were furious at their failure. Many planets were the backdrop for demonstrations chastising the government for their failure. Fearing a revolution, the Northern government had to act. On the other hand, the aliens had shown them the scope of their terrible power. In the end, the leadership designed this campaign. But it also had an underlying purpose: to capture more vital crystals. Everything humanity knew about these aliens, every recorded encounter was locked in Kong Hui's memory, burned into his mind. Still he was anxious at how little they knew. The enemy we don't know is the hardest to fight. The videos he'd studied the most was the fall of the 7th Fleet. He saw how the aliens fought without fear of death, resistant to the weapons man was so proud of. He watched as an alien drank up the blast from a capital ship like a sip of water. Surely there was a limit to their defenses, but where was the line? Bastion ships were the pinnacle of humanity's technology, an earth-shattering weapon of mass destruction. If they were found to be ineffective, mankind's troubles were beyond reckoning. If that were the case, then they were truly facing an extinction-level event. No matter what, they had to strike back as hard as they could, right now. Reporting, sir. A captain loudly called from outside the door. Enter, he said. The officer quickly walked to his side. Admiral, First Fleet has reached its prescribed location. They're prepared to clear the way. Good. Kong Hui nodded. If they wanted to strike at the heart of the alien menace, they would have to open a path. They would use the overwhelming firepower of their fleet to carve a route. However, utilizing this method was costly. It would require a lot of firepower and hardy defense to make their way inside. Both drained significant amounts of energy. There weren't going to be any resupply depots where they were going, so they only had each other to rely on. It wasn't as simple as dredging a path, and their exit vanished as the asteroid fields moved through space. That meant they needed enough energy to get back home, too. One could imagine how demanding this was. There was a reason the shattered starfields had been left to pirates, and they knew it. The cost of entering the starfields to face the pirates outweighed the benefits. However, this time things were different. There was no greater threat to the safety of humankind than these alien invaders. What's more, the future of humanity lay in the vital crystals borne by this foe. Both politically and from a resources standpoint, this campaign needed to occur. Kong Hui had recommended the West and East join them for the strike. It just made sense to face the enemy with the combined might of humanity. However, the Northern Senate vetoed the request.
Despite the official response that the North was capable of handling the problem itself, Kang Hui knew their decision was born from greed. They didn't want to share the spoils of war. The Eastern auction had been a terrible blow to the pride of the other alliances. After all, in one day they had acquired enough ships to build a whole fleet. But the crystals they'd acquired were promised to give rise to more paragons, not to mention insights into the exuvium process. The benefits of those crystals was a significant reason in the quick military response. The North had been ready for a fight for the last 6 months, with all their troops mustered and their ships ready.
Now they were headed for the heart of the enemy. "Admiral, shall we have them open a path?"
He responded by waving his hand.
"Hold their ground and await further orders." "Has the Eastern scouting party arrived?" A staff officer broke in. "They should be here in 3 hours." Kang Hui responded.
"When they do have their commander get in contact."
"Aye aye."
If not for Kang Hui's insistence, they would have had no outside help. However, Kang Hui's merits as a leader spoke volumes, and he knew the worth of combat intelligence. For such a small squad to learn so much, this mysterious Eastern scouting party had to be something special. If they really could do what they claimed, their addition to this campaign would be invaluable. Entering the starfields was a desperate and costly endeavor.
If the information from the East was true and these planets could teleport, what would they do if they went in and their target was already gone?
Not only did they leave their homeland largely undefended, but the cost of a failed campaign would be staggering.
They absolutely had to learn all they could.
On the other hand, Kang Hui was a military man.
He was too smart to believe everything these Easterners told him.
He had his own scouts to dispatch as well. Over the last day they had tirelessly worked to perfect their battle plan. However, none of it could be put into effect until they had more concrete information.
Kang Hui stood up and walked forward. One wall of his office was composed of transparent metal alloy as clear as glass.
He looked out over the beautiful expanse of space. He had spent over a third of his life out here, and it had left him with a deep affinity for the cosmos. It had also blessed him with an intuition that bordered on supernatural. All of his responsibilities weighed on him, but also sharpened his mind and inspired his battle fervor. No matter what, he had been entrusted with the safety of the North, of all humanity, and he was going to do his job.
Zeta.
Zeus 1 glided behind a guide ship, leading them to the imposing Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship ahead.
Lan Jue had seen these monstrous war machines before, but had never gotten close.
As he watched the ship come closer, he was filled with a deep esteem.
This was a symbol of humanity's greatness.
From a distance it was hard to tell it apart from a planet.
In fact, a lot was similar to a planet during the construction of these ships. The hearts of them were very much like the cores of planets in many ways.
They even had their own gravity, comparable to 1/3 what it had been on Earth. They were all very well equipped to boot. The living quarters were virtually indistinguishable from a city on a planet's surface. Of course, their greatest capabilities were in combat. Not typical combat, certainly, for their size made them the ultimate force for destruction. Their weapon systems numbered in the tens of thousands.
Be it defense, main guns, secondary weaponry, or even its gravitation field, a bastion ship was built to deliver death.
1. It is certainly not uncommon for Chinese parents to enroll their children in all manner of pursuits even before they're able to pay attention to their surroundings.
English and various instruments are the favorite.
I had students as young as 6 months old. Often what extracurricular they choose is based on perceived talent, or arbitrary nonsense, I guess it depends. For example, even though my wife wanted to learn to play piano, she was vociferously discouraged. They claimed her fingers were too small. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 669, Female Officer. Chapter 669, Female Officer.
Bastion ships were large enough that they could carry a great deal of resources.
With a bastion as part of a deployed fleet, its combat effectiveness doubled.
They were the ultimate weapons of war, and where they went, destruction followed. Of course, commanding such power also required resources, a tremendous amount of resources. It was for this reason that the Eastern Alliance was only able to create 2 in its whole history. It was no coincidence that the North controlled the most resources and the most bastion ships.
The Tyrannosaurus-class bastion did not look like an enormous metal orb.
Its exterior was a deep, rich brown. Were it not for the fact it bristled with weapons, it would be very easy to mistake it for a planet.
Although it couldn't transfer like the alien worlds, that did not mean it moved slowly.
At top speed it was quite impressive. And like the aliens, the ship could destroy whole planets. Bastions were beyond divisions. Their class distinction was just for naming purposes. One, however, there were differences, largely in size. It went without saying that the mass of the ships were directly correlated to how much damage they could dole out. The larger they were, the more energy they had at their disposal, and the more weapons they could fit into it. An example of their dominating endowment were railguns, typically used as planetary installations. Bastions were able to haul these massive weapons into space and employ them in battle. This one, for example, had 3,600 alpha railguns on board. It was supplemented by 540 beta guns and 80 more gamma level. The classification system was best described by comparison. If one used warships as an analogy, then an alpha railgun packed as much punch as a full volley from a battleship. Beta guns were as destructive as expedition ships.
Gamma guns, therefore, matched the output of a Sovereign-class dreadnought's main cannon.
In addition to all of that, each ship had its ace in the hole, a unique main weapon.
Lan Jue had witnessed the preeminent power of a bastion ship before.
Zeus I had just barely escaped it during their trip to the shattered starfield so long ago. He remembered how it had cleared a huge area of debris with a single shot. Tyrannosaurus was the second largest of the North's 7 bastions. The largest was named after their capital city, Luo.
The next closest in size after Tyrannosaurus were Arachnid and Heron, and it was at least 3 times their mass.
Lan Jue had no data on this machine's main weapon, but he could imagine what kind of devastation it was capable of.
The guide ship leading them in began to reduce speed as they approached Tyrannosaurus. Zeus I followed their lead.
As they neared, one section of the ship opened to reveal a hangar.
That was their ultimate destination.
The driver whistled in appreciation.
This sure as hell gets your attention. After all our cultivating, I thought I was strong.
Compared to this thing, though, all my strength means nothing.
He wasn't wrong. Assuming a straight fight, even Zhu D wouldn't survive an encounter against one of these. A single person's abilities, no matter how profound, couldn't stand up against the culmination of science and technology. As they pulled it, they got a better look at it. The surface was bristling with weapons, enough to make a hedgehog jealous. Every one of them sat on a swivel, designed to move and adapt to any threat.
From what Lan Jue remembered during his time in school, control of the railguns wasn't centralized. They were separated into sectors, each one independently controlled by a team of gunnery soldiers and a commanding officer.
Only the alpha guns were exposed. The locations of the beta and gamma guns were unknown until they were engaged for battle. At least 300 more hangars existed similar to this one, large enough to accommodate battleships. Fully engaged, 10,000 warships could be launched in 3 minutes. Each of them were able fighters by themselves. Zeus I followed the guide ship past the thick hangar doors. Once inside, the guts of the ship were a world of metal. The hangar was a huge silver matte rectangle that didn't reflect any of the dozens of floodlights overhead.
They slowly glided along until they were told where to land.
Before long, a verticar arrived, followed by a cadre of mechas.
They fell into position as the car pulled up to Zeus I. The Avenue's scouting party didn't include Zhu D this time. He'd chosen to remain behind in seclusion. After all, they weren't under the command of the Eastern government. Lan Jue told his father that their primary mission was scouting, and they could keep the adventures to a minimum.
Even then, Zhu D insisted Zhou Qianlin accompany them.
So, although they didn't have the firepower they had last time, the scouting party was by no means weak. Lan Jue was, of course, this crew's commanding officer. He was supported by Zhou Qianlin, the winemaster, clockmaker, gourmet, and pauper. Aside from the paragons, there was also the driver, pharmacist, and Su Xiaosu, who knew more about the starfields than anyone. A few group, but composed of the strongest Skyfire Avenue could offer. However, theirs would be a quiet power. They discussed it en route to Tyrannosaurus, and agreed that the North would bear the brunt of the burden when it came to combat.
The paragons would only get involved if necessary. Gods only knew what the North was planning, but that was their prerogative.
If the paragons' help was desperately needed, that was fine, but the Bastion's weapons array could cause more wholesale destruction than any of them could muster.
For these reasons, Lan Jue decided not to show the Avenue's hand if they could avoid it.
However, they would spare 2 efforts in scouting for the North and give them the best chances at success. After all, this effort was on behalf of humanity. All prejudices needed to be put aside.
The scouting party disembarked.
Clanking metal and hissing gears arose as the mechas snapped to attention. Besides Lan Jue, the others of his team were hidden beneath uniforms and Star Division helmets, concealing their identities.
"We welcome the Eastern representatives to the Tyrannosaurus." A melodious voice greeted them.
The door to the verticar hissed as it opened, and its passenger exited.
A female officer was revealed to them.
She was tall and thin, with fair skin and ruddy cheeks that made her look healthy too. Her meticulously pressed military uniform outlined her beguiling figure. 3. The epaulets on her shoulder marked her as a colonel.
Lan Jue frowned.
Although the North didn't know he'd brought the Paragons, they were aware the team was an arm of Star Division.
Yet they only sent a colonel and a small welcoming party.
Lan Jue didn't bother with such details usually, but it showed how little regard the North had for them.
The colonel stepped forward and snapped a salute. I'm Operations Staff Officer Lan Jue 4. On behalf of Admiral Conway, I'd like to welcome you to Tyrannosaurus. He's asked that you see him immediately when you arrive.
Lan Jue was displeased with the apparent snub, but recognized that the alien menace was a more serious matter.
He nodded. Fine.
I am Lan Jue, commander of the scout team. He began walking toward the verticar.
Wait.
The colonel extended a hand, blocking his path. A small smile spread across her lips.
He looked at her.
We have to confirm your identities before providing, she announced. A physical scan is also required. This is necessary to confirm who you are, and to ensure you don't bring any dangerous bacteria or viruses on board.
Lan Jue's face darkened. Do you understand what you're asking, Colonel Lan Jue?
These were routine practices for soldiers entering a bastion, but they weren't any ordinary scouting team. The East certainly would have told them the status of Star Division. Their presence had been requested, to say nothing of the many checks they underwent just to approach Tyrannosaurus. This wasn't just a slight against the East, it was a show of dominance. The smile never slipped from her face.
I'm sorry, Commander Lan Jue.
This is routine, don't make this harder than it has to be.
Lan Jue smiled as well. He wouldn't lose his temper with a woman.
It appears as though the North no longer requires our help.
As you've made clear. We'll be going. Lan Jue's brows furrowed.
She didn't anticipate he'd make this difficult.
This is unacceptable, Commander. We are not making unreasonable requests. We ask for your cooperation, otherwise this exchange will be unpleasant. He laughed. Saying nothing further, he turned around and headed back toward Zeus 1. Clank clank. Two mechas lumbered into view, blocking his path.
Surprised, Lan Jue turned back around and stared at Lan Jue. Her smile was gone, and in its place was a cold glare.
You are on the North's Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship. You may be Easterners, but as long as you are here you will submit to our regulations. You are not permitted to come and go as you please. Drama. I like it. He picked off his helmet as he walked to Lan Jue's side. Tell me, lady, you think these mechas are gonna stop us?
1. The Chinese does use the term, which can mean class or category. 2. I probably mentioned this before, but in China lily-white skin is the most prized. My theory is that this was because the peasantry, who had to work out in the fields, were easily discerned by their dark skin scorched by the sun. Those ladies who lived in the lap of luxury were pale because they didn't have to toil in the fields, so it became a symbol of affluence. Although I have no proof, I also think that the chronic vitamin D deficiencies from being inside all day made them dainty and frail, also traits men find desirable. I contend that women who were anemic were especially prized. 3. That's not how military uniforms work. 4. Which, interestingly, can be very loosely translated as elegant insult. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 670, Dazzling Ice Lotus. Chapter 670, Dazzling Ice Lotus.
When she saw the driver's rugged, roguish appearance, her scowl deepened.
Behave yourself. He answered with a shrug. How well I behave depends on the company. If I'm not getting any respect, why should I show you any? You. A flash of light blinded Lan Jue's eyes.
All she saw was the driver shoot a hand out, and suddenly the two mechas blocking their path were blasted away. They flew a full 10 minutes before striking the metal floor and grinding to a halt. For half a moment the other mechas were stunned and unmoving. Then the sound of laser weapons revving up filled the hangar, and barrels were pointed their way waiting for the colonel's command.
Hold your fire. Lan Jue screeched. Part of her purpose here was to test the scouts' grit, but she didn't want to start a real firefight.
That would surely cause irrevocable consequences.
Yeah, come to their rescue. The driver had suddenly reappeared in front of Lan Jue.
He fixed her with his hard eyes, bolts of purple lightning dancing in their depths. She staggered back a step but quickly regained her composure. A pale white light surrounded her, and as she spoke her words were hard but the tone was cowardly.
How dare you cause trouble aboard this bastion?
We'll have you court-martialed.
His eyebrows shot up. Court-martial? For your Northern Army? Grand. Give me the invitation and I'd be happy to play around with your stuffed suits for a little while. Now I'm tired of your poor reception.
Let us in, or don't be surprised if I lose my temper.
And if you can't do that, then call someone who can. Soldier temperaments were rarely on an even keel.
Lingya especially, as a 20-something officer who earned her place on Tyrannosaurus. She lost her composure, and in response the white aura around her flared.
Instantly the temperature dropped.
Her skin became as clear as ice, her black hair white as snow. Rising into the air, she was surrounded by pulses of energy that were surprisingly strong. But she wasn't looking at the driver. Her eyes were fixed on Lan Jue.
Commander, I know you walked away as champion of the Grand Adept tournament.
It's a shame I couldn't participate, being a member of the arm.
Now we have a chance to see if I could have beaten you.
If you can best me, your scouting team can proceed without verification.
Just you?
Another voice answered her, and another figure stepped up to stand by Lan Jue's side.
When their helmet was revealed, Zhou Qianlin's face was revealed.
Beat me, then you might have what it takes to challenge the boss.
She didn't mince words.
Even before she was done talking, the morning star rose into the air. A corona of golden light radiated out like the heavens were opening behind her. She flicked her wrist and a whip of crackling gold light lashed out at Lingya.
Her answer was to sniff dismissively.
Her arms spread out, a spear having appeared in her hand.
Lingya was born as genetic anomaly, her discipline awakening at the moment of her birth. This was considered congenital talent and meant her cultivation was far superior to a normal adept's.
As a result, she was a 9th level 7th ranked talent at such a young age, and what's more was one of the few in northern military service whose body was uncorrupted by technology.
Lingya had volunteered for this assignment.
She was one of their crack fighters as well as a respected staff officer. Her rank was not indicative of her abilities nor her station here on Tyrannosaurus. She was a rising star in the north, to be certain. When she'd heard that the scouting team was headed by Commander Lan Jue, the same Lan Jue that had won the Great Adept tournament, she was filled with a burning desire to test herself against him. She got her wish when the Admiral hinted for her to feel out their abilities. Ultimately, this was the inspiration behind her tough and somewhat demeaning greeting. Lingya extended her spear, and all the chill that had filled the air vanished, gathered into a single point. In the instant her spear and the whip met, all of that icy power raced through Zhou Qianlin's weapon and toward her body.
Remember, Zhou Qianlin was once the Moonfiend Empress, Morningstar to the Pontiff.
Though she was meek in her dealings with Lan Jue, her persona was entirely different when confronting a foe. She flicked her wrist and the bullwhip separated into countless copies of itself. Meanwhile, a sheath of blazing fire covered each leather crop.
It burned away Lingya's icy power without effort.
Lingya barely had time to react before the whip was on her again.
Holy fire!
Lingya retreated, brandishing her spear. It lashed out too quick to follow, blocking each strand of Zhou Qianlin's whip as they came. Their clash was loud and constant like the beat of a war drum. The driver stood beside Lan Jue, watching the exchange. It's hard to say, but this little one's tough.
9th level 7th rank, maybe. Lan Jue concurred. Seems about right.
She was sent to test us. I didn't think it was the North style, but if that's what they want, we'll give them a show. Lingya and Zhou Qianlin were about even in discipline, but when it came to combat experience, the Moonfiend Empress had the upper hand. She was a product of the Pontiff's citadel, and later carved out a realm of her own in the shattered starfields.
A veteran of at least 100 battles, what enemy would be new to her? Lingya's ice discipline was strong, but Xiaosu's holy light was no less potent.
As their contest continued, Xiaosu slowly began to get the upper hand. The crack of her golden whip knocked away Lingya's spear again and again. No matter how the colonel struck, on which direction she attacked from, breaking the Morning Star's defenses seemed fruitless.
Just then Lingya stopped.
With a grunt, she thrust the head of her spear into the ground in front of her. As the icy weapon buried itself in the ground, her body became illusory. All of a sudden, the hangar was filled with a vacuum force that pulled everything toward that spear, like it was the center of a black hole. Cold power coalesced around it, creating beautiful petals of glittering ice.
Dazzling ice lotus.
Once Lingya realized her victory would not come easy, she began to reveal her real power.
The temperature dropped by 100 degrees in an instant.
Hoarfrost grew along the metal frames of the mechas as they looked on in silent vigil. Zhou Qianlin found herself unable to shake the traction, and each second brought her inexorably closer to the deadly sharp lotus petals.
Xiaosu reacted quickly.
The hand holding the whip lifted, and the motion brought her whole body up into the air. Her arm whipped around to make the whip coil in subsonic circles around her body. Her body continued to release a flood of brazen holy light that filled every corner of the hangar. All of a sudden, 6 resplendent wings extended from her spine. Hovering majesty above the crowd, the whip she bore became a blade that glowed with divine power. A column of light that seemed cast from heaven itself was cast down onto the dazzling ice lotus.
In response, the cutting petals folded inward as though to meet the holy light.
Two powerful manifestations of energy met, and their collision caused the ground to shake. Even though the bastion was constructed of the strongest alloys, it still could only just bear the load of two 9th-level talents.
Hold!
A booming voice rang through the area, bringing with it a flood of invisible power.
Where it swept by, reality warped.
To witness it was marvelous, and the power it bore was impressive. As the waves of distortion swept by, both the dazzling ice lotus and the column of divine light vanished, dissolved into nothing.
Surprise glimmered in Lan Jue's eye. This was surely a unique discipline, and strong if it could overwhelm two 9th-level adepts.
Attaining such potency even before reaching protogenic levels spoke volumes to its strength.
Su Xiaosu performed a backflip in midair, tumbling back to earth at Lan Jue's side. Lingya reappeared as well.
A cloud of ice particles coiled around her.
He was a man in his 40s, the one who'd interrupted them. Twinkling insignias on his shoulder board revealed him to be a major general. Short-cut blonde hair sharply contrasted with his ruddy, bronzed skin. A gleaming intelligence was clear in his eyes.
Lingya, apologized to Commander Lan Jue. He and his party are guests on the Tyrannosaurus and you let your pride get out of hand.
Later you'll be choosing your own punishment.
His voice was harsh, but a look at his face showed them to be insincere. The hard look on her face melted away. She turned to Lan Jue.
I apologize, Commander. I was too aggressive. Please forgive me. The middle-aged newcomer gave him no chance to respond, stepping up to face him. He snapped a salute. Welcome aboard, Commander Lan Jue. I am Undersecretary in charge of combat operations here on Tyrannosaurus, Wu Qiu. I'd like to apologize for the actions of my colleagues.
Lan Jue replied with a smile. He was well aware this was a test, and once their abilities were confirmed the charade was abandoned.
Classic good cop, bad cop. It's no problem, a misunderstanding I'm sure. I assume you're happy with our qualifications? Wu Qiu was impressed.
Lan Jue looked young, no more than 30, perhaps, and yet was not only a champion adept, but cool-headed as well. He was even-tempered in praise and humiliation.
A rare quality in a person. Please, Commander. He stepped to the side and swept his hand out, opening the way.
Lan Jue nodded, signaled his companions, and headed for the verticar.
Wu Qiu shot Lingya a hard, brief look then followed.
Lingya had accomplished her mission, but she was not intended to use the full strength of her 9th-level talent.
This was a bastion ship. Who knew what damage they could cause?
Lingya was not the least bit frightened of the secretary. She stuck her tongue out at him and feigned a pitiful look.
1.
Wu Qiu scowled helplessly but didn't stop her when she got into the car. Thankfully northern verticars were spacious, with room enough to fit up to 20 passengers.
The doors closed and they gently lifted into the air. They maneuvered through a portal that granted them entry further into the ship, then picked up speed. Commander Lan.
Wu Qiu smiled as he turned slightly in his seat to face him.
I really would like to apologize for all that.
On behalf of the Tyrannosaurus. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, there's no more reason to speak on it, he assured. Colonel Lingya displayed considerable skill. 1. There was a TV show my wife used to watch with her parents when we'd visit on Sundays. I don't remember the name, but it was about a soldier woman during the Cultural Revolution. She was basically portrayed as a housewife in uniform, and demure and cutesy as a teenager. It was pretty ridiculous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Tyrannosaurus Class Bastion Ship. Chapter 671, Tyrannosaurus Class Bastion Ship. Lingya smiled sweetly, completely absent the antagonism from before. It's a shame I wasn't able to receive Commander Lan Jue's instruction. Lan Jue looked her way. Our two forces are allies. We don't want to hurt anyone, just maintain the peace. When we encounter the alien creatures, I'd be happy to compare kill counts with the Colonel. It's a deal, she replied with a lopsided grin. Although she was speaking to Lan Jue, her eyes inadvertently swept toward Su Xiaosu. The angel looked familiar, she thought. It had been uncomfortable to discover her battle prowess was even slightly inferior to the woman. Wu Qiu went on. I was told this is not your first excursion into the shattered starfields to hunt for aliens. Perhaps you could tell us more about what happened when you encountered the alien planets. Lan Jue smiled at the secretary. I suspect the Admiral will ask similar questions. Don't you think it'd be prudent to discuss it then?
Wu Qiu had come upon some resistance one. He just smiled and said nothing further.
He'd already provoked his eastern guests, he could expect the cold shoulder. As the verticar quietly soared through the ship's interior, they were treated to vista of spiderweb-like walkways crisscrossing one another across vast distances. The building below them were getting smaller, indicating that their car was heading upward. They passed 3 separate security checks before ultimately arriving in an oval area. The verticar touched down, and the 2 northern officers lead Lan Jue and his team from the car. Wu Qiu guided them to a large building about the size of a football field.
After another check, they were permitted inside. "Commander, if you would leave your team in the waiting area and follow me to the Admiral?" Wu Qiu requested. Very well. It wasn't necessary for everyone to clutter up the Admiral's office. Lingya motioned for him to follow. "Please come with me."
Lan Jue gave his companions a nod.
Lingya and the driver took up the lead as they headed for the waiting room, followed by the paragons. None of them removed their helmets or spoke.
Wu Qiu directed Lan Jue toward another hallway.
3 more security checks later, they entered an elevator. "You know, I still think about your performance in the Adept tournament,"
Wu Qiu said conversationally. Lan Jue replied with a demure smile. "I was just lucky, and the age restrictions helped."
"Your discipline was impressive, peak of 9th level, I reckon." Dispersion. Wu Qiu sighed. "It wasn't once I reached this level that I understood why Skyfire Avenue adheres so strongly to purely congenital talent. Acquired power has its limits.
After all, the technology far surpasses the capabilities of the human body. It's a problem with methods to overcome."
"His Majesty the Terminator found a way, didn't he?" Lan Jue answered.
Wu Qiu chuckled politely. "How could I hope to compare to His Majesty?"
A gentle ding announced their arrival. The elevator doors opened.
A spacious room was revealed to them with a snow-white floor constructed of some special sort of glass. Military men bustled here and there, none below field-grade officer ranks. Beeps and clicks issued from high-tech machines that filled the room.
Lan Jue's eyes glittered as he looked around.
Although it was his first visit to a Bastion ship, this was clearly the control room. A Bastion's size and mass was comparable to a small planet. It took an army to build one, and it was far too large to be run by even a sizable team. There was the main control station, but also several control sectors that worked in tandem. The main control station was like the brain of the ship, which passed orders to the various sectors. These sectors controlled ship movement, weapons systems, and life support, to name a few examples. Each section was independently operated by a team of officers. Because of this structure, the soldiers treated the ship no differently than being stationed on a planet. Some of them had been living here for dozens of years. The living areas were analogous to cities on Skyfire or Luo, and in theory were much safer. A touch of pride was revealed in Wu Qiu's smile. "This is Tyrannosaurus' main control station.
The Admiral's officer is on the other end, he's expecting you. He's very interesting in what you learned in your last trip.
We appreciate your hard work."
Lan Jue was the definition of polite propriety.
"Your praise is undeserved, Secretary.
We are happy to help however we can, in the name of humanity."
The station's officers paid them no mind, too busy with their duties to dawdle. Ebbs and flows of energy buffeted Lan Jue from all sides, telling him nearly all of these soldiers were adepts.
All sorts of disciplines were represented, filling the area with a vibrant atmosphere.
Lan Jue knew that adepts were preferred for high-grade research and command positions. The reason was simple: they could do more than your average human. Their talent gave them advantages and staying power in a fight.
Tyrannosaurus seemed no different, however there weren't any high-level adepts here. Wu Qiu led Lan Jue to a silvery white elevator in the back. They stepped in and continued their ascent.
During the ride, Lan Jue felt no less than 3 passes of energy sweep across their bodies, more checks.
Wu Qiu's credentials stopped any untoward reactions from being tripped. They certainly took defense seriously. The ride took only a few seconds.
When the doors opened again, all sound from the station below was gone. There was only the quiet buzz of electricity to break the silence. First to catch Lan Jue's eyes was nothing short of the boundless universe spread out before him.
The vaulted room was transparent from floor to ceiling.
One wall was taken up by a series of monitors, thick with strings of complicated data. The other flickered with blinking, enigmatic lights.
Even if Lan Jue knew what they were, he wouldn't have known what they meant.
A Spartan desk of white was toward the back, and behind it sat a man. Even seated, Lan Jue could see the man was very tall. His features were the familiar type of his own alliance too, with lines belying his middle age.
Dark hair matched darker eyes, typical for Easterners.
For golden stars twinkled on his shoulder strap, indicating his high rank. Sir! Wu Qiu snapped to attention. The admiral lifted his head from the holographic device on his desk. His eyes went to Lan Jue first. They were calm eyes, but somehow strange, like they bore their own unique allure. It was like he could peer directly into your soul. But, then, the commander of the Northern Army's Tyrannosaurus-class bastion wrinkled his eyebrows and shut his eyes. Wu Qiu started and suddenly stpped forward, blocking Lan Jue's view. He could feel undulations of power coming off the secretary. Lan Jue, meanwhile, did not move. It's fine. Kang Hui's voice was low. He rose from behind the desk and approached, stopping beside Wu Qiu. His eyes were lit with appreciation. Hello, Commander Lan. I am Kang Hui. As he spoke, the admiral offered a salute. Lan Jue was not a member of the military, so did not return the salute. He nodded instead. Hello, Admiral Kang Hui. His response was even. Kang Hui turned toward Wu Qiu and nodded. The secretary took a few steps back but remained in the office. Surprise lingered in Lan Jue's mind. Kang Hui was the leader of one of humanity's most destructive weapons, and yet, his discipline was hardly substantial. At best, he boasted a 7th-level discipline, far inferior to the likes of Wu Qiu or Lingya. His discipline, he suspected, had something to do with his eyes. Kang Hui probably saw the uncertainty in his guest's look. He smiled. Welcome to Tyrannosaurus, Commander. Please sit. He indicated a metallic seat situated in front of the desk. Wu Qiu separated himself further, stepping off to the side of the room. However, he remained, likely to ensure the admiral's protection. Lan Jue did not stand on ceremony and took the offered seat. Kang Hui returned to his own chair opposite. I'm a direct sort of person, Commander. We have embarked on this journey on behalf of humanity, to meet the alien threat. I don't imagine it's necessary we go over the guiding principles, so I'll get to the point. We are hoping you can help us learn more about our enemy. Lan Jue answered with a slight nod. We're here to help in your operation. We can be ready to leave right away and begin sending back information. Kang Hui leaned back. I was hoping we might first discuss what you learned during your last tour, get a clearer picture of the situation. According to our information, you made 2 trips to the shattered starfields. The first time you uncovered their planet's ability to teleport. Your second visit served to learn more about the creatures themselves. I must express my admiration of your work, especially since our own scouting attempts have repeatedly ended in failure. Some of our scouts were even equipped with cloaking devices, to no avail. Lan Jue nodded knowingly. Their counter-reconnaissance capabilities are very strong. They identify one another through powerful psionic bursts. They use this to identify and locate non-alien life forms. As a result, blinding stones are effective, but only to within a certain range. Once close enough, their psionic abilities render them useless. We learned this the hard way. Kang Hui regarded him with some surprise. You were discovered? With all due respect, how did you accomplish your mission? Lan Jue smirked. We killed the one that spotted us and kept going. He didn't go into detail about Lin Guogui or her methods, that was a state secret. She's joined them for this trip as well, but remained back on the ship. He kept in contact with her through the Soul Caller gem. After all, the North had tried to kill him a number of times, it was important to be on guard. 1. The Chinese here is interesting, I thought, if I'm understanding it right. Hit a nail is the translation, but nail was the name for the front entrance of a government official's mansion, a place where the common man was not permitted to pass. So to hit a nail meant to come upon an impassable obstacle. 2. The term is Chinese face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Communication. Chapter 672, Communication. Kang Hui lapsed into a contemplative silence. He had tested Lan Jue's discipline for himself. As the jewelry master had deduced, Kang Hui's discipline was his eyes, through them he had precise analytical powers. Although he didn't have much in the way of attack, his eyes were able to pick out the specifics of whatever he gazed on. Even 9th-level adepts couldn't hide from him. But when he looked at Lan Jue, he felt an incisiveness that went beyond the norm. So sharp he almost felt cut just by recognizing it, forcing him to retract his discipline. It also made him look at Lan Jue in a new light. If he said he killed those aliens, he believed him. Would like you to describe what you saw when you witnessed the alien planets for the first them. As well as the situation when you encountered them next. Lan Jue obliged with a nod. He went over what they'd discovered, telling him about Star Division and their encounters with the West and Gabriel. The West and North already had some news of Star Division's existence, but it remained a mysterious arm of Skyfire Avenue's might. We could hardly believe it when we saw what happened to Moonfiend. This Violet Princess and aliens like her are strong, similar to a Nirvana-level paragon. If not for the concerted efforts of our paragons and their teleportation specialty, we likely wouldn't have gotten away as clean as we did.
Kang Hui listened attentively the whole time, absorbing every detail.
From time to time he would ask a question which Lan Jue dutifully answered. Just as Kang Hui had said, this was a problem facing all of mankind, a battle of survival against two opposing species. No matter the disagreements between East and North, they would need to band together to face it.
Lan Jue had some information of his own about Admiral Kang Hui.
He had originally been an Eastern man, but walked a neutral path once joining the Northern Army. However, because of his lauded military exploits, his position was never in danger. He enjoyed widespread support. So whether it was hawks or doves calling for his removal, none of them had any power to get it done. He had a stellar record.
Lan Jue thought if it had been the Arachnids' commander, Admiral Holman, their participation would have been more deeply debated. After Lan Jue's report was finished, Kang Hui fell silent once more. Then, how confident are you the mission will be a success if you head out to scout again? If we keep our distance and we're there just to determine whether the planet has moved, about 80%. If we want to get closer, it's hard to say. Our earlier discovery showed that the planet is a frightening living entity, stronger than any paragon humanity has produced. There's no way to hide from its psionic pulse. Because of this, we have no way to guarantee success of a close pass. Kang Hui responded. We don't need you to get close, just make sure they're there.
The bulk of the action will be our responsibility this time, but I need to know where they are as soon as possible.
Find out and bring back the information as quick as you can. Absolutely. Lan Jue replied without hesitation.
After a moment of consideration, the Admiral continued.
I have a somewhat unreasonable request. Because of the importance of this mission, I would like my people to accompany you. One as a trainee and one to help you complete your mission without incident.
Kang Hui framed it as a request, but his mannerism made it clear he expected Lan Jue to acquiesce.
Much to the Admiral's surprise, Lan Jue smiled and nodded his head. An extra set of capable hands is always welcome. This help he was sending was certainly there to supervise and report back.
Lan Jue was expecting it. The Tyrannosaurus commander was well aware of how important scouting was. Even for Lan Cheng and Lan Jue, they knew the value of confirming intelligence independently. If Kang Hui hadn't insisted on sending someone with him, Lan Jue would have been suspicious. So long as you understand, Kang Hui replied.
You've come a long way, we invite you to rest on board.
It will take us about a day to reach the border of the starfields, then I will leave this important mission in your hands.
Lan Jue recognized their meeting was over. He stood.
So long as you keep faith, we'll make sure your army gets the information as soon as possible.
Kang Hui didn't rise as Wu Qiu led Lan Jue from the office. When they were gone, he leaned back in his chair and lapsed into thought. His eyes flit back and forth, though what was going on in his mind remained a mystery. After a little while, Wu Qiu returned. Admiral. He called, announcing his arrival. Kang Hui looked up at him. What do you think of him?
The secretary was thoughtful for a moment.
Inscrutable. Oh? Explain.
Kang Hui urged. He had a lot that concerned him, but Lan Jue seemed of particular importance.
Wu Qiu obliged. At first he seemed gentle, dignified.
However, quickly he proved to be quite intelligent. From what we could gather, he's in his 30s. Not a paragon, but there's certainly something unique about him. Lilia wasn't able to goad him into a fight, which was my hope, but after meeting with him it dispelled any thoughts of weakness. Young men who are strong and in positions of power are often arrogant. However, he didn't appear prideful, maybe world-wise, someone who knows the pain of reality. Economical and careful with his words, but I found myself convinced with his pledge of support.
Kang Hui nodded.
I also thought he was a different sort.
Level-headed.
I wasn't able to get a strong read of him, but I could tell he was a righteous man.
I think he's trustworthy. Ask Lingya to go with them, watch how they do things and confirm the information. She'll keep an eye on them.
Yes, sir.
Wu Qiu gave a salute. Zeta.
Lan Jue and the others were given a lavish area to lay their heads. If this were in a hotel, it would be a presidential suite, with all the fixtures of opulence.
It was also, without question, riddled with recording equipment, but the Paragon's domain made sure to render them ineffectual. When they got there, Lan Jue let Lin Guogua know everything was fine. Luo Xianni munched happily on some fruit. Son, she said, what do you think? What are your thoughts on the admiral?
Lan Jue looked her way. He's even-tempered, but beyond that I'm not sure. I didn't sense a lot of strength from him, his discipline is sight, but what exactly I don't know.
He tried to scan me but I think Oxisis bit back.
In a day the Bastion will reach the starfields and our mission will begin.
They'll be sending representatives to come with us. The gourmet nodded. That's expected. So what's the plan? Are you going to let them see our strength? Lan Jue turned his attention to him. There's nothing for it, they'll find out eventually. If we do encounter aliens we should fight as hard as if they weren't there.
If we get exposed then it was meant to be, let nature take its course. The clockmaker cast him a glance.
The North fears Skyfire Avenue. If they know we Paragons are here it's how to know how they'll react.
5 Paragons, Lan Jue, the pharmacist, driver, Su Xiaosu, Lin Guogui and of course Zhou Qianlin were all here representing the avenue. Altogether about half of Skyfire Avenue's strength was in the belly of one of the North's greatest assets. If the North threw caution to the wind and turned their guns on them, they wouldn't be able to run.
Lan Jue nodded, aware of her meaning. Be cautious. Right now they still aren't sure of who we are. If they do make a move it'll be when our mission is over. For the moment we're safe. I've already talked it over with the wine master and we have a plan to ensure everyone's safety. The wine master nodded. His right hand motioned in the air and his scepter appeared in a flash of silver light. Tyrannosaurus is the North's second largest bastion. Since we're here, I figured a souvenir was appropriate. We're protected against the small-minded. The members of the scout team gave each other looks. They understood his meaning, and couldn't help the smiles that crept into their faces. Typically bastions were stationary, not because they were slow or ineffectual, but because moving them cost a great deal of energy. As it slowly lumbered through space it looks like a slowly moving planet, surrounded by ships that, from a distance, looks like a cloud of twinkling asteroids. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, The Investigation Begins. Chapter 673, The Investigation Begins.
A typical interstellar fleet consisted of a capital ship, 4 to 8 dreadnoughts, 3 to 6 expedition ships, a couple hundred battleships and countless patrol boats.
5 fleets spread out across space in an impressive array like a deadly spearhead.
3 of them, the 6th, 11th and 13th fleets, hugged close to Tyrannosaurus. They were the Bastion's protection escort. The border of the shattered starfields loomed in the distance. It was marked by a veritable wall of asteroids so thick you couldn't see between them. Tyrannosaurus' main thrusters were cut, and a series of stabilizers hummed gently as it brought the massive ship to a halt.
Admiral. We've reached the target location. The 1st and 3rd fleets are coming into formation. One of the ship's staff made the report to Kong Wei. The Admiral's voice was steady. Tell the Skyfire team it's time to start the mission.
A few moments later a wall separated on the ship's exterior. A humble blue ship separated itself from the lumbering behemoth and quietly slipped into space.
Zeus 1 was roughly the size of a patrol ship.
Next to Tyrannosaurus it was almost invisible, but it gave the countersign and lightly slipped through the forest of warships into the starfields. Seated on the bridge, Lingya tried to look at everything at once.
The interior was smaller than a typical patrol ship. There were installations that were clearly added in afterward to accommodate an unusually large crew.
As she continued to examine the bridge she noted that the equipment was also entirely different than she might expect. Initially Lingya had looked down on the little blue boat, and in fact all of the East. She felt they were inferior in technology and capability. However, upon entering Zeus 1 her preconceptions changed. Everything was state-of-the-art. In fact, there were a few pieces of equipment even Tyrannosaurus didn't have. She was also surprised to discover there was someone aboard she hadn't noticed before. How, when they'd scanned the ship so thoroughly before? Despite her prejudices, Zeus 1 had impressed her greatly. Lan Jue stood beside Su Xiaosu, who was guiding the ship.
He was quietly watching the asteroid slip by.
The Paragons were in the resting area.
Currently the only ones on the bridge were Lan Jue, Xiaosu, Guogua, Wu Qiu, and Lingya herself.
The driver was cultivating in the resting area with the others. Part of his reason for coming was to continue training with Lan Jue, with the ultimate aim of completing his discipline's transformation. Once the process was complete he was on good footing to break through to the realm of protogenia and could attempt it at his leisure. But the driver heeded Lan Jue's advice. He worked to suppress his abilities and delay his breakthrough. Now that his ascension was almost assured his goal had changed, simply becoming a paragon wasn't enough. He wanted to become even stronger, be a reflection of heaven and earth.
Maybe even achieve nirvana. Ling Ye's attention returned to Lan Jue.
In his meticulously kept uniform, the young commander looked particularly elegant and dignified.
He left quite the impression.
There was a teasing light in his eyes when he smiled. Humph. I'll definitely show him when the fighting starts. We just need to find some aliens. We'll see just how capable this guy really is, if he can even complete this mission.
Zeus 1 sped up as it vanished into the tumbling rocks. Ling Ye continued to study Star Division's commander.
Wu Qiu's attention, meanwhile, was on Su Xiaosu, primarily because he noticed she was the only one responsible for flying the ship. Obviously this was in part because of the ship's advanced systems, however it spoke volumes to her skills as a pilot. She had to keep an eye on the overall situation, know the ship intimately, and possess a great deal of experience. A lack in one and she wouldn't be able to do what she was doing. But she was so young, with a discipline more suitable for fighting than flying. This made him very curious to know more about Su Xiaosu. The further they got into the dangerous starfields, the more his respect for her increased. They swung between the asteroids like a swallow, never slowing down. It was a masterful dance from one potential disaster to another. As far as Wu Qiu was concerned, not a single pilot in Tyrannosaurus entourage could match her.
Her reaction speed was too fast.
Like the master butcher who never strikes bone.
What skill!
If she had joined the Northern Army, she would certainly have been one of their most preeminent pilots.
And a 9th-level adept, what a woman!
Wu Qiu also found himself stealing furtive glances of the woman seated in the captain's chair, Lin Guogua. She held herself with a regal bearing. She was beautiful, mysterious, and there was a deep intelligence in her eyes. She was snuggled into the chair with a novel in her hands, exceedingly laissez-faire.
What an odd collection of people.
One pilot, a hands-off commander, and a girl more interested in her story than the mission.
Everyone else was just hanging around. However, Wu Qiu didn't look down on them. He knew how to look at the big picture. Although they'd only witnessed Xiaosu's strength, the enigmatic nature of the rest of them was telling and intriguing.
They were certainly there for a reason, otherwise they wouldn't have come alone.
Yet, he still didn't even know who everyone was.
Lan Jue wandered over toward Wu Qiu and took a seat behind him. A small smirk tugged at his lips.
We've entered into the outskirts of the shattered starfields, Secretary. We'll reach the inner solar system in a couple of days. We may encounter aliens in transit, so it would be prudent for you to keep in contact with Tyrannosaurus. Wu Qiu nodded.
You don't need to worry, Commander.
Leave it to us.
They had joined the scouting crew with the North's most advanced communications equipment.
Although the starfield's magnetic field was strong, the devices in Tyrannosaurus' own magnetic field would ensure information could be shared reliably. Ling Ye's pretty eyes never left Lan Jue.
Commander, your team doesn't appear to be treating this any differently from a normal scouting trip.
If we do encounter aliens, how do you expect to handle them?
We're just here to gather intelligence, Lan Jue replied.
We'll avoid them to the best of our ability, otherwise combat could draw more to us. Once we accomplish our task, we'll return home immediately.
She continued her questioning. You told Admiral Hui in your report that they search through psionic pulses, rendering blinding stones useless when you get too close.
What guarantees do we have that we'll be able to avoid them?
Lan Jue's smile widened.
I've got to leave you with a little suspense.
Watch closely, you'll find out soon enough. Ling Ye pursed her lips, but didn't pursue it any further. But the look in her eyes made her displeasure clear. Their flight continued, fast but stable. The ship's internal gravity dampeners made their trek comfortable despite the pitching and rolling. Lan Jue didn't engage them in any further conversation and was content to sit quietly, eyes closed, lost in his own thoughts. 6 hours later he opened his eyes. A thoughtful look crossed his face as he rose and walked over to Su Xiaosu.
Something feels off, he muttered. Xiaosu nodded. I sense it, too. We haven't come across a single alien signature. Do you think they've left the starfields?
That would be the worst-case scenario, he replied darkly.
Su Xiaosu also couldn't help but frown.
She knew what Lan Jue meant. The North had amassed enough firepower to destroy, or at least grievously wound, the alien forces. If the aliens were no longer here, then the expedition was a monumental waste of time and resources. Uncertainty was the worst part of it, because if they weren't here, then where would they appear next?
Ling Ye appeared at Lan Jue's shoulder. What is it? What's happened? Lan Jue's voice was low.
Something strange. We should have encountered aliens by now, thought.
Could they have already left? She asked.
That's what we're afraid of, he answered.
Ling Jue scowled. So you're saying they've teleported?
Lan Jue glanced at her.
I'm saying that's a possibility.
We suspect teleporting consumed a lot of energy, but it's been some time since we witnessed it.
We can't rule out the fact they might have already left.
What's more, we have been studying the aliens, but I can assure you they've been studying us as well.
It's short-sighted to expect they didn't notice all the commotion from the north.
It can't be dismissed that the fact you put this expedition together could be the reason they aren't here.
Ling Jue seemed unconvinced. This entire operation was kept secret. According to your last trip, weren't they raiding for energy?
They couldn't have vanished so quickly. It takes time for their scouts to gather information, too. The fact is we still know frighteningly little about them, Lan Jue countered.
We have no way of knowing how they share information, maybe even telepathically.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 674, He actually enslaves you? Chapter 674, He actually enslaves you?
Ling Jue stuffed her hands into her pockets.
So what do we do now? If there's nothing to find, do we just turn back? Lan Jue nodded. Let Tyrannosaurus know we haven't found any aliens yet, and include the possibility they may have teleported away.
Alert human-occupied planets as well, tell them to be vigilant.
Ling Jue nodded.
She had her reservations about Lan Jue, but she was a professional soldier.
This was not the time to act mutinous. She wasted no time relaying the information back to Tyrannosaurus with Wu Qiao. Boss, aliens incoming. Suddenly Su Xiaosu's urgent voice rang through the bridge.
Everyone's eyes immediately shot toward the radar screen.
Sure enough, 3 angry red dots were closing on their position, and fast. Keep out of sight. Lan Jue ordered.
Wait.
Ling Jue hurried back to Lan Jue's side. Can we get a look at them first? We need to confirm they actually are aliens. We need our information to be precise.
Lan Jue stared at her for a moment.
This woman was smart.
What she was saying was only part of the story. What she really wanted to know was how Zeus won fought or evaded foes.
Fine. His hesitation was brief. It was time to get down to business.
Zeus 1 continued on with no deviations in course. Lan Jue was silent, with no need to give his crew commands. Behind him, the helmet had already descended onto Ling Guoguo's head and she was ready for her role.
Through the bridge's windows they could see 3 purple spots rapidly growing larger on the horizon.
Once the telescopes picked them up, Lan Jue recognized them as the most common sort, shuttle aliens. They specialized in speed.
Shuttlers. They're fast and prefer to ram their prey. The trick is to keep your distance and deal with them as quickly as possible. Don't give them a chance to hit you.
She listened carefully and nodded her head. All the information humanity had gathered on these creatures was locked in her memory. She produced her recording equipment and started to record them. Her attention was also fixed on Lan Jue. Part of her mission was to discover how the small scout team dealt with the threat of alien discovery.
There were 3 of them, together about as strong as 4 9th-level adepts. They weren't much of a threat.
Ling Jue continued to record the aliens as they drew nearer, while at the same time inconspicuously keeping an eye on Lan Jue. She was curious how he would handle the situation.
Yet, much to her shock, the aliens flew right by.
They never stopped or slowed down, and even when they got close they didn't seem to notice Zeus 1 was there at all.
Huh? Ling Jue couldn't help but vocalize her confusion. They didn't see us? Didn't you say they could locate telepathically? Pay attention. That was his answer.
Ling Jue nearly groaned.
Pay attention, he said. This man needed a spanking. Lan Jue relaxed now that they'd encountered some sign of alien life.
There were many reasons the aliens might not have been immediately encountered. For example, they might have moved to a more energy-rich sector of the starfields.
Now that they were sure the aliens were around, the North's expedition could proceed. Zeus 1 continued to penetrate deeper into the shattered starfields in search of the alien planets.
Their encounter had already been reported to Tyrannosaurus, along with the video. Zeus 1 wasn't the only scout ship that had been sent out. There were 7 or 8 more on patrol, looking for information.
All of them were specially equipped patrol boats. The further in they went, the more aliens they came across. However, no matter what sort of alien they encountered, Zeus 1 kept out of sight or flew right by. The aliens were none the wiser. Ling Jue watched as closely as she could.
It wasn't until their third encounter with the creatures did she notice something off about Ling Guogua.
Skyfire Avenue had an adept that was able to hide them from the aliens. No wonder their mission succeeded. Finally she'd uncovered their secret. Lan Jue didn't take advantage of the wine master's transference power to take them inside. For one, they didn't know the condition of the transfer location. Secondly, using it was very costly. Finally, there were things they could learn on the trip in. Hello, I'm Lingya. May I know your name? With no aliens in their immediate vicinity, Lingya made her way over to Lin Guogua and greeted her with a smile. Hello, I'm Lin Guogua. She answered with a pretty smile, appearing very friendly. Hello, Guogua. You're an adept from Skyfire Avenue? She asked. Your discipline helps you avoid the aliens? If you look closely you'll understand, she answered. It's pretty bold to directly ask an adept what their discipline is, don't you think? Lingya was not deterred. It's nice to meet you. If you have an opportunity you should come to the north for some vacation time. We have a lot of things to keep you entertained, as well as help with cultivation. When we're done perhaps you'd like to stay on Tyrannosaurus for a little while? I can show you around. Lin Guogua shook her head. No thanks, I'd prefer to stay with the boss. Boss? Him? Lingya cast her eyes toward Lan Jue. Lin Guogua nodded innocently. Yes. He's my boss, and master. I do what he tells me and follow his orders. Lingya gaped at her. My God. What century are we living in where he can enslave you like this? You must be suffering terribly, but can't say anything. I'll help you and make sure you get justice. Lin Guogua sighed, her innocent expression lost and replaced with a teasing smirk. Girl, you think you're smart. I'm not one to start trouble. If he was like that, why would I stick around? You think too much. To put it simply, if the boss wasn't around, the universe would be absent one Lin Guogua. I owe him my life and I'm going to spend it at his side. No one's going to change that fact. When I die, I'm going to do it in his arms, you understand? Lingya was stunned. Are you his girlfriend? Lin Guogua was pretty, strong, and clearly cared deeply for her commander. It was a natural assumption. Lin Guogua's answer betrayed the lump in her throat. No. He isn't interested in Guogua. Sister, perhaps you can try to convince him to accept me? I'd even be his concubine. Lan Jue, not far away, almost fell over. Lingya scowled. Hopeless. You're brainwashed. Lin Guogua vigorously nodded her head. I am. And not just me, Xiaosu, Mika, Kur, and Xiuxiu are all victims of the boss' nefarious brainwashing technique. Even as a concubine I wouldn't be his first. Guogua. Lan Jue's irritation was no secret. She stuck her tongue out at him. Swordfish. Su Xiaosu's voice cut through the banter. Swordfish were among the fastest aliens they knew of. The moment they heard one was in range, Lin Guogua returned her head to the helmet, but it was already too late. A flash of purple flickered outside the window, then stopped. An alien's lumbering body came into view. Aside from the radiant purple color of its flesh, swordfish aliens looked remarkably like their namesake. Its main weapon was the sword-like mouth protruding from its head, but that was not to say its whole body was a danger. It was a troublesome beast. It didn't have any long-range attack capabilities, but was fast enough to close distances in a hurry. It could hit hard enough to tear through a battleship's hull like paper. At full speed, one of these things could put a dreadnought out of commission. For this reason, Lan Jue and his team had a vested interest in dealing with them. Best was to kill it as quickly as possible. Lin Guogua had been distracted by her chat with Lingya and wasn't wearing the helmet. The swordfish had arrived too suddenly. They were discovered by its psychic pulse. Boss, what do we do? Su Xiaosu asked. The pulse also meant the alien had a lock on them. The alien was already turning around. Its body was enveloped by a vibrant purple light, and all of a sudden it became a beam of energy headed straight for them. Despite Zeus One's impressive defenses, they didn't dare let this creature get a solid hit. Xiaosu's experience kicked in and she quickly swerved Zeus One out of the alien's path. Lan Jue looked out the window. I've got this one. The others were resting and it would take too long to get them up to speed. Lan Jue rushed to where Lin Guogua was seated. She stuck her tongue out again for good measure and got out of his way. Lan Jue took the vacated seat. The helmet descended and fit itself snugly on his head. Zeus One continued to pitch and roll, but the alien was too fast for Xiaosu to keep up. Lingya stuck her tongue out, fixated on Lan Jue and his reaction. She was desperate to know how he dealt with these things, and finally the time had come to tip his hand. Lan Jue leaned back, helmet on his head, and hands resting lightly on the chair's armrests.
Suddenly the bridge seemed different, like the entire ship had been injected with a life of its own. Zeus 1 banked hard to the side, just fast enough to avoid another attack. A pale blue light sprang up to surround them. Then, a beam of blue light erupted from the front of the ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 675, Pride? Chapter 675, Pride?
At first the shot looked like it was directed at empty space, but just as it fired the swordfish threw itself into the path of the attack.
Boom! Space was lit up by an explosion of electric blue light.
In the center of the blazing orb of power was a single dark spot.
For a few moments the explosion lingered, but eventually dispersed.
When it did, the alien was gone, and only its vital crystal remained, floating quietly in the void.
How did he do that? Again Lingya was more confused than enlightened. Could this little ship really pack this big a punch? And what incredible accuracy!
Frankly, a patrol boat shouldn't have been able to kill a swordfish in one shot. The North wasn't absent their own battlefield experience. Once they'd started the engines of war, Northern soldiers had encountered several of this aliens.
Although the 7th Fleet had been destroyed, crews had managed to send back priceless information before succumbing to the aliens. Lingya had it memorized.
Swordfish boasted impressive defenses, to where shots from a dreadnought may not put one down, to say nothing of a patrol boat. Lan Jue picked the helmet off his head and turned to Lan Jue.
Don't get distracted. Lan Jue's response was serious. I know, boss. I'm sorry.
She replaced him on the chair and affixed the helmet to her own head.
Lan Jue's next target was Lingya.
Your role here is support, not to cause trouble.
Colonel, you will do the job you were sent here to do. Stop getting in the way of our mission.
The look of displeasure on his face riled her.
The nerve!
But there was nothing she could say. It had been her meddling that led Lan Jue to become distracted. That was the extent of her response. She returned to her chair.
Littleya, dial it back a little.
We'll come across more aliens as we proceed. We don't need to go digging for information. I'm sure they'll reveal more as time goes on. Wu Qiu's voice whispered in Lingya's ear.
Lingya snapped her head around, unwilling to capitulate. What's there to learn from this guy? A few tricks and secrets?
Not that he shares any of those with us.
Uncle Wu, how was their gun that strong?
It killed a swordfish in one shot. Now they have another vital crystal, which means more resources.
That couldn't have been purely the ship's weaponry, Wu Qiu replied.
It was enhanced by discipline. I can't tell just how strong Commander Zhou is, but it must be impressive. I imagine he has more surprises in store for us.
Lingya answered by rolling her eyes. Do you think there's a way we could convince him to join the North, Uncle?
That girl is a zealot, and I fear she won't be going anywhere unless it's with him.
This earned a wry chuckle from him.
So you do see his worth.
He is the vice chairman of Skyfire Avenue's Leadership Council.
You know how well the Avenue is doing lately, especially with regards to paragons.
His status there is even higher than some of them, so what does this mean?
It means the Avenue would stop at nothing to make sure he stays right where he is.
This commander is probably the future of Skyfire Avenue. How could we entice him away? Lingya scowled. He may act like a gentleman, but he's got an ego the size of Tyrannosaurus. And he's a sexual deviant.
These pretty women around him are head over heels. I can't see anything good in that situation.
Achoo! Lan Jue suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Lingya's face froze.
Wu Qiu smirked.
Alright, stop talking and pay attention. He's conceited, but perhaps it's warranted. How many people do you know with his influence and power at his age?
Zeus 1 continued on. More aliens came and went, but overall they were fewer than the last time Lan Jue had visited. As they neared where the planet had been, Lan Jue ordered Zhou Qianlin to pull into an orbit instead of flying in directly.
They would try to approach aliens from the side.
If the aliens knew humans were on their way, they would also likely know where their ships were. In addition, they would be ready for scouts, and a direct incursion would meet with heavy defenses. With some planning they could swing around the side or back and lower their chances of being discovered. Lingya didn't cause any further problems and contented herself with observing quietly.
She recorded everything they encountered along the way and sent everything back to Tyrannosaurus.
The longer they scouted the enemy, the more she felt Lan Jue was important.
Whenever they got close to the aliens, she would immediately put that strange helmet back on. She had to be a psychic of some kind. Each new hint pointed at that possibility. Boss, we've arrived.
Zhou Qianlin turned her head and looked at Lan Jue.
All right. Lan Jue left for the resting cabin.
They were near the last known location of the alien planet, on the other side of that familiar asteroid belt. Now they had to take things more seriously and be more careful.
The paragons needed to be made aware.
Wu Qiu, meanwhile, was still inwardly praising Su Xiaosu.
What a prize she was.
Not only was she a masterful pilot, but she seemed to know the starfields like the back of her hand. It would take the North Zone scout teams at least another day to find this place, and that was with guidance equipment.
Skyfire Avenue really was rife with talent.
If he knew that Xiaosu was the once feared Moonfiend Empress, the shock might have killed him. Before Lan Jue and his party left the avenue, a final decision had been reached concerning the prisoners that had been locked in the Pontiff's dungeons. 2/3 of them remained to join Star Division and were already training with the soldiers. This served to boost their numbers by close to 50%, for a total of over 1,300 men and women.
The newcomers were disseminated through the 4 divisions based on abilities.
After body checks, they were cleared to begin a strict training regimen. The paragons arrived on the bridge from the other room and took their seats. Their arrival caught the eyes of Wu Qiu and Lingya, since they had been entirely out of sight until now. In fact, the 2 northerners had almost forgotten they were on board.
What was their purpose, anyway? Lan Jue returned to Xiaosu's side. Let's go.
Aye aye. She barked her reply, then plunged Zeus 1 into the asteroid belt.
The driver took his helmet off and joined Lan Jue at the controls.
I'm more or less done assimilating what I learned.
One more round and the transformation will be complete.
I'm still suppressing my discipline, but it feels like I can't hold it much longer.
What should I do? Lan Jue smiled.
If you can't hold it back, then let nature do what it does. But as it is now, completing the transformation will probably force your breakthrough.
Let's wait until we get back and you can complete the process there. Otherwise it'd be a waste.
The driver chortled. I never thought the day would come, but here I am worried I'm too early.
When we get back, then. What were they talking about?
Lingya watched the men with sharp and curious eyes. They might as well have been speaking in riddles.
Breakthrough? To what, the next level? That man was likely a 9th level talent, too, but what would he be nervous about breaking through into?
Wu Qiu didn't understand either, but they were here as a friendly attaché, so he couldn't use his discipline to find out more about the soldier. Once they entered the belt's magnetic field, Zeus 1 began to shake. Lin Guogui was in a meditative state, ready for a surprise attack. An asteroid field would be the best place for the creatures to ambush them, so she had to be ready.
To avoid detection, she had to react at a moment's notice.
However, for all their anxiety, things seemed safe. It looked as though they would make it through the asteroid field without incident.
We're nearly at the mission area.
Mother, you and the others get ready.
Lan Jue turned his Luo Xianni and the winemaster, sitting nearby. The 2 of them rose, helmets still concealing their identities. However, Lan Jue's sentence had taken Lingya by surprise. This commander actually brought his mother on a dangerous scouting mission?
Nothing in their intelligence briefing about Star Division said anything about the commander's mother being a part.
He was supposed to be an orphan.
His brother, they knew, was the Eastern super soldier who recently broke through to Reflection of Heaven and Earth, Admiral Lan Chang.
But he was supposed to be an orphan as well.
Luo Xianni and her nephew stood shoulder to shoulder. They quietly felt the ebb and flow of energy outside the ship. Zhu Di wasn't here to protect them this time, so they had to be ready to flee if things turned bad. Otherwise, they risked destruction at the hands of a powerful alien. The gourmet, pauper, and clockmaker stood as well. They occupied different corners of the bridge. They were ready to lend themselves to the fight. Each of them had their hands resting on a metallic orb that was affixed to the ship by a rod. From the outside they looked like they were meant to keep them steady, but Wu Qiu knew better. They were used to infuse the ship with discipline.
All of them were strong adepts? Was this whole squad? 1. They say when someone's talking shit about you, you sneeze.
It differs, I think, from place to place, but specifically they say, 1 sneeze, someone's cursing you.
2 sneezes, someone's missing you. 3 sneezes, you're sick, go see a doctor. 2, which seems unlikely, he might have meant gravitational field.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 676, Magnified. Chapter 676, Magnified.
The shaking came to an abrupt stop and Zeus 1 burst from the asteroid field like a swallow from the clouds. The vast expanse of space stretched out before them. Lingya and Wu Qiu looked out onto the scene. Where the shattered starfield's primary planets had been, there remained only a single purple world.
An alien planet.
Ling Jue gapes at what she saw. Lan Jue nodded his head, staring at it with serious countenance. He looked toward Su Xiaosu.
Measure it. I feel like it's larger than last time. After a moment, Xiaosu's stringent voice replied. It is 46% bigger than when we saw it first. That's a serious increase. Unless this is another planet, it's evolved. Lan Jue sighed, trying to suppress the anxiety welling up in his chest.
He continued in a sour voice.
Pull into a distant orbit, keep taking video. Secretary Wu, suspend communications with Tyrannosaurus, we aren't safe here.
We can deliver the information when we've finished and are safely back in the asteroid field.
All right.
Wu Qiu's reply was quick and compliant. He was witnessing the alien planet with his own eyes, and this meant several things. At the very least, everything Lan Jue had told them before was true. He wasn't going to start causing trouble now.
Ling Jue was also filled with a disquiet she couldn't shake.
This thing was 5 times bigger than the mighty ship she'd come from. Ferocious-looking creatures came and went from it in a constant stream. This was the power her army had come to face. The driver muttered darkly. The other 2 are still nowhere to be seen, but I'm not gonna complain, there's only one of them.
Divide and conquer. If we can put this thing down, you can call the expedition a success. Lan Jue nodded. Indeed. Maintaining distance and taking pictures did not put them in any immediate danger. Between the blinding stone and Lin Guoguo's constant masking, they avoided detection. After an hour of silent observation, Lan Jue gave the order for them to retreat. Lin Guoguo couldn't keep the ruse up forever and needed to rest soon. Once they were safely hidden in the asteroid field, with Lan Jue's permission, Wu Qiu sent Tyrannosaurus all that they'd learned. Their target was confirmed. It was time to commence the operation. Commander Lan. Admiral Kong would like a word with you, Wu Qiu said.
Lan Jue walked to his side and took the communication device from the secretary.
Hello, Admiral. Kong Hui's glum voice answered. Hello, Commander.
The intelligence you gathered was tremendously important.
We're preparing to move out as we speak, headed your way. We need you to continue to watch and report back what you see. We need to be kept abreast of the planet's condition and location to facilitate our operation.
Leave to us, Lan Jue affirmed.
Reconnaissance was of course more involved than taking a peek.
They were the North's eyes out here, and only through constant observation could they set the stage for a successful attack.
He could hear the Admiral's appreciation for their work in his voice.
Not only had they been quiet, but they had installed themselves as an invaluable source of information. It made what they had to do much easier. If possible, Commander, we'd like you and your time to extend the scope of your reconnaissance. Specifically, we're looking for the presence of the other 2 planets. These creatures obviously possess higher intelligence, we need to be sure they haven't set a trap.
Kong Hui's suggestion struck Lan Jue.
The old fox was a clever one, he silently praised.
Breathe easy, Admiral.
We'll take a more careful look around and let you know what we find, Lan Jue confirmed.
Very well. Zeta.
On the outskirts of the shattered starfields, a white light had risen up around Tyrannosaurus.
Its main propulsion systems were coming online, and its large array of boosters were pulsing with pale light.
The 5 fleets that had gathered around it parted to make way. Kong Hui, seated in the captain's charge, gave the order. Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship, on the move, into the starfields. Fleet commanders, order your ships to follow.
No one stays behind. Alpha formation.
Tyrannosaurus began to pick up speed, and from the bridge they could see the rocky expanse that marked the starfield's border creeping toward them. Large as the ship was, they certainly weren't going to find any gaps to slip through. They barreled ahead at top speed, brazenly headed for the asteroid belt. The white light around the ship buzzed. As they met the asteroids, the larger ones were harmlessly vast to the side.
Smaller space rocks were smashed to dust.
The North's Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship drove through the belt like it was no more than a nuisance. It was dramatic proof that the 3 alliances could have dealt with the pirate menace.
They just didn't want to.
The fleets fell in behind Tyrannosaurus in a line as the massive ship cleared a path. All they had to do was follow, like hiding beneath the shade of a great tree. However, the going was slow, and it cost Tyrannosaurus dearly in energy. Although it was equipped with devices that could replenish energy through space radiation, it was spending far more than it could recover in a short period. In distant parts of space, the North's Arachnid and Heron-class bastions were also on the move. They pushed through the cosmic debris just like Tyrannosaurus.
The operation was now fully underway. Zeta.
Moments after Lan Jue got news of Tyrannosaurus' entry, he was struck by a surge of pressure. Now, more than ever, their role was crucial to the success of the mission. Spread out, observe, report.
No rest for the wicked. Lan Jue had replaced Su Xiaosu at the controls.
They found a relatively space spot for Lin Guogui to recover. The 5 paragons were on the bridge, leaving only the pharmacist alone in the resting area. She would be called if combat broke out.
At full speed it'll take Tyrannosaurus about 5 days to reach our location. The interim is important, Wu Qiu reminded Lan Jue. He nodded. The alien planet was as enigmatic as it ever was.
It hung in the darkness of space, and besides the aliens coming and going in droves, they could learn nothing else from it.
The days passed. The atmosphere about Zeus 1 grew more tense by the hour.
All they had to do was persist until fighting broke out. They were anxious for the Bastion ship to arrive and engage the enemy, a single alien planet against 3 Bastion ships and 5 fleets. The North had mobilized a third of its total military power, equally a fifth of humanity's strength.
If they could bring punishment upon one of the alien homeworlds, it would prove that humanity has what it takes to fight back.
Victory would mean tremendous gain for the North as well, but Lan Jue was unconcerned. So long as humanity's future was assured, that was all that mattered to him.
Zeta. Tyrannosaurus will be here in 4 hours.
They're resting and prepping for the last leg. When they get here they'll move right in for the attack.
Combat will be initiated right away, before the aliens have a chance to react. Wu Qiu gave the latest information to Lan Jue.
His voice betrayed his excitement. It had been a long time since these terrifying weapons had seen full combat.
The secretary had total faith in the Bastion ship. He knew what it was capable of.
Lan Jue also permitted himself some measure of relief.
With Tyrannosaurus' arrival their work would be done.
Let's perform final checks, make sure the planet is still there and the situation hasn't changed, Lan Jue ordered.
He didn't assume anything.
The closer it came to all-out combat, the more careful he'd been. Zeus 1 slipped out from the asteroid fields and continued to watch the planet, invisible as a ghost.
Nothing was different, the planet was just the same as before. It seemed to have no idea what was coming. No good. Lan Jue scowled, suspicious. HM? What is it?
Ling swiftly hurried to his side. The aliens have scouts and gathers out constantly, tracking down and bringing back energy all across the galaxy. Your military made quite an impressive entrance, but they seem totally unaware.
It's too quiet. Wu Qiu joined them, curious.
I thought the same, but it's too late to go back now.
Our only option is to go ahead with the mission. We have a lot of firepower on the way, not to mention we've been watching for days. If this is an ambush it's too late for them, too.
But I'll share your concerns with Admiral Kong.
Good, Lan Jue replied. No matter what, they had to continue watching, continue with their reconnaissance. 3 more hours, 2 more. 1 more hour.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 677, Infiltration. Chapter 677, Infiltration. Humanity's strongest army had arrived. Lan Jue could feel the formless pressure approaching from behind.
They continued to patrol along the border of the asteroid field, orbiting the alien planet once every 20 minutes.
If the planet was preparing to move they would know right away. All quiet. Even if the planet tried to flee it was already too late.
After all, teleporting an entire star takes a lot of energy.
It needed time to complete the process. Could they have underestimated the humans? Hope sprang up in Lan Jue's heart. Boss, something's happening. Su Xiaosu pointed to their target and shouted in excitement. Nothing's leaving, just coming back. They know we're coming.
Lan Jue looked at the screens and confirmed Su Xiaosu's report. All they saw were scores of beasts moving toward the planet from all direction and disappearing into the atmosphere.
It was less a planet and more like a beehive. Anxiety gripped Lan Jue's heart. What were these monsters preparing to do?
All of Star Division's members had gathered on the bridge, preparing for the operation to begin.
The winemaker and photographer were prepared to transfer them out at a moment's notice. They were about to witness a full-fledged intergalactic war.
Even the shockwaves from their class were going to be earth-shaking. It was best to keep their difference and not get involved. They sent everything, their observations and concerns, back to Tyrannosaurus with the latest scout report.
Kong Hui told them to await further orders. It was expected that an operation this large was going to be discovered by the enemy before the attack began. Zeta. Tyrannosaurus barreled ahead. Its 5-fleet entourage spread out behind and began clearing asteroids in their path with weapon fire. Battle was soon to ensue, so preparation was more important than conserving energy. Ha! Lan Jue's eyes popped open, wide with surprise. He could see things changing outside. The alien planet, large already, began to expand like a balloon. As it grew apart in the center began to collapse inward. The bigger it got the deeper the cavern became, and along with it came an imposing vacuum force. What is it doing? Wu Qiu gasped. Lan Jue's face fell as the possibilities dawned on him. It's the same thing that happened before the 7th Fleet was destroyed. But this planet is much bigger, you should tell Tyrannosaurus. We can't. Communications have been cut. Lingya cried. Lan Jue felt his heart jump into his throat. Their communication equipment was strong, for it to fail now, this was no accident. Boss, the traction is too strong. We're being sucked in. Su Xiaosu's voice was urgent. Just as she warned, Zeus 1 and the asteroids around it began to tumble faster and faster to the rapidly expanding planet. The collapsed center was like a large black hole. It had known all along. It had known they were coming. The wine master and the photographer looked at Lan Jue, awaiting his orders. They could leave at a moment's notice, teleporting to safety. Zeus 1 was picking up speed out of their control along with the kilotons of rock around them. Right now those asteroids were the main threat to their lives. A golden hue hung over the ship, a manifestation of the Pauper's power as he channeled it through Zeus 1. It protected them to some degree against the asteroids, but they were insignificantly small by comparison. Against that enormous alien planet even a paragon seemed impotently weak. Lan Jue snapped his head toward Wu Qiu. Secretary, we can't alert your superiors from here. Our only option is to flee and try to bring them what we learned. What are your thoughts? Wu Qiu gaped at him. Flee? How? Zeus 1 was careening toward the planet and crashing asteroids were exploding all around them. Wu Qiu and Lingya both were pale as sheets. Lan Jue didn't wait. He called out the order. Do it! Only prompt decisions would free them from this situation. The wine master and photographer released their respective powers, which flared dramatically around them. A strange, low chanting filled the bridge. Lingya and the secretary felt everything change. Reality became surreal. An intense pain nearly sent them into convulsions. Thankfully the sensation lasted only a moment. Buzz Zeus 1 shuddered. The universe settled, and the familiar sights of their sucker planet came into view. It had cost them, but the paragons readily made the sacrifice to save their lives. Wu Qiu and Lingya still hadn't recovered. Secretary. Lan Jue unceremoniously smacked him in the forehead. A tremble racked through him as he regained his composure. See if you can get a hold of Tyrannosaurus and let them know what we saw. He ordered. Wu Qiu glanced out the bridge's windows. Everything seemed normal but for the fact that they were in an entirely different part of space. What's going on? He pondered. How did they get away? His head was swimming with questions, but Wu Qiu was a professional soldier and secretary of combat. He snapped back to the present and immediately tried to get in contact with the Bastion ship. Tyrannosaurus. This is Zeus 1. Respond. This is Tyrannosaurus. Someone on the other end answered. Wu Qiu's face lit up in relief. The situation has changed. I need to speak with Admiral Kong immediately. This is Kong Hui. The Admiral's voice came on a few moments later. What's going on? Why did you contact me? Wu Qiu wasted no time explaining. Admiral, something's changed with the aliens. We experienced a strong disturbance that cut our communications. The planet had begun to expand and is drawing all the asteroids towards it. There's some sort of black hole in the center of the planet, similar to what the 7th Fleet encountered. You have to be careful. Where are you? Tell us everything. Wu Qiu paused. Where? How should he know? He looked at Lan Jue for help. Lan Jue came to his rescue. Admiral Kong, this is Lan Jue. The situation became dire and we were forced to teleport to safety. We currently cannot get close enough to continue surveillance. Please be cautious, the aliens have likely known for a long time that you were coming. I don't know what they prepared but they've had ample time to do it. Teleportation? Back on Tyrannosaurus Kong Hui was silent. What was happening? That tiny patrol boat could teleport? An ear-splitting alarm began to screech. Attention all hands. Attention all hands. Enemies have invaded the ship, man defenses. The digitized voice rang through the alert system. Kong Hui's face fell, but he wasn't alone.
Lan Jue was just as disturbed.
Aliens boarded the Bastion ship? How was this possible? Then it dawned on him.
Lan Jue spoke urgently.
Admiral, are you there? Kang Hui responded with a strangely calm voice.
I'm here, what is it?
Lan Jue wasted no time. Please confirm infiltration and let me know. I might know who it is.
It took only a moment for the Admiral to return with more news.
It's a violet figure. Too fast to see more clearly, but it's strong. We've already lost one of our mecha pilots and it's heading my way. Is it an alien?
Despite the danger, he maintained an eerie level of calm.
Lan Jue heaved a sigh. One figure. It could be the Violet Princess, or the Violet Prince. The aliens had been ready for this. This was bad. He quickly gave his suggestion. We'll be there soon, Admiral.
Employ your strongest defenses to slow the invader down.
He's a humanoid alien as strong as the legendary Zhou. You need to flee to safety and stop your advance immediately.
Lan Jue's voice was more a command than a request. Tyrannosaurus was the heart of that attack group and the center of the operation. If something were to happen to Kang Hui, they would be flying into an unmitigated catastrophe.
When will you arrive? He asked. Soon. Lan Jue replied without hesitation.
Sir, you need to make a decision. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 677, Infiltration. Chapter 677, Infiltration.
Humanity's strongest army had arrived.
Lan Jue could feel the formless pressure approaching from behind.
They continued to patrol along the border of the asteroid field, orbiting the alien planet once every 20 minutes.
If the planet was preparing to move, they would know right away. All quiet. Even if the planet tried to flee, it was already too late.
After all, teleporting an entire star takes a lot of energy.
It needed time to complete the process. Could they have underestimated the humans? Hope sprang up in Lan Jue's heart. Boss, something's happening. Su Xiaosu pointed to their target and shouted in excitement. Nothing's leaving, just coming back. They know we're coming.
Lan Jue looked at the screens and confirmed Su Xiaosu's report. All they saw were scores of beasts moving toward the planet from all directions and disappearing into the atmosphere.
It was less a planet and more like a beehive. Anxiety gripped Lan Jue's heart. What were these monsters preparing to do?
All of Star Division's members had gathered on the bridge, preparing for the operation to begin.
The winemaker and photographer were prepared to transfer them out at a moment's notice. They were about to witness a full-fledged intergalactic war. Even the shockwaves from their class were going to be earth-shaking. It was best to keep their difference and not get involved. They sent everything, their observations and concerns, back to Tyrannosaurus with the latest scout report. Kang Hui told them to await further orders. It was expected that an operation this large was going to be discovered by the enemy before the attack began. Zeta. Tyrannosaurus barreled ahead. Its 5-fleet entourage spread out behind and began clearing asteroids in their path with weapon fire. Battle was soon to ensue, so preparation was more important than conserving energy. Ha! Lan Jue's eyes popped open, wide with surprise. He could see things changing outside. The alien planet, large already, began to expand like a balloon. As it grew apart in the center, began to collapse inward. The bigger it got, the deeper the cavern became, and along with it came an imposing vacuum force. What is it doing? Wu Chou gasped. Lan Jue's face fell as the possibilities dawned on him. It's the same thing that happened before the 7th Fleet was destroyed. But this planet is much bigger, you should tell Tyrannosaurus. We can't. Communications have been cut. Lingya cried. Lan Jue felt his heart jump into his throat. Their communication equipment was strong, for it to fail now, this was no accident. Boss, the traction is too strong. We're being sucked in. Su Xiaosu's voice was urgent. Just as she warned, Zeus 1 and the asteroids around it began to tumble faster and faster to the rapidly expanding planet. The collapsed center was like a large black hole. It had known all along. It had known they were coming. The wine master and the photographer looked at Lan Jue, awaiting his orders. They could leave at a moment's notice, teleporting to safety. Zeus 1 was picking up speed out of their control along with the kilotons of rock around them. Right now those asteroids were the main threat to their lives. A golden hue hung over the ship, a manifestation of the Pauper's power as he channeled it through Zeus 1.
It protected them to some degree against the asteroids, but they were insignificantly small by comparison.
Against that enormous alien planet, even a paragon seemed impotently weak. Lan Jue snapped his head toward Wu Qiu. Secretary, we can't alert your superiors from here. Our only option is to flee and try to bring them what we learned.
What are your thoughts?
Wu Qiu gaped at him. Flee? How?
Zeus 1 was careening toward the planet and crashing asteroids were exploding all around them. Wu Qiu and Lingya both were pale as sheets.
Lan Jue didn't wait. He called out the order. Do it.
Only prompt decisions would free them from this situation. The wine master and photographer released their respective powers, which flared dramatically around them.
A strange, low chanting filled the bridge.
Lingya and the secretary felt everything change.
Reality became surreal.
An intense pain nearly sent them into convulsions.
Thankfully, the sensation lasted only a moment. Buzz Zeus 1 shuddered.
The universe settled, and the familiar sights of their sucker planet came into view. It had cost them, but the paragons readily made the sacrifice to save their lives.
Wu Qiu and Lingya still hadn't recovered. Secretary.
Lan Jue unceremoniously smacked him in the forehead. A tremble racked through him as he regained his composure.
See if you can get a hold of Tyrannosaurus and let them know what we saw. He ordered.
Wu Qiu glanced out the bridge's windows. Everything seemed normal but for the fact that they were in an entirely different part of space.
What's going on? He pondered. How did they get away?
His head was swimming with questions, but Wu Qiu was a professional soldier and Secretary of Combat. He snapped back to the present and immediately tried to get in contact with the Bastion ship.
Tyrannosaurus. This is Zeus 1. Respond. This is Tyrannosaurus. Someone on the other end answered. Wu Qiu's face lit up in relief.
The situation has changed.
I need to speak with Admiral Kong immediately. This is Kong Hui. The Admiral's voice came on a few moments later. What's going on? Why did you contact me?
Wu Qiu wasted no time explaining.
Admiral, something's changed with the aliens.
We experienced a strong disturbance that cut our communications. The planet had begun to expand and is drawing all the asteroids towards it. There's some sort of black hole in the center of the planet, similar to what the 7th Fleet encountered. You have to be careful.
Where are you? Tell us everything. Wu Qiu paused. Where? How should he know?
He looked at Lan Jue for help.
Lan Jue came to his rescue. Admiral Kong, this is Lan Jue.
The situation became dire and we were forced to teleport to safety.
We currently cannot get close enough to continue surveillance.
Please be cautious, the aliens have likely known for a long time that you were coming. I don't know what they prepared, but they've had ample time to do it.
Teleportation? Back on Tyrannosaurus, Kong Hui was silent. What was happening?
That tiny patrol boat could teleport?
An ear-splitting alarm began to screech. Attention all hands. Attention all hands.
Enemies have invaded the ship, man defenses.
The digitized voice rang through the alert system. Kong Hui's face fell, but he wasn't alone.
Lan Jue was just as disturbed.
Aliens boarded the Bastion ship? How was this possible? Then it dawned on him.
Lan Jue spoke urgently.
Admiral, are you there? Kong Hui responded with a strangely calm voice. I'm here, what is it? Lan Jue wasted no time. Please confirm infiltration and let me know. I might know who it is.
It took only a moment for the Admiral to return with more news.
It's a violet figure. Too fast to see more clearly, but it's strong. We've already lost one of our mecha pilots and it's heading my way. Is it an alien?
Despite the danger, he maintained an eerie level of calm.
Lan Jue heaved a sigh. One figure. It could be the Violet Princess, or the Violet Prince. The aliens had been ready for this. This was bad. He quickly gave his suggestion. We'll be there soon, Admiral.
Employ your strongest defenses to slow the invader down.
He's a humanoid alien as strong as the legendary Judy. You need to flee to safety and stop your advance immediately.
Lan Jue's voice was more a command than a request. Tyrannosaurus was the heart of that attack group and the center of the operation. If something were to happen to Kong Hui, they would be flying into an unmitigated catastrophe.
When will you arrive? He asked. Soon. Lan Jue replied without hesitation. Sir, you need to make a decision.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 678, Making Their Move. Chapter 678, Making Their Move. I know.
Kang Hui opened up a second line but kept Lan Jue on the communicator.
Hand down my order.
Bring the ship and the fleets to a stop. Engage all of the ship's internal defenses to their highest readiness and do whatever possible to stop the invader. Put the fleet in a defensive position as well and tell them to be ready for a fight.
DEFCON 1.
His orders were simple and to the point. He said they needed to hear in a few short sentences.
On the other line, Lan Jue sighed in relief. He turned around.
Mother, Wine Master.
We need to get to him as soon as possible. We can't let the enemy succeed.
Out there in space was the North's best fighters. If they fell before the operation even began, if one of their mighty bastions fells, the future of humanity would be bleak indeed. Nothing else was more important than making sure Admiral Kang was safe. On one end of the bridge, Zhou Qianlin stared in muddled confusion. On the other, the Wine Master was already lifting his scepter. The ship was flooded with a stabbing silver light.
At the same time it mingled with a gentle pink glow.
They mingled together and filled every corner of the ship. The first teleport had been so sudden, the situation so dire, that the northern soldiers hadn't even known what happened. However, now they saw it coming, could feel the pulses of protogenia coming from the two helmeted scouts. Whoever they were, they commanded power on a whole other level.
Protogenia. Paragons? The Wine Master? Incredible.
This man bathed in silver, scepter in hand, was Skyfire Avenue's chairman and foremost paragon, the Cosmagus.
But the other one?
A pink, enigmatic energy that was hard to fathom wafted from her.
Another powerhouse? How was it she felt even stronger than the Cosmagus? Time didn't wait for them to puzzle out the answers. Reality rippled like waves in a pond. After the very unpleasant first experience, both Wu Qiu and Lingya reacted by calling on their discipline for defense. Neither were eager to feel the effects of teleportation again. Flash. When matter reconstituted itself around them, the first they heard was a deafening alarm. Outside the windows was a world of white while the sounds of destruction crashed all around. This is... As Lingya and Wu Qiu looked out over the familiar scene in twisted metal, they gaped in shock. Secretary, get out there and find the Admiral. We need to confirm his location. Lan Jue wasted no time in explaining things to them. With a flick of his wrist, a long white dress appeared in his grip. Immediately following, he was consumed by an orb of crackling electric light that hid him from view. When the light dissipated a moment later, there was someone else beside the Star Division commander. Lan Jue gaped when she saw her. She was gorgeous. In her flowing white dress, her beauty could topple mountains. A surreal atmosphere surrounded her as though she were a fairy come from the land of fantasy. Her discipline wasn't lightning. Who was this woman? Wu Qiu had recovered faster than the colonel. It had taken him only a few moments to recognize this place as the resting area in Tyrannosaurus living quarters. He needn't ask how they got here, teleportation. But how they teleported here, only the mysterious scouts would know. His ears rang as the alarms screeched all around them, sharpening his mind. Now wasn't the time for thought, but for quick and decisive action. Admiral? Admiral, where are you? We've teleported into Tyrannosaurus with reinforcements.
Wu Qiu shouted into his communicator.
Teleportation?
Get over here, the emergency code is 5431, Kang Hui quickly rattled off a series of numbers. No need for all that trouble, the Wine Master interrupted. The Wine Master lifted his scepter for a third time. In a flash, they were gone.
Zeta. Kang Hui's office. Who's that?
A pulse of powerful energy swept through the area, crashing from all directions. A shell of white light hit everything.
Admiral Kang Hui was seated calmly behind his desk.
4 adepts of different specialties stood at his side. Each one of them were bathed in auras that betrayed their peak level status.
The office interior's defenses reacted quickly.
The walls bristled with guns that pointed at the center of the white light, ready to fire at the first sign of danger.
Admiral, it's us.
Wu Qiu's urgent voice called to him. When Kang Hui saw it was indeed Skyfire Avenue's scout team, he was dumbfounded.
In all his years he'd never witnessed anything like this.
Only a few minutes earlier these mysterious adepts were close enough to the aliens to feed him information. Now here they were, it was inconceivable. The Wine Master removed his helmet, revealing his craggy features. No time for talk, Admiral. I am the Wine Master of Skyfire Avenue, I came with the scout team.
We believe your Bastion ship has been infiltrated by one of the alien's strongest leaders. We need control over your ship's defenses to help us beat it back. If we don't succeed, then Tyrannosaurus will be destroyed. We need to know precisely where it is this moment. Kong Hui's surprise was short-lived. Of course he knew who the Wine Master was, also known as His Majesty Cosmagus. No wonder this team succeeded where so many others had failed. They had a paragon. A paragon acting as a scout. Star Division's remaining members removed their helmets, one by one. Kong Hui, normally steady and reserved, began to shake. He didn't know the gourmet or the pauper, nor did he have any idea who Zhou Qianlin was. However, there was no way he wouldn't recognize one of the North's former paragon leaders, the Apocrian. Your Majesty Apocrian? He shot up onto his feet. She nodded. At ease, Admiral. We rushed back here to ensure your safety and keep the ship from being destroyed. We need you to turn over the ship's defenses to us. Prepare to meet the enemy. They're coming. Yes. Kong Hui was not part of an indecisive generation. Although things were far outside of what was planned, he reacted with purpose. He turned to a man with a general's star on his shoulder, one of the peak equals level adepts. Give their majesties whatever is needed to combat the enemy. Start with the aliens' coordinates. Lan Jue paid them no mind, his attention was on one of the large screens nearby. A flash of purple streaked by. All you could see was a humanoid shape before the defenses barring its path exploded into shrapnel. Destruction was left in the monster's wake. Doughty mechasuits were left in ruin and any personnel unlucky enough to cross its path were instantly slain. Their essence was gobbled up faster than the soldiers could react. But Lan Jue's perception was sharp. All he caught was a pair of eyes. That was enough. That's the Violet Prince. Let's get after him. The Wine Master shot his eyes toward Lan Jue and nodded. The photographer growled. Aju, gourmet, pauper, wine master, clockmaker, pharmacist and driver, do whatever you can to slow him down. I'll find a way to take this fight out of the ship. Got it. They said in unison. The wine master waved his scepter. An orb of silver extending from the head until it swallowed them all up. It contracted against into a single point and vanished, along with Star Division's fighters. Once they'd found the prince's location on the screens, it wasn't difficult to track him down. Kong Hui stared blankly at the empty spot they had occupied. Who was that woman who was issuing orders? Even the Cosmagus and Apocrian had regarded her with respect and deference. What did this mean? The Apocrian was a reflection of heaven and earth. He didn't even know who the other woman was. Admiral, the gourmet is likely Skyfire Avenue's infernal vanguard. As far as we can tell, the one they called the pauper is the Arhat of the descending dragon. The pharmacist was the woman who came in second place during the Great Adept tournament. One of the Admiral's attendants had leaned in to share the information. Kong Hui's surprise was clear. You mean to tell me this scouting team has 5 paragons? The soldier stood there, just as shocked, but nodded after a few seconds of quiet. Yes, sir. Kong Hui's face began to change. He became darkly obsessed with a single thought: how strong were these things where a scout force needed 5 paragons? Zeta. Flickering silver light deposited Lan Jue and the others in an empty area of the ship. The wine master was the first to move, stepping ahead and indicating with scepter. What issued forth was a ray of anti-space that carved a channel through the ship. It extended forward until crashing into the far wall. Reality around the borders of the pitch-black aisle crackled in protest and everything around them adopted a surreal quality. The universe seemed stacked on top of itself, layer upon layer, warping and changing even as they looked on. It was the Wine Master's domain, interspatial flux. The space between dimensions possessed tremendous amounts of energy. Be it folding, tearing or blending, this energy had many ways to wreak havoc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, The Monstrous Prince. Chapter 679, The Monstrous Prince. Suddenly a torrent of purple light crashed into the Wine Master's domain. It was a brazen flood that tried to fight its way through. Eventually the interspatial flux fractured and gave way. The Wine Master's domain was nearly defeated. Just as it broke through the line, a loud ding sounded through the area. The flood of purple stopped in its tracks. A clock had sprung up in the beleaguered folds of reality that sparkled with a myriad of colors. Where its light radiated, time appeared to slow, and the purple light spread was halted. The clock was difficult to perceive clearly as it existed in the flux. However, a figure appeared in its center, the image of the clockmaker. The Apocrian. Reflection of heaven and earth.
A gray light sprang up from nearby to join the fray. It seemed unhindered by the Apocrian's power. It roiled like a pestilence, corrupting space around it as it headed for the purple light. Although it did not stop the violet power's advance, it did slow it. Where they clashed, spouts of gray fire lapped at the edges.
The gourmet, infernal vanguard. 3 mighty paragons battled to contain the purple light.
They struggled to ensure it could not extend its terrible reach.
And yet it was not enough.
The Violet Prince was a contemporary of Zhou Di. Even against 3 paragons he was not at a disadvantage. His fully manifested power stretched into the infinite. The purple light suddenly receded, contracting. It untangled itself from the burning power of the gourmet's domain.
In the next instant it swelled to form a nightmarish beast before lunging ahead once more.
The interspatial flux continued to give way, and the Apocrian's time dilation was losing its grip on the monster.
Nothing seemed capable of standing in its way.
Agag, raging cries made the whole structure shudder, and a golden dragon threaded its way through the corridor of interspatial flux. Its snake-like body writhed, its horned head thrashed, and 5-clawed hands swiped ferociously. The golden figure twinkled majestically in the blackness of the wine master's domain. It met the lizard-like purple beast with hesitation. The purple monster seemed to grow more distinct, more real, like a hideous crocodile corrupted by evil. Its enormous head occupied nearly half its body, and as the creature opened its maw the combined powers of the paragons collapsed into it.
Fear and surprise swept through the human defenders.
Strong though the Violet Prince was, he still was beneath Zhou Di's capabilities. If he threw caution to the wind and employed his full powers, the Violet Prince would not be alive. Though Zhou Di was not here, the prince was facing humanity's first-class paragons, who themselves were capable fighters. They would not be able to defeat the prince, but there was a chance they could repel him.
Crack!
The first to lash out was their strongest, the Apocrian. The clock paused, its pendulum froze. For a moment everything was calm, and even the monstrous prince was still. An orb of silver light floated through frozen time and into the prince's mouth. Next came the golden dragon, racing forth at incredible speed. The ghastly gray fires congealed to form a spectral blade, which then tumbled from the sky toward their enemy. As the gourmet's weapon fell, 3 clear ringing cries issued forth, and 3 dazzling lights appeared.
Red, white and blue respectively one.
They flickered in an uncomfortable and illusory fashion, but upon closer inspection seemed more real than the domains they passed through.
Boom!
The first explosion came from the silver orb. It detonated with a flash of silver light, while black tears and reality spider-webbed out in every direction.
Dimensional tempest.
It was the wine master's most daunting attack, a dimensional phenomenon turned attack. It caused widespread devastation, obliterating everything within its scope, tearing apart the dimension itself. At full power it could erase pockets of the universe. Of course the wine master could not command such power, but it mimicked universal protogenia in much the same way.
He was on the cusp of becoming a reflection of heaven and earth, though he wasn't yet there. Still, the destructive power at his fingertips was extraordinary.
The purple monster was racked with pain.
It reacted by clamping its enormous jaws shut to suppress the imploding dimensional tear within.
The monster was strong enough to simply devour the wine master's strongest attack. But it was given no respite. With a threatening roar the golden dragon descended upon it, backed by the power of several paragons' domains. Reality shuddered in its passing. Tendrils of golden light suddenly appeared around the creature's head, wrapping around it as though to tie its mouth shut. 4 pillars of light crashed onto in the same moment. The first to make contact was the largest, the enormous gray blade. When it struck, ribbons of gray power joined the gold to constrain the beast.
The 3 other lights quickly followed.
A strange and fantastical scene emerged. While the paragons struggled vainly against the Violet Prince, the impact of those 3 lights made the whole ship quake.
3 jets of purple light issued from the monster's back, spat from 3 identical gashes. The prince writhed and howled. They wounded it.
Those jets of light was its blood. The monster trashed desperately against the domains that restrained it.
Cracks appeared in the paragon's power as they struggled to keep hold.
In this moment of truth a flood of pink light surged through the area, covering everything like a film. It sealed the cracking domains together, shoring them up. Then, they all became that shining pink hue. It grew brighter and brighter until, all of a sudden, everything vanished.
Another flash lit up the endless darkness of space.
The crocodile beast was thrust out into the freezing vacuum. The pink light then deposited several other figures a short distance away. At the fore was none other than the photographer. Spread out behind her were the wine master, gourmet, pauper, Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin, the pharmacist and the driver. Skyfire Avenue's 8 mighty warriors stared down the Violet Prince, who had reassumed human form. Short as their first exchange was, Lan Jue and the others had spared nothing in their assault. The only one who hadn't gotten involved was the driver, but not for lack of desire. He simply had no opportunity. Tyrannosaurus was quick to take advantage of the opportunity. Its massive white shield sprang up like a milky atmosphere. Humanity's greatest technological achievement was called such for a reason. Even the Violet Prince wasn't going to get past those shields. Rage flashed in the prince's eyes, but he wasn't looking at the paragons. His glare was reserved for Lan Jue, Qianlin, and the pharmacist. They stared back, and in their hands were the legendary weapons of ages past, Captus, Demortis, Oxysis. Those 3 cursed weapons were the ones that had injured him. Although the humans could not see it, 3 small cuts ran across his back. Small though they were, they would not heal and continuously leaked purple fluid. The prince stood there, staring. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Luo Xianni's face was dark and dour. She had waited for the perfect moment to get involved, and in the prince's moment of weakness transferred it and them away from the bastion ship. If the prince had succeeded in destroying Tyrannosaurus, all of their effort up to this point would have been for naught. At the very least it would have thrown the Northern Army into chaos. Without Admiral Kong Hui, the whole strike force would have been sitting ducks. Finally the prince settled his sights on Lan Jue's face. Something flashed behind his eyes, and then he dissolved into a beam of purple light and vanished. The human defenders were silently relieved. Making him flee was difficult enough, keeping him there would be impossible. They allowed themselves a moment to relax. But just then, a choking sense of danger swept over them. They each unconsciously drew their eyes up. Asteroids from the belt of space rocks collapsed inward, and the vacuum force they'd fled from before re-emerged. Lan Jue gaped at what he saw. The planet was so far. What sort of power was necessary to extend the traction this far? He didn't know how many asteroids there were, put big or small, whatever the number, the planets was drawing them in. What was its plan? Lan Jue felt the power tug at him even as he stood in thought. While Tyrannosaurus remained stable, the myriad ships in its fleet had been cast into disarray. Dreadnoughts and larger ships fared better because of their mass and engines, but battleships, patrol boats, and even expedition ships were being dragged out of position. 1. Murica. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, The Cusp. Chapter 680, The Cusp. A stillness came over everything, but instead of easing the fear in Lan Jue's heart it only increased it. As he watched the asteroids crash into one another, he and his friends were bathed in a beam of light from Tyrannosaurus. A tractor beam. Lan Jue's sullen expression lessened. The Admiral had come to their aid instead of kicking them while they were down. The beam drew them in, and in a flash they appeared within the belly of the bastion ship. A familiar face was waiting for them when the scouting party settled. It was Lingya, though her face was absent the prideful blower from before. Now it was drawn and pale. She bowed respectfully before them. Please, everyone, come with me. The Admiral has requested I bring you to meet with him. She turned and headed away. I've got it. Luo Xianni scowled, and with a wave of her hand the pink manifestation of her power sprang up and covered them all. In a blink they were again within Kong Hui's office. For a paragon of Luo Xianni's standing, the internal security of Tyrannosaurus was in name only. She only needed to know a location to transfer herself, and anywhere she pleased right to it. When they appeared in the office, Kong Hui rose to his feet in solemn silence. He saluted. The gesture represented his respect and appreciation for their work in those crucial moments. Words couldn't express his sentiments well enough. Besides, there was still an imminent danger to address. Admiral, is there anything on the radar? Lan Jue wasted no time, immediately engaging the northern commander in questioning. Undoubtedly, the ship's radar systems were state-of-the-art. Only through it would they be able to pick out encroaching alien forces as early as possible. Kong Hui's eyebrows drew together. Everything is strangely quiet. But several of our smaller ships were dragged away by that strange force. I've already ordered the ships to pull into defensive formations as quickly as possible. As he spoke, he indicated one of the large screens near him. It switched to a large radar display. It crackled and flickered, for although it was constructed of the best technology, it was still affected by the starfield's interference. There were a few blips indicating alien forces. But as they watched, the number of bogies grew. They're gathering. Lan Jue hissed. Kong Hui muttered.
They aren't moving quickly, slow. At this rate they'll be on us in an hour.
Admiral, prepare all ships for battle.
These are aliens, we can't face them the normal way.
The one who infiltrated your ship is known as the Violet Prince, one of their strongest.
He's good at looking like us, copying our genetics.
They need it because they believe our DNA will unlock their potential as a species.
Kong Hui sighed. How many of his kind are there?
He knew that without the intervention of these people before him, Tyrannosaurus would have been lost.
The devastation a fourth-degree Paragon could do was unthinkable.
He didn't even want to imagine what would have happened without their help.
We aren't sure.
At least 2 that we know of, and we believe the planets themselves are alien lifeforms. Those 3 worlds are probably the strongest of all the alien creatures.
Lan Jue's voice was gloomy. The Admiral sighed once more.
It seemed things were worse than he thought.
He reached out and pressed a button on his desk. Combat Division, spread the word, all ships, prepare for battle. Get back into formation as quickly as possible and engage shields.
Wait for the attack. The aliens were amassing for an offensive, now wasn't the time to charge ahead. They would wait for their foes to come to them. The 5 fleets were some of the North's best. Their formation had been broken by the surprise traction, but they were already forming back up. They would only have one shot at this, so the ships formed an arc formation centered around the bastion. It allowed them to unleash the full might of their weapons on the aliens as they came. The full might of the aliens were on full display.
All of humanity's combined military might couldn't copy what was amassing just outside of the fleet's strike range.
The living planet continued ahead unabated, maintaining stable speed. The large black hole that was its maw remained open, and the mass of the planet itself seemed 100 times larger. The length and breadth of space as far as the eye could see was thick with alien creatures.
Terrifying didn't do the scene justice.
However, they faced 5 of the best-trained fleets in space with a planet-sized ship at their head. With every kilometer they drew nearer, the anxiety in the air thickened. Kong Hui closely monitored the data as it flit across his screens, ticking down the distance between the 2 armies. He'd called to prepare them early because different ships needed different prep time. The larger the vessel, the more time was required to charge their weapons. Lan Jue watched the screens as well, but his mind was on other things. When he struck with Captus, he felt it slip into the prince's body. The beast's mighty defenses seemed significantly less mighty in the face of the banishing blade. In other words, the god weapons were particularly well suited against them. The Violet Prince would likely be able to survive a direct blast from Zhou. This meant what aliens feared the most was the combination of a Paragon's abilities and weapons such as Captus. They devoured vital energy, but it was also their undoing. The only way to prove the hypothesis was to face the creatures again. When the prince's eyes had found his own, Lan Jue didn't see hatred.
He saw respect. He respects me? He must know the princess sought me out and made her proposition. These monsters are no less intelligent than mankind. But what was their end game? As he thought, Qianlin stood silently by his side.
Lingya was nearby as well, lifelessly staring at them.
She's so beautiful. She thought.
So beautiful, but where did she come from? The 2 of them together seemed like towering pillars. Lingya's feelings were strange. Before seeing Qianlin, she was anxious to test herself against Lan Jue.
However, once the beautiful woman in white appeared, that eagerness abated.
She couldn't figure out why, but it was true nonetheless. It made her uncomfortable.
The communicator on Kong Hui's desk was never silent. Reports flooded into Tyrannosaurus from the various fleet leaders.
His office doubled as the center of military action, where all of his staff officers sent information and waited for the admiral's orders.
Eventually Lan Jue looked at the man responsible for the northern fleets. Being admiral was no easy job, he thought.
Sir,
the alien forces will be in range of our main cannon in 5 minutes. We've charged and ready to fire on your orders. One of the gunnery officers shouted into the office.
Give the order, Kong Hui began.
Capital ships and dreadnoughts have their weapons at the ready. Once they're in range, let them have it. Let's test their defenses.
It was the first time in his life Kong Hui gave that order.
How terrifying was the strength of a bastion's main gun. He had no choice but to see.
There were 2 reasons. First, the enemy was clustered. It was a good opportunity to see how strong their defenses were.
Second, it took 20 minutes to fully charge the weapon.
Using it at the battle's onset gave them a chance to fire it a second time. It was a weapon of mass destruction, and 2 blasts increased their chances of victory.
The Skyfire scout team watched with bated breath.
By now they were recovered from their fight with the prince, but his escape was clearly planned.
How was the alien planet going to face these human defenders? What was about to transpire was one of the most important moments in human history. Who lived and who died hung in the balance. The decision would soon be made. Enemy will be within range in 1 minute. 59, 58, 57. The countdown began. Tyrannosaurus turned end over end toward the beasts, revealing its base.
To save on energy, the ship's main thrusters and main cannon were constructed together. A cannon the size of a small moon extended from the base. An angry red light roiled within the barrel. Even the soldiers of the Northern Fleet peered out of the windows with nervous excitement. Witnessing a bastion's main weapons fire was a rare event. The center of Kong Hui's desk separated, and from the opening arose a single, blood-red button. As he placed his hand upon it, a light scanned his retina. Retina and fingerprint scan complete. DNA conformation complete. Emotional state, normal. Heart rate, normal. Identification process complete. Not even the ship's captain could be trusted implicitly with a weapon as powerful as this. Checks were required to make sure they were in the right state of mind. Only then could the hell that was Tyrannosaurus' primary cannon be unleashed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 681, Failure. Chapter 681, Failure. 10, 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Kong Hui's right hand slammed down onto the red button. Vorum. Tyrannosaurus shook violently when suddenly a searing red beam fired from it. It coalesced into an orb at the head of the cannon, then shot out as an angry red column, like a spear piercing the blackness of space. Even before the beam was close, asteroids in its path sizzled and fractured. In only a few seconds, the space rocks were disintegrated and cleared a path while the shot was kilometers in the distance. In Kong Hui's office, everyone's eyes were glued to the screens. They held their breath and waited to see what would happen. However much damage the shot caused would spell out the future of this fight. If it hurt the aliens enough, they could breathe a little easier. The shot moved at nearly the speed of light. The alien planet didn't react in any way to Tyrannosaurus' change or the blast from its main gun. It simply continued its slow, inexorable advance. What happened next stunned everyone into a dumbfounded silence. Direct hit. The red beam struck right in the center of the planet's black hole. However, they watched in disbelief as the shot reappeared behind the hostile world, and off into the empty expanse of space. Redirection. Kong Hui reacted fastest. He immediately recognized the planet had changed. It wasn't an orb, it was a ring. It wasn't exactly like what the 7th Fleet had faced, but nonetheless they'd caused no damage. Tyrannosaurus went about recalibrating as the beam continued. Tyrannosaurus could only maintain continuous fire for a short time. What they discovered shook them to the core. It was as though the planet knew everything they were doing. It had positioned itself just right to allow the bastion's attack to pass straight through. The red beam was a javelin, and the planet had been a ring for it to harmlessly pass through. How could this happen? No one, not the Paragons, not the intelligence officers, not the Admiral, no one could have imagined this would happen. And yet the evidence was right in front of their terrified faces. It was almost inconceivable, but the planet's hole was large and Tyrannosaurus' blast was finite. Even as Tyrannosaurus moved to try and reposition the beam, the alien planet moved with it in perfect harmony. A few seconds later, the main gun's energy was exhausted. The red beam petered away into nothing, having never struck its target. Admiral, the planet's in range of the capital ships. One of the flight officers shouted the news. Kong Hui didn't let his surprise impede on his role as commander. 1st and 3rd Fleets prepare their capital ships to fire. Tell them to aim for the edge of the planet and avoid that hole. Lock on before firing cannons. Fleet 6, 11 and 13 hold on my orders. In an intergalactic battle you mustn't show your whole hand all at once. Kong Hui was wise enough to save a few tricks up his sleeve until the right moments. However, just as the planet was pulling within range of the ships, it stopped. The capital ships preparing to fire scrambled to react. Meanwhile, the black hole at the planet's center began to change. It adopted a deep purple hue and started to rotate like an enormous whirlpool. A thin curtain of asteroids still whipped about in space between the planet and the human fleets. Unlike Tyrannosaurus' attack, the rest of the ships couldn't get past the asteroids to hit the target behind. What is it doing? Kong Hui glowered at the scene, as curious as he was frightened. Lan Jue's mind raced. There was something, a bolt of inspiration just out of reach. What could the planet do?
It was large, strong, and oppressive. It could swallow energy, devour life, teleport. It could expand and create a vortex. Suddenly a light clicked on in Lan Jue's mind. He sputtered. I got it. The thing is strong enough to draw the asteroids around and through it. I think it's going to use these asteroids as weapons. Admiral, tell your ships to watch for the asteroids and prepare to deal with them. Kang Hui paused and stared at the Eastern commander. Was he serious? A planet that sucked up asteroids to use as weapons? Lan Jue spoke urgently to him. We saw them devour 3 whole planets and absorb what life they had. We know it can expand, much like what we see now. It sucked up all those asteroids because it's going to spit them out. They don't have any life it needs. Admiral. He was nearly shouting by the end. Kang Hui sucked in a breath. Whether he believed it or not, the dangers of being wrong were too great. He fired off a string of orders. Everyone listen up. All ships draw in close to me and hold your fire. Assume tortoise formation, same as when we moved into the starfields, a solid line. Capital ships and Tyrannosaurus form up as a spearhead. Everyone else get behind. Tyrannosaurus crew engage secondary weapon systems and put full energy into our shields. Lan Jue gave the admiral an appreciative thumbs up. He hadn't studied airship command, but he knew that this was the best choice if a hail of asteroids did come their way. However, if he was wrong and the planet had something else planned, they'd just broken their defensive formation. Admiral, why are we changing formation? What are you hiding? A deep voice called to them through the communicator, indicated by a blinking yellow light. Only a handful of people had a direct light to Kang Hui, namely fleet commanders. This was the leader of the First Fleet, Admiral Qianlin. First Fleet was the North's wildcard. They had some of the best training and equipment the North could offer. It was the only fleet with 10 sovereign-class dreadnoughts. They boasted a laundry list of military exploits in the victory column, and more experience on the field than anyone. Admiral Qianlin was himself a secret weapon. With his experience and capabilities, he should have been fleet admiral like Kang Hui, but he was obstinate and prideful. He'd offended powerful men, and that meant he'd remain admiral until he retired. He would be promoted only then, in a show of respect for his exploits. Commander Ing, we are in the middle of a war, follow your orders. Kang Hui was referring to an elder, but in this dire time he wasn't afraid to pull rank. 1. Qianlin was silent. He was a soldier, and a soldier followed orders. Still the ships seemed hesitant to move into formation as Kang Hui commanded. They were much slower than before. Fleets 11 and 13 were fasted, since they were under the fleet admiral's direct command. They'd begun to move immediately after receiving the word. Their capital ships took up the foremost position and drew in close to Tyrannosaurus' flanks. They were followed by fleets 3 and 6, while the celebrated First Fleet was last in the formation. Zeta. That moron, does he know how to command troops? The enemy is closing in on us and he called tortoise formation? Is he planning to ram us right into them? See, these are the admiral's orders. Look, the captain of First Fleet's flagship tried to rein in his commander. Refusing a superior officer's orders in times of war was a capital offense. They would all be court-martialed. Qianlin looked to be in his 40s, but the streaks of white at his temples said differently. He still stood tall and straight, however, with the bearing of a much younger man. He took a couple ragged breaths, then waved his hand dismissively. Rules were rules. An urgent shout from his radar officer caught the admiral's attention. Something's up. The alien planet seems to be getting smaller and there are a bunch of small bogies coming out from the center vortex. They're fast, and they're headed our way. They'll collide with the asteroid belt in 20 seconds. What? Qianlin swung around in surprise and strode to the radar screen in several long steps. After a moment's glance his face changed. The radar screen was thick with more red dots than he could count, headed right for them. His pupils contracted and a cold sweat broke out over his body. Then enemies attacking. Fleet, fall in behind. Capital ships up from, shields up, weapons hot. Protect me. First Fleet was too slow, there wasn't time to shield themselves behind Tyrannosaurus. But Qianlin was an experienced commander. It wasn't ideal, but he chose the next best option. Now wasn't the time for regrets, he could worry over that if they survived. 1. Proper reference to elders is very important in Chinese society. Displays of respect in general are very important, hence the idea of giving face. However, why this would be important in the Northern Alliance, which I equate closer to the US, I don't know. Do we have any soldiers in the audience who experienced a disconnect between age and seniority? Let you know. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 682, Asteroid Storm. Chapter 682, Asteroid Storm.
On Tyrannosaurus, Kong Hui's face had also gone pale. The ship's radar was even clearer on the bastion, revealing in high-definition quality the torrent of asteroids spat from the alien planet. Thousands of tons of rock were hurtling toward them, too fast and too widespread for them to avoid. Fleets 3, 6, 11, and 13 are in formation.
First Fleet hasn't gotten into position yet. An officer called. Kong Hui's face darkened. All capital ships engage full shields. Commander Ng will lead his own fleet's defenses.
Prepare weapons for fire, wait on my command. Secondary weapons systems live, and make sure these asteroids don't get close.
Tell me the moment Tyrannosaur's main gun is ready to fire. Find out where Heron and Arachnid are and get that information to me right away.
Lan Jue's eyes were fixed to the screen. His breathing came fast, stunned by the suddenness of this asteroid attack.
They were everywhere, far as the eye could see.
The thin layer of the asteroid belt that remained between them and the alien planet wasn't going to help.
On the contrary, they would likely join in the oncoming attack.
A burst of energy swept toward them, an oppressive force that seemed poised to swallow up everything in its path. The asteroids from the planet crashed into the belt, resulting in dramatic explosions and detritus moving at thousands of kilometers a second. The asteroid belt gave away and joined the tide of stone as it headed toward the human ships.
Without question, the aliens knew the humans were coming, and from where.
They had prepared all of this, even down to the limited alien patrols to limit casualties. The Violet Prince, the asteroids, avoiding Tyrannosaurus.
All of it planned perfectly.
The aliens knew much more about humans and their reactions than anyone would have guessed. They even know particulars about capital ship weaponry, not to mention a bastion's main guns. The nightmare they faced now was a result of underestimation. Even after repelling the Violet Prince and preparing for the asteroid attack, humanity was in a dangerously inferior position.
What could they do in a situation as desperate as this?
It didn't matter how strong Skyfire Avenue's people were, this was a full-fledged space battle.
A single person, even a paragon, couldn't sway the tide.
Even something as frightening as the Violet Prince wouldn't dare reveal itself to bastion and capital ship fire for any stretch of time. Victory or defeat was in the hands of Kong Hui and his army, now. The asteroid storm was here. They barely had time to prepare. The smallest were the size of mountains, and the bigger ones could be mistaken for moons. Simple as they were, they made brutally efficient weapons. Tyrannosaurus had taken the first shot, but the alien planet aimed to finish the fight before it really got underway.
Fire! Kong Hui gave the order. Tyrannosaurus lit up with thousands of flashes as its secondary weapons systems let loose. Sizzling beams of energy crashed into the asteroids.
There was no way the ship would survive relying on shields alone, not to mention the amount of energy it would take to protect a ship of its size. Guns were turned on the space rocks to reduce their numbers as much as possible before they struck. For the moment it seemed to work. The overpowering munitions from the ship obliterated the asteroids, turning one after the other into space dust. From the bridge windows they could hardly see past the flashes of muzzle fire. The asteroids were many, but once within the kill zone of Tyrannosaurus weapons they were destroyed. The ship slowly spun around as the guns, jutting from the surface like so many bamboo shoots, continued to fire. The weapons issuing from Tyrannosaurus' surface were its Beta and Gamma-class railguns. They were strong enough to mar planets. The ship rotated to give the weapons times to vent heat and recharge for another volley while another sector took charge. This way it kept up continuous fire. Like a well-oiled machine, the North's Tyrannosaurus-class bastion ship spun and fired, and not a single asteroid was able to penetrate the crossfire. The 4 capital ships from the 4 fleets were only responsible for the furthest outliers. It meant they could conserve energy and focus fire on where it was needed most.
Now it was clear why Kong Hui ordered them to move in.
The smaller their surface area, the less energy was needed in defense and the harder they were to hit.
Kong Hui's skillful command played an important role in their continued survival. The only problem was First Fleet. They dragged their feet and missed their opportunity. Its capital ship and dreadnoughts desperately fired into the encroaching wall of stone to protect themselves. Smaller ships could play no role here. If they were unfortunate enough to get caught by even the smallest asteroid, they would be reduced to slag. Countless beams of light lit up space. From a distance it looked like the most incredible light show in the galaxy. Lan Jue was secretly impressed. Despite all he knew about bastion ships, this was the first time he'd seen one in full combat. Now he understood just how incredible they were.
It was the first time he'd seen this tactic of continuous railgun fire as well. It was especially effective against asteroids since they had no shields or armor.
The stream of asteroids from the alien planet seemed endless.
The ships fired back with just as much tenacity.
Admiral, we're losing energy quickly. We're down 30% already. Pay no mind, Kong Hui muttered.
Continue at full power.
Don't you want to go home to your families? We cannot lose this battle. Give the order to 3rd and 6th Fleet to prepare their cannons. Tell them to target the enemy planet. Admiral, the asteroids are still too thick. We can't get a lock.
Then hold the attack, he replied.
Focus on the asteroids. All capital ships and dreadnoughts go weapons hot.
Get ready to switch targets on my command.
The Skyfire delegation stood to one side of the office, silently nodding.
This Kong Hui was a credit to his Chinese ancestry, with a big heart and a sharp eye for making the right decision.
His direction might just get them through this definitive battle. Judging by the planet's reaction, it was afraid of the Bastion's lethal main cannon. It was trying to destroy them before they could get another shot off. If this was not the case, a counterattack like the one they used to destroy the 7th Fleet would have been more suitable. Their first priority had to be defending themselves from the flood of deadly rock. Once the threat was dealt with, they would engage. If they succeeded, not only would the damage to the enemy be great, but it would show humanity they stood a chance. Explosions ripped through space as the railguns detonated asteroids, causing the ships to rattle continuously. A shiver went down the spines of all who witnessed the pure destructive capabilities of the Bastion ship. This was the apex of humanity's capacity for annihilation.
Where are Arachnid and Heron? Kong Hui calmly asked. Sir, they're headed our way at full speed.
They'll be here in 3 hours.
Stream our engagement to them in real time so they know what to expect. Tell them to expect an ambush.
Aye. There were 3 of these evil planets out there, but only one had shown its ugly surface. As for the other 2? No one knew where they might be lurking. If the aliens knew about Tyrannosaurus, then it was more than likely they also knew about Heron and Arachnid.
Judging by how strong just this one planet was, they would need 2 bastions to stand on equal footing. A strange light flit across Kong Hui's eyes perpetually as he watched the battle. His attention flashed from one screen to another, informing his constant stream of commands. While it looked like micromanaging, each order was precise and correct. Under his direction, Tyrannosaurus and 4 of its fleets had drifted sideways toward 1st Fleet. Meanwhile, the 2 reserve fleets had turned them weapons to the flank to aid the errant fleet, saving it from destruction and sharing its defensive burden. Qianlin stood on the bridge of his capital ship, his face red with rage.
Get me Admiral Hui on the line.
He roared, then took several deep breaths to try and bring himself under control.
This is Kong Hui.
After a moment, the commander's face flickered into view on a screen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 683, Moonfiend? Chapter 683, Moonfiend? Qianlin snapped to attention and saluted his superior. Admiral Kong, I am willing to accept whatever disciplinary action you deem necessary.
But the 1st Fleet is the backbone of our nation's security. I beg you to come to our aid.
Commander Ng, Kong Hui began coolly, you will follow all orders to the letter, do you understand?
If we survive this fight, then we can discuss punishment.
Aye.
Qianlin stood straight, chest out. Pride had clouded his judgment, but the man was still an outstanding soldier. He understood what was required of him in this moment, and although he was loath to admit his failing to the admiral, he wasn't willing to gamble with the 100,000 lives under his command. After accepting Qianlin's apologies, Kong Hui's face bore no change. In a fighting force this large, there were more important things for him to attend to besides a commander's wounded pride. He was already being pulled in too many directions.
Lan Jue took Qianlin's hand and they walked over to the admiral. What it is, Commander Lan.
Wu Qiu was also standing by Kong Hui, one of many officers in what had become the war room.
He waited patiently for orders, along with Lingya.
When he saw Lan Jue approaching the admiral, he stepped in to block his path.
Kong Hui could not be disturbed. Lan Jue's voice was low. We can help the admiral keep up his energy.
Wu Qiu paused, then turned his head to look at Kong Hui stooped over his desk. When he turned back, he looked unconvinced.
The admiral has to pay close attention, he's directing our defenses. He mustn't be disturbed.
Little by little the flood of asteroids had started to decrease. The alien planet could spit them out, but had no control over where they went once it did.
1st Fleet managed to pull themselves into formation.
Tianlong's capital ship and the fleet's 10 dreadnoughts had pulled in front as a shield for the smaller ships. The battleships and patrol boats huddled behind their bigger brethren while they shot apart any asteroids that came their way.
Then, the alien planet began to move. It picked up speed, approaching the human defenders once more. All the while asteroids were belched from within that rotating vortex. Kang Hui's pupils contracted.
All dreadnought-class ships or higher, prepare main cannons. Only a short period of time had passed since the fight began. However, it was so frantic and ferocious no one could tell just how long it had been. They had waiting for this moment with singular focus, and now that it was here they were almost too stunned to react.
It was getting closer.
Meanwhile the asteroid assault was diminishing by the moment. Northern ships repositioned their heavy weapons toward the encroaching enemy powerhouse. But then, without warning, the planet stopped dead in its tracks once again. The asteroids vomited from within stopped as well.
Was it spent?
No sooner did the thought cross the soldiers' minds than it was dramatically disproved. They gaped at the madness they witnessed. The planet began to expand again, even bigger than it had been before.
A colossal form emerged from the vortex.
It was round, an orb with an entirely purple surface that emerged slowly but picked up speed. As it fired from the planet it began to spin with such speed that its gravity well racked surrounding space. For good reason, it was 10 times the size of Tyrannosaurus.
Moon Fiend.
The shocked gasp came from the woman standing with Lin Guoguo at the back of the room, Su Xiaosu.
No one knew the planet better than she did.
She knew it the second she saw its topography. And she was right, this enormous purple planet spat at them from the aliens was the husk of Moon Fiend. Nothing lived on its poisoned surface now, making it nothing but a cosmic corpse-turned weapon.
They thought we knew about them, but no one could have imagined the aliens would use a whole planet to attack them.
Whether gravity, atmosphere, or sheer mass, a collision with Moon Fiend would exterminate anything it came in contact with.
All ships open fire, give everything you've got. Kang Hui's cool exterior was broken, he shouted the order. The moment Xiaosu recognized the planet, he understood the danger they were in. There was only one result if the planet hit them, complete annihilation.
The alien planet had come close enough that, at Moon Fiend's speed, they would have no way to escape if they tried to run. What's more, even if they tried, the space around them was still thick with asteroids. Their only option was a single bold gambit: destroy the planet with overwhelming firepower. If Tyrannosaurus' main cannon had been charged, even a rogue planet wouldn't have frightened them. It was strong enough to blast it apart. However, it wasn't ready, wasted on a failed shot against the alien world. Their railguns would have to be enough, or they were doomed.
Boom boom, boom boom boom.
A ceaseless series of blasts shook the Bastion ship as its guns fired. They held nothing back. 3rd, 6th, 11th and 13th fleets unleashed their capital ships and dreadnoughts. Cannons that had been trained on the enemy were turned on its weapon instead.
Blinding streaks of light swept past Tyrannosaurus' flanks.
Zhou Qianlin, watching from the war room, darted out her hand to grab the winemaster's arm. When he turned to look at her, she fixed him with a look and nodded. Zhu Di's partner was strong enough to deal with the planet, but it came at a dangerous cost. There was also the Violet Prince to consider.
It was speeding up.
For a terrible moment the humans watched as their cannon fire and Moon Fiend closed in on one another.
The question was front and center in everyone's mind. Would it stop the planet? Was this the beginning of a great victory, or their last moments breathing? Kang Hui's hands gripped the edges of his desk with enough force to turn his knuckles white. He glared at the screens with hard eyes and a clenched jaw.
This was the most important battle of his life, and possibly his last.
Zeta.
Arachnid sailed through space so quickly it left a wake of displaced meteorites in its path.
Since there was no entourage to protect it, paid no mind to the detritus swirling around it.
8 enormous mechanical legs hung limp behind the Bastion ship as it charged ahead, enveloped in a faint white light. If judged by mass, the Arachnid-class Bastion was among the smaller of the North's mighty ships. However, that didn't speak to its awesome power. Although they looked like a spider's legs, that was as far as the similarities went. Not only did they make the ship more agile than its larger brothers, they were also invaluable in a fight. Hallman sat behind his desk with a steaming cup of coffee in his hands. The screen in front of him flashed with scenes of a desperate battle.
A live feed from Tyrannosaurus.
"Sir!" A voice spat from the intercom on his desk.
"Speak." The Admiral took a sip from his cup. "Admiral. We just got word from Tyrannosaurus to engage as soon as we can.
They warned us to look out for an ambush."
"Got it," he replied tepidly. Hallman was a leading voice among the more hawkish members of the military, and a senior commander. He'd been promoted to Fleet Admiral for this excursion.
He was the same commander who had attempted to blow Lan Jue out of the sky on his trip to the Starfields. Zeus I was very nearly destroyed at his order. Of all the northern officers, he was the most familiar with the shattered starfields.
It was for this reason he was chosen to join the expedition. Ambush? He's frightened.
Hallman muttered to himself over the rim of his coffee mug. He and Kong Hui had never been friends.
In his mind, Kong Hui's lineage was inferior, it made him weak. How was it he'd been promoted faster, he wondered.
If he'd been given the same cherry-picked missions Kong Hui had received, he would have been Fleet Admiral years ago. Competition was in his nature, especially when it came to Kong Hui. As for the alien threat, he had also been vigilant and itching to get his hands dirty. Before being given command of a bastion, the 7th Fleet had been under his command. He knew how capable it had been as a fighting force, and thus could see how strong the alien creatures must be. He'd volunteered for this mission, in part as revenge but also to earn himself a vital crystal. Many high-level military leaders were backed by powerful families. It was how they got their status in the first place.
Ahead at flank speed, bring us to the battlefield. Make sure the main cannon is charged and prepared to engage.
He wasn't convinced of any imminent danger, but he knew better than to underestimate an enemy. Although he had no love for Kong Hui, he had to admit the man was competent in some areas.
Among them was a comprehensive tactical knowledge on the battlefield. Engines flared beneath the mechanical spider's abdomen, thrusting it even faster toward the fight.
Hallman's bastion was crewed by excellent officers who guided Arachnid through the starfields deftly, dodging asteroids and small moons as they were encountered.
The ship's mechanical legs would occasionally stretch out to knock obstacles out of the way.
It looked more like an octopus than a spider. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 684, Ares Cleaver. Chapter 684, Ares Cleaver.
Hallman never took his eyes from the screen in front of him.
He watched every detail as Tyrannosaurus led its entourage in battle against the alien planet. The monsters were crafty, using the galaxy itself as a weapon.
Were it him in Kong Hui's place, Hallman wasn't sure he would have fared much better.
You better hold out, Kong Hui, you miscreant, you better hold the line. Wait for me to come pull your ass out of the fire.
No matter his personal feelings, protecting the North and its army was their shared goal.
Admiral.
Sensors have picked up a strong pulse of vital energy. The voice of one of his officers interrupted Hallman's thoughts. He and Kong Hui had different styles of command. Tyrannosaurus Captain relied on his own superhuman vision to guide his men.
Hallman, meanwhile, preferred to delegate when possible.
He firmly believed that a single person had limits, no matter how strong. A fighting force was strongest when they worked in unison. As a result, his people were some of the best. Although Hallman was prone to angry outbursts, and was as cold as a man could be, his soldiers loved him dearly. Unless the situation warranted, his staff handled their own business and troubled him only when necessary.
Continue battle preparations. Where are we with the main cannon?
A glint flashed in Hallman's eye and his right hand slapped the surface of his desk. As though in response, two large metallic hoops rose from either side of him. His desk separated to reveal several control panels, transforming into a complicated operations control center.
Sir, main cannon is charged to 41%. It will be ready to fire in 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Redirect energy to the guns to hasten the charge. 30 degrees to port. Reduce speed to standard ahead, 40%. He calmly delivered his orders. Arachnid's spindly body suddenly lurched to the left.
One of its enormous legs crashed down on a larger moon and used it to redirect its forward motion.
At the same moment, its secondary weapons systems came online. Glimmering railguns with glowing barrels appeared all along the bastion's surface.
Suddenly, a large purple sphere appeared not far to one side. They saw it just in time to witness a hail of purple beams launch from its surface. They were headed right for Arachnid.
A small, hard smile broke Hallman's stony features.
That bastard was right after all.
Here you are then? Excellent. Let's see what you've got.
Brothers and sisters of the 7th Fleet, today I make them pay. The light surrounding Arachnid suddenly swelled. As its railguns took aim at the planet, the ship feigned to one side. A stream of data tumbled across Hallman's screens. Quick calculations told him the alien planet was 32 times larger than his ship, quite a bit larger.
There were no readings on power levels yet. Hallman's reactions were calm and precise. He'd been waiting for this. Come on then, you bastards.
The purple rays were fast and rapidly approaching.
Scanners revealed them to large aliens, with umbrella-shaped monstrosities in the lead.
They raced ahead with a clear target, and large as they were, they still moved with uncanny agility. They juked and dodged, changing direction so quickly they were hard to lock onto. Strange pulses blasted from the umbrella aliens as well, confounding Arachnid's scanning systems.
1st Combat Division, engage. Hallman called out the order through his intercom.
Panels on the side of the ship split open, and from them gushed a horde of combat ships like angry wasps. They were all silvery white, no larger than 50 meters from bow to stern, and sleek as missiles. They scattered into the surrounding vacuum of space, darting in all directions.
Stationed forces of a bastion were different from general army units.
A single division boasted 1,000 ships. Typically, a bastion had between 5,000 and 10,000 fighters ready to be deployed. They were their standard frontline troops. Tyrannosaurus couldn't engage the enemy with its troops in the midst of an asteroid storm, but Arachnid's situation was different. He didn't have to hold back vital combat resources and deployed them right away. Often in a space battle, these small combat ships were more effective than mechas. Fighter ships worked better together out in space, while mechas were more suitable to ground combat operations. They were more adaptable and had more power and options available to them. Out here among the stars, a full contingent of fighters could erase a whole fleet. Arachnid's 1st Combat Division fighters spread out around the bastion, but not too far. They gathered into 100 units of 10 ships, unifying agility with firepower. The aliens came at them like bullets fired from the purple planet. By the time 1st Combat Division was in place, the creatures were on them. However, the aliens weren't met by the fighters. The first thing in their way was more than 500 blasts of energy. They burst from between the fighter units, perfectly accurate. Railgun fire. Arachnid started the fight with a wall of destructive energy from one of humanity's most potent weapons. Each gun was individually manned, ensuring there was no friendly fire. Meanwhile, the fighters hovered in position so as not to get in the way. The battle had begun. The saucer-shaped aliens reacted quickly. They spun around at incredible speed, flinging out orbs of purple energy. The orbs spread out and stuck together like a film to warm the aliens from the encroaching attack. Seconds later, a deafening explosion arose. Blinding white and toxic purple met in a cloud of tumultuous energy. Hallman grinned at his screens, confident that the salvo caused his foes pain. Those looked like normal alien fighters, nothing special, and that blast had come from his alpha and beta railgun arrays. But he would be disappointed. As the tempest of energy subsided, the aliens reappeared. Enormous, shield-like bodies protected the smaller aliens from the railguns, rendering them useless. Their cumbersome form looked thick and craggy like tortoise shells. Arachnid's long-range scanners peered into their midst, revealing the shell-bearing aliens. They were huge, easily 200 meters in diameter for the big ones, no less than 100 for their smaller brethren. Their shells were the same sickly purple as the planet and flickered with violet light. They were thick, just as effective as ship's armor. All the railguns had managed to do was push them back and cause their shields to ripple. Nothing got through. Even Lan Jue, with all his experience, would be dumbfounded by the scene. They had been brought along with the saucer aliens as natural shields. Saucer aliens remained behind and pushed the shields ahead of them to protect against the railguns. The remaining alien forces followed. Meanwhile, the giant alien planet was approaching from the distance. A dark and seething anger tainted Hallman's face. He wasn't upset that they'd survived his first salvo. What troubled him was their intelligence. It was all planned, all deliberate. Ares Cleaver. Hallman growled the words into the intercom. He firmly pressed a distinct, angry red button on his panel. Arachnid's 1st Combat Division burst into the fray while even more were dispatched from the bastion. The bristling railgun swung back into the closed position, leaving Arachnid's surface an unbroken field of alloy armor. The atmosphere-like shield around the bastion receded. While it seemed to be getting smaller, that was simply because it was condensing. Concurrently, the ship's 8 mechanical legs splayed out around it, flipping in the process. Their back ends were thick and sturdy, while the front was sharp as a blade. Arachnid's body was 30,000 meters around. Its legs were 8,000 meters long and separated into 2 sections. The bottom sections were 5,400 meters long, and were tipped by the second section, each 3,600 meters long. Thus in just a few moments the spider became a deadly sphere with 8 razor-sharp blades splayed around it. They called it Ares Cleaver. Tyrannosaurus relied on its enormous size and impressive weapons suite, a very traditional bastion. With its large energy stores, it was best suited for fighting with other interstellar fleets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 685, Heron-class Bastion. Chapter 685, Heron-class Bastion. Arachnid was a newer design, incorporating new advances in bionic integration. The North was not called the trailblazers of technological advancement for nothing. Arachnid didn't need any backup from an intergalactic fleet, an unstoppable force of war in and of itself. Thus, it traveled without an escort for fear it would impede it on its own ability to wage war. By the time Arachnid's legs were fully extended, all 7,000 of its fighter ships were deployed. They quickly dispersed like a cloud, but didn't rush in to attack. They were like spectators, a net of eyes. 8 rectangular engines spat tangerine-colored light from behind the bastion. It looked like a terrible beast birthed from the abyss of space, and it raced ahead hungry for alien blood. The sudden transformation was an unexpected surprise for the alien attackers, especially when the bladed arms began to swipe through the air. The simple motion was actually phenomenally precise. Within Arachnid, a host of supercomputers controlled every aspect of the arms. Each swipe was calibrated to avoid collision with the other arms and make every strike as effective as possible. High-frequency ionization, as evidenced by the pale blue light that surrounded them, made them incredibly sharp. They were deadly mechanical talons. SCRRRRGZT. A brief but piercing sound like nails on a chalkboard shuddered through the ship. Outside, the tortoiseshell line of defense that had protected the aliens from Arachnid's railguns were parted like butter before a hot knife. The 3,600-meter forearm even sliced through the saucer alien, pushing them from behind. Many of the alien forces hiding behind it dispersed, and many others were instantly slain. In no time, Arachnid's 8 arms carved away the alien's defensive shield. Panels flipped all along the bastion's surface as the railguns re-engaged. Columns of light fires into the alien forces, and from afar Arachnid looked like a bristling hedgehog. Purple mists of caustic fluid hung in the air, remnants of the alien massacre. For the fighter ships watching from afar, they looked like pleasant clouds. This was the power of a bastion ship, the greatest war machine humans have produced. The long-planned trap lane by the aliens had been foiled, and now they were exposed to the punishing rain of fire from Arachnid's railguns. Zeta. Like a bird of prey swooping through the darkness, the Heron-class bastion ship made its way through the shattered starfields. Compared to its brethren, it moved the fastest among the rocks and moons. Heron was markedly different from all other bastions. Its constructed looked like a fighter ship, only blown up to staggering proportions with a wingspan of 35,000 meters. Its hull was 37,000 meters fore to aft and stretched a sleek 7,100 meters tall. Heron carried 10,000 smaller copies of itself on board but lacked a single main cannon like Arachnid or Tyrannosaurus. Instead, it had 3 slightly smaller ones with power equivalent to 10 capital ships each. It was also the fastest bastion ship ever built. Northern technology adhered to the idea of build everything and see what works, and newer style ships like this were created to push the boundaries of what they were capable of. They were even constructed with elements that gave them the ability to completely change shape. As difficult as it was for a ship like Arachnid to change even part of itself, one could imagine the trouble in finding ways for a whole ship to transform. 1. Heron was a prototype of this new generation of bastion ships. Its manufacturing principle was make it faster than any bastion before it. They were successful, and Heron became the preferred bastion for the North's long-range missions. While it couldn't boast the sheer destructive power or defensibility as its predecessors, its speed gave it an advantage the others lacked. Furthermore, it was supplemented by several divisions of fighter groups that could engage swiftly. A ship like this sweeping into a battle could dramatically change the tide. Yen Yuan stood proudly before the bridge window, watching the asteroids bounce off Heron's shields. He was enjoying the view. It made him feel powerful, unstoppable. He was one of the new generation of northern military leaders, 2 years younger than Kong Hui but already an admiral. Where he differed from Tyrannosaurus Commander was his lineage. Yen Yuan came from a storied northern family, and was his family's pride and joy. He leaned on the considerable resources at his disposal to temper himself into the successful soldier he was today. While unconfirmed, he was also considered the future patriarch of his family, a true rising star in the North. Originally the North hadn't required Yen Yuan's participation in this fight, but he'd insisted. He felt humiliated by the fact Kong Hui had risen through the ranks faster and enjoy more prestige. The only way to prove his superiority, he felt, was on the battlefield. Combat had already broken out, he knew. They'd received the call for aid from Tyrannosaurus and were already advancing as fast as they dared. He had to get there. Yen Yuan would not allow his stellar military record to be stained by inaction. He was a perfectionist. Sir. Report. We will reach Tyrannosaurus in 1 hour, Admiral. Flank speed, and tell the gunnery officers to prepare for immediate combat once we arrive. Yan Yuan ordered. Aye. Heron's construction was such that it didn't need fear the starfield's many obstructions. In fact, its wings were made to be weapons, sharp and sturdy. Northern leaders had proposed sending Heron into the starfields a long time ago to clear out pirate forces, but the cost was deemed untenable. So, when Yan Yuan brought this up to his superiors, they approached his request to join the expedition. It was time to prove his merit. Yan Yuan gripped his hands into tight fists. His career could be described as flawless, all he needed was a fight big enough to get people's attention. This was it, and he cherished the opportunity. Yan Yuan was confident in his capabilities, and the capabilities of the ship he commanded. Admiral, we've just received reports from Arachnid that they've been ambushed. The urgent news brought Yan Yuan back to the present. Go to DEFCON 1. He barked the order while returning to the commander's chair. Heron's radar swept into through the rocky expanse of space around them. Bow-mounted railguns extended and started target tracing while the main cannons began to charge. Although Yan Yuan had never participated in a full-on military campaign, he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge and plentiful experience with small engagements. Tyrannosaurus was locked in a firefight with one of the planets. Arachnid had been waylaid by another. It could only mean the enemy had known they were coming, and assuming Heron would slip by unmolested was foolish. Enemy forces would do whatever they could to prevent them from giving aid to Tyrannosaurus. Just as Heron was preparing for a fight, a sudden and unexpected pull came from the side. It originated deep in the asteroid belt, strong enough to pull the Bastion off course. Cut engines. Prepare to engage. A beam of dazzling white light shot into the distance from the top of the ship. It was a type of long-range radar that released a pulse after a few moments, revealing a large area to their scanners. Heron used it to uncover enemy positions or confound interference attempts. However, something unexpected happened. As the white light spread farther and grew wider, a flash of imperial purple erased it from being. It was as though the universe simply swallowed it up. That was. Heron didn't stop to fight an unseen enemy. Its engines blazed in attempts to shed the traction dragging it backward. Speed being the Bastion's greatest asset, it was a wise choice to escape from their foe's attack range and re-engage on their terms. Yan Yuan was an admiral, he knew tactics. Once the ship got some distance, it turned back around toward where the sneak attack had come from. What they saw was a nebula of purple, a swarm of aliens too many to count headed their way. The creatures were pouring in from the surrounding asteroid field, some of them larger than capital ships. In the center of the throng was a massive violet planet slowly emerging from the darkness. A swirling whirlpool roiled at its center. Though smaller than the one attacking Tyrannosaurus, it was the same in all other respects. 1. They've built Starscream. What have they done? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Crossing Swords. Chapter 686, Crossing Swords. The aliens spread out like a dragnet, trying to swallow Heron up. An equally large force of them appeared behind the Bastion as well. All of a sudden the ship was caught between two forces, it was a vice and they were caught right in the middle. Ambush. Yan Yuan's face fell. For forces to appear behind them, it meant they knew Heron was specialized in speed and planned for it. Fighting while outflanked was asking for desire. They had to get to Tyrannosaurus. Yan Yuan was desperate for glory, but he didn't let it cloud his judgment. He knew little about these creatures and was in an unfavorable position. Tactical retreat was the wisest course. The enemy was no less cunning or intelligent than mankind, the same determination Kong Hui and Holman had come to. Retreat had been cut off by the time Yan Yuan had made to flee. If he'd have been faster, he might have been able to break the encirclement. Now Heron faced the full strength of the alien planet, and even though Heron was fast, it was too large to make a quick escape. Turning took time the aliens weren't likely to give. A number of strange Umbra-like monstrosity came at them, firing smaller aliens that looked like tortoises and pushing them ahead in their charge. Rays of purple light also shot by on their way toward Heron. However, the most frightening was of course the alien planet itself. It wasn't attacking them yet, but its massive presence was like an ominous star, stifling the breath of soldier and officer alike. They had to retreat. Yan Yuan screwed up his courage and gave the order. Heron didn't release its forces into the fight, instead blasting forward at full speed. Its milky white shield now blazed bright gold, and in the darkness of space Heron looked like a fiery phoenix come to wreak havoc. Was he planning to charge through the enemy line? The aliens continued to close in. Bang! Heron crashed into the enemy forces with a shuddering crash.
No matter how large the aliens were, compared to the Bastion ship they were hardly worth noting. Heron's razor-like wings were supplemented by its shields, which were formed to a blade's edge.
Even tortoise aliens were unceremoniously cleaved in half as it roared past.
Nor did Heron keep a direct path. No sooner did it reach top speed than the ship pulled to one side, arcing perilously to one side.
They were making a break for it, but it wasn't going to be easy.
Their new trajectory was bleeding their speed and leaving them open to attacks from the side. Railguns hummed mechanically as they extended. Beams of light flashes at odd intervals, blasting through the throng of foes.
Heron was baring its talons. But there were too many.
They couldn't stop the Bastion, but they could at least slow it down.
Meanwhile, the evil planet was drawing ever closer. The horde of monstrous creatures tightened the net.
Cannon, clear us a path. Heron's 3 main guns, affixed at its back, were fully charged and ready. Although they weren't as powerful as those on Arachnid or Tyrannosaurus, the trade-off was they primed faster.
3 identical beams of energy tore through the darkness.
Anything caught in its path was immediately disintegrated. 2 of the 3 guns were aimed straight ahead, opening the way forward. The third one took shots at the alien planet, slowly but surely bearing down on them. In the same instant, Heron's main engines exploded with columns of angry red light that rocketing the ship forward, signs the engines were overcharged. Its railguns were already firing as quickly as they could. Heron darted forward like a sparrow, desperate to escape its captor. It broke through. Yen Yuan's face relaxed ever so slightly. He knew his ship. Yes, there were aliens that could catch them, but none that could do the Bastion any significant damage. There was no way that lumbering planet would be able to stay on their tail.
His eyes were fixed to the radar, watching for any movement from the planet.
Surprisingly, the swarm of aliens stopped their pursuit and turned around. So did the planet, but much to his shock it began to swell with frightening speed. Its change in size also caused Heron's cannon fire to shoot directly into the central vortex. His shots vanished, leaving no visible damage to the planet itself. It was less a planet and more a possessed balloon from some nightmare.
What was it planning? Redirect all power to shields. Yen Yuan shouted.
Now wasn't the time to fret over energy reserves. In their short exchange, Yen Yuan realized how strong his foe really was. The planet was like a Bastion ship with a seemingly limitless number of aliens as support. Without a fleet to help, he didn't like their chances of survival. As Yen Yuan pondered his dire situation, he kept an eye on the planet. It grew and swelled grotesquely into a massive, fleshy red orb. Even from vast distances, one could almost pick out its throbbing arteries.
Heron's overcharged engines had created some distance between it and the horror behind. For a moment it looked like their escape was a success. Only just then, without warning, a blood-curdling scream tore through Yen Yuan's brain. The hellish screech felt like it was tearing through his very soul. He was stunned by it, and next he knew the planet was practically on top of them. It was so fast it seemed to violate the laws of physics. Heron was faster than anything humans had built, but this living planet was moving 3 times as fast. With some curiosity he noted that the planet appeared to shrink as it got closer. He couldn't shake an almost comical image, a popped balloon shooting forward. Fire at will, keep it off us.
Railguns all along the Bastion swung around to find their target. They let loose in a frenzied salvo, hoping against hope it'd somehow keep them from destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 687, Defeat and Autonomy. Chapter 687, Defeat and Autonomy. The alien planet was too fast.
It came tearing at them like a comet, and strong as Heron's railguns were, they didn't appear to cause much damage. Most of the shots were deflected by the violet vortex. The planet made impact, slamming into Heron's wing.
Boom!
The wing was torn to pieces, and the impact sent the Bastion ship into an uncontrolled spin. Yen Yuan felt everything spinning around him. Their shields had been practically useless.
They didn't spin far.
Before the Bastion could be blown into the recesses of space, that same terrifying traction returned. It stopped them in place. They were sitting ducks. The planet had hit them right where it knew it had hurt the most.
Their engines were destroyed. If it had been Tyrannosaurus, it might have avoided damage due to its stronger shields. However, Heron was constructed for speed and maneuverability. It was never supposed to get hit like that. Just think, a Bastion ship appearing quickly out of nowhere to deposit scores of fighter ships. It was enough to end any typical intergalactic battle. Bastard! Yen Yuan grit his teeth.
The ship's gravity-controlled devices kept him more or less stable as he shouted commands.
It was time for quick and hard decision. Hesitation could spell their doom. A teal light shimmered over Heron's damaged surface, belts from the engines. Within the ship, machinery whirred and shifted. The whole crew cabin lurched toward the front of the ship. In fact, everything part of Heron but its damaged wings started to transform. Large metal segments separated from the main body, glimmering with the same teal hue. The alien planet's traction immediately pulled them quickly toward the vortex. A series of staggering blasts ensued. Those metallic canister were bombs, and when they reached the vortex they erupted in dazzling explosions. The back half of the assailed bastion continued to pummel the enemy with railgun fire, while the front still blazed with teal light. Then there was a burst of color as the front one-third of the ship separated and shot forward. It moved as fast as the planet had during its balloon maneuver, and in a blink the surviving part of Heron disappeared into deep space. Sacrificing the tail to save the body, a tactic learned from lizards. Northern scientists wanted to have a contingency plan in the event Heron was overwhelmed by enemy bastions. Even Heron had its limitations in speed, and in the event a battle became too rough its own tail became an explosive weapon. Meanwhile the ship's personnel were transferred to the front and blasted away like an escape pod. It was a risk that cost Heron dearly, but so long as it had soldiers there was a chance. So long as they had soldiers they had everything. What was left of the North's fastest bastion was crippled. It didn't have the fighting capabilities of a capital ship in this condition, and no longer had the benefit of its fighter ships. Still, the alien planet could only watch it vanish into the distance. It didn't have the energy for a quick pursuit as before, and the explosions forced it to retract its vortex. Heron had escaped. Zeta. Charge. Hallman's eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty light. Witnessing the damage Arachnid's arms had caused gave him a glimmer of hope. He remembered once using the ship to rip apart a small moon. The alien planet was much larger, but destroying it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Perhaps hundreds of vital crystals glittered in space among the mangled remains of the alien force. Their purple light was reflected in Hallman's greedy eyes. He nearly salivated to think of what all of those would buy him. The East's crystal auction had made it clear how much these were worth. Arachnid raced ahead with its cannons fully charged, and its 8 arms ready to carve into the planet. Its shields flared in preparation. Surviving aliens from the first assault had scattered, like they knew the battle was already over. However, the net of fighter ships that followed Arachnid didn't let them flee. They closed the net tighter and put down whatever grotesque foe crossed their barrels while gathering up vital crystals. It was starting to look like a ringing victory. Tyrannosaurus Dilemma was the farthest thing from Hallman's mind now. All he could think was that his time of recognition. All he had to do was destroy the evil planet in his sights, maybe even capture it, then no one in the Northern Army would be able to deny his superiority. Arachnid was certainly smaller than its target, but it was fierce. Maybe even fierce enough. Hallman always had a talent for command, and years of service tempered it with experience. He was mad with ambition, but it didn't affect his ability to direct the attack. The smaller ships had finished mopping up, and were swinging in behind Arachnid to join its charge toward the planet. Their victory was nearly complete. All this time the alien planet was quiet, like it was not aware the fight was still on, a lamb to the slaughter. It seemed incapable of defending itself. It simply hung in space waiting for Arachnid to come put it out of its misery. The bastion came closer, closer. Arachnid extended its 8 arms, their bladed edges glinting ominously. Kill! Hallman roared as Arachnid brazenly threw itself against the enemy. Its shields were bright and thick with bolstered power. The two collided like star-crossed stellar bodies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, The Splendor of Life. Chapter 688, The Splendor of Life. The first thing Hallman noticed were the odd data readings. No gravity? None whatsoever. What did it mean? Without gravity a planet would break apart like sand. It was smaller than a main sequence star, a white dwarf or a neutral star, but that didn't excuse it from the laws of the universe. However, the bastion had already crossed the point of no return, and uncertainty only bred fear at this point. The time was now, and Arachnid reacted by swiping with its massive arms. The plan wasn't to smash into the planet directly. With their size discrepancy the bastion would certainly lose that dogfight. Instead, Hallman's plan was a simple one: tear at it with Arachnid's arms. The East claimed it was alive, didn't they? Very well, then. Then we'll stab the damn thing to death. Swing by, chop it up, blast it with the main guns, repeat. It was Arachnid's best method against an enemy planet. Hallman knew this, and in fact some had come to call him the World Butcher for his dark skill set. He'd destroyed more than one living planet for the benefit of the North. Boom! Impact! Arachnid's 8-bladed arms tore into the planet in no particular order.
However, the gore or grit Arachnid's captain hoped to see did not appear. Where Ares' cleavers struck the surface of the planet, flashes with purple light. The flashes deflected the strikes, leaving not so much as a scratch behind.
In response, the earth surged, spatting enormous purple tentacles that wrapped around Arachnid like boa constrictors. No! We were drawn in. Main cannon, fire! Though surprise, Hallman wasn't beaten yet.
He shouted the order to his subordinates. Firing the gun so close put Arachnid in the red zone, it was more than likely it would be damaged by the subsequent blast.
Hallman took this into consideration but made the decision anyway.
These creatures were dangerous, they needed to be stopped. The guns were primed, and at his command they were fired.
But just then, at precisely the wrong moment, the planet-borne tentacles pulled.
Arachnid was wrenched to the side just as the cannon released its payload. The beam shot off into space, missing its target entirely. It was like their foe had planned this from the beginning.
Their desperate gambit had failed. But how? How did it know the exact moment they were firing their guns?
A haze overcame him, a cold sweat springing up on his forehead. The fighter ships, seeing Arachnid waylaid, rushed in to its rescue. They opened fire on the planet with everything they had. Ripples of purple light spread from where their shots met its shield.
Arachnid's railguns continued to fire at whatever target they could reach.
Meanwhile, its legs fought to free themselves. Nothing was effective.
How could this be? How could its shields be so strong? Those thoughts screamed through Hallman's head.
But no matter how many times he asked the question, no answers were forthcoming.
More tentacles surged from the planet, groping for Arachnid. Still others lashed through space at the darting fighters.
The tentacles, the smallest 3,000 meters, and the largest nearly 10,000, were covered in countless suction discs. With every swipe the discs caught some unfortunate pilot and either crushed their plane to ruin or threw them into their comrades. Railguns along Arachnid's surface fired wildly at the tentacles, blowing many of them apart. But when one fell, 10 more appeared. They wrapped around the bastion to keep it from fleeing, or bashed against its shields with bone-jarring force.
How?
Hallman continued to shout orders while watching the rapidly deteriorating situation pass before his eyes as data on a screen. Their energy stores were being quickly exhausted.
To think, he'd turned his nose up at the East's intelligence? A living planet? Nonsense.
He would have called tentacles rising from a planet's surface nonsense as well, but they were right outside his window trying to rip his ship apart. Shields that made a bastion envious protected the impossible planet from harm, even from Mars cleavers.
Deploy the mechas. Hallman's voice was hoarse, his voice lilting even as he shouted the order. Mechas would make no difference here.
Not only had Arachnid had its victory snatched away, it seemed to be heaving its last gasp.
Zeta. Send me.
Zhou Qianlin calmly stared at her nephew. The wine master looked back.
I'm going with you. And me.
The clockmaker let her voice be heard. Moonfiend's desiccated corpse was barreling toward them, leaving no time for deliberation.
Resolve burned in the Paragon's eyes.
It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult it would be to alter a planet's trajectory, impossible, under normal circumstances. Zhou Qianlin possessed this power, but it would cost her, maybe even her life. After all, there was an even more terrible planet waiting for its chance to strike.
Just as the Paragons were preparing to leave, Kang Hui's voice stopped them in their tracks. Wait. Everyone looked toward the Admiral.
They saw his bloodshot eyes looking back.
First Fleet. First Fleet's Admiral Ng Tianlong respond. Ng Tianlong, what are you doing?
He shouted at the monitors. It was then the Skyfire delegation saw the monitors. A single ship was headed full speed at the planet on a collision course. They could tell by the light from its engines that it was going too fast to change course.
It wasn't alone.
A horde of ships followed, duty-bound to follow their commander even to certain death.
Admiral Hui. I am determined to fix my mistake. Please make sure Tyrannosaurus survives. For the North.
Ng Tianlong's voice crackled on the intercom. His voice wasn't loud or passionate or prideful. He sounded calm.
Resolute.
Kang Hui stood behind his desk with his hands clenched in impotent fists. He'd always known of Ng Tianlong's contempt for him. He knew it was why he'd dragged his feet to follow orders. But in these final moments they stopped being rivals.
They were soldiers, and Kang Hui understood Ng Tianlong's decision. First Fleet blazed a path through space on a suicide mission into Moonfiend's surface.
A sacrifice to give Tyrannosaurus a chance at survival. To face death with an unflinching gaze, the words were simple, but only heroes lived it.
Ying Tianlong. Kong Hui shouted at the monitors.
Let the world know I was no less than you, Kong Hui.
Ha 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 ha.
A chorus of laughter answered Kong Hui's pained shout. When they heard the brave reply, Lan Jue, the pharmacist and the driver stood tall in silent respect. The North and East may not always have been allies, but in humanity's darkest hour they were brothers in arms.
Boom dash dot.
First Fleet's flagship disappeared into a brilliant ball of flame as it and all the energy it contained detonated against Moonfiend's surface. It was followed by another, then another as every single ship from the First Fleet followed their admiral into oblivion. They were the North's mightiest fleet, a band of brothers.
Heroes, to the North and all mankind. Tears had appeared on Kong Hui's craggy face.
He snatched the cap off of his head as he snapped around to face Lan Jue and his team. Please, head to the energy core and infuse the main cannon with as much power as you can.
First Fleet's sacrifice had significantly slowed Moonfiend's approach.
100,000 souls spilt their blood to give the rest of them a chance. The wine master glanced at the map where Kong Hui was pointing. With a wave of his scepter, he and the rest of Star Division vanished in a flash of light. Kong Hui didn't stop to brush the tears from his face and returned to giving orders. Tyrannosaurus began to turn, leading the remaining 4 fleets in a course to avoid Moonfiend. But as they started to turn, the distant alien planet began to pick up speed, racing toward Moonfiend. It began to swell once again and the whirling vortex at its center sucked at the dead planet it had spat forth.
Zeta. Tyrannosaurus Energy Core Room.
They stood in an open circular room with 200 chambers. Each one housed a metal bar, and someone standing beside it. All of them were adepts, none less than 5th rank. When the battle had turned against them, they raced down here to lend their disciplines to the ship for guns and shields. Even 200 adepts didn't have the power Tyrannosaurus needed, but if they focused their gifts on just one area, the benefits were sizable. Empowering turrets, for instance, or a sector's shields.
Or a cannon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, The Destruction of Moonfiend. Chapter 689, The Destruction of Moonfiend. Skyfire Avenue's representatives appeared in a flash of silver light, deposited into the energy core chamber. Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin, the pharmacist, driver, Morningstar, Psychic Tide, and the 5 paragons, 11 of them. Their arrival was expected.
11 positions had been left open for them to occupy.
Lan Jue was distracted. His heart was heavy after witnessing the scene on the bridge. The North's sacrifice had affected him deeply.
In truth, he'd never liked Northerners or Westerners.
But after what he'd seen, he had developed a respect for them. Warriors, true warriors. They'd lain down their lives for their country without hesitation. This was what the soul of a soldier really was. His prejudice subsided, his mission the same as every human here: protect Tyrannosaurus from alien destruction. 11 pairs of hands were lain upon metal rods.
No words were exchanged, none were needed.
The telltale pulse of discipline flooded the room and drew the eyes of the other adepts. Their eyes were stabbed by the brilliance of their auras. Lan Jue was only faintly visible in the orb of blue light that surrounded him. His power coursed through the rod before him, causing it to shiver and flooding the ship with excess energy. Nor was he alone, as Qianlin, the pharmacist, the driver, and all the others followed his lead.
Needles practically jumped off the charts once the paragons joined.
Literally. Ship officers stared in shock as monitoring computers failed to record the sudden leap in output. Forced to guess, they suspected a full 300% increase.
Incredible! Was there a limit to the power these 11 newcomers possessed?
The adepts failed to understand how their addition was so potent, so outside the norm.
It was like witnessing a miracle.
One of them waved a scepter which contained the flood of their power. It was so potent there was legitimate concern for the safety of the spectators. When they regained their senses, the adepts returned to their duties, coursing their disciplines through the rods as well. Although it went unspoken, their victory, or at least survival, hinged on how fast the main cannon charged.
Zeta. Kong Hui stared at his screen, watching the charge rate spike dramatically. He also watched as the alien planet quickly caught up with Moonfiend.
A purple light issued from the planet's vortex and hung over the former pirate enclave, which was riddled with craters from where First Fleet made impact. Once it had, the planet turned back toward Tyrannosaurus, which was pummeling them both with railgun fire.
Its main cannon's second shot was inevitable. All fleet break off, attack the planet from the flanks. Kong Hui ordered.
Keeping the fleet close wasn't just useless now that the asteroids had passed, it influenced Tyrannosaur's ability to engage.
Dino plate. the admiral roared.
At his command, the entire ship began to change.
Smaller railguns disappeared as the surface became a sea of spiky protrusions. All of a sudden, Tyrannosaurus looked like the head of a terrible mace. What's more, the head of each spike was a Gamma-class railgun. It was Tyrannosaurus' supreme transformation.
Kong Hui's bastion wasn't constructed with the same bionic principles of Arachnid or Heron. Its armor and energy stores were its advantages. As one of the North's most traditional bastions, its energy consumption was considerable, but its construction was also among the safest. Moonfiend's sudden appearance and frightening speed had originally denied this transformation. It took too long. However, Qianlin and his soldiers had bought them the time they needed. 3rd, 6th, 11th and 13th fleets spread out to either side of Tyrannosaurus. A buzzing cloud of fighter ships were dispatched from the bastion to support them. Kong Hui looked on with red eyes. In the course of this short battle, one fleet had already met its demise. What would become of the rest, burning toward their overwhelming foe? The fleets always competing with one another for glory, but First Fleet had always been head and shoulder above the others. It was a fact no one could contest. Especially in its final moments, the First Fleet set the bar high, which lit a fire of patriotism and duty in the hearts of the Northern Navy. Their hats were off in a sign of respect. Qianlin had waited to obey orders. He corrected that with his life.
Where are we on the main cannon?
Kong Hui muttered.
Admiral, at the current rate we'll need 3 minutes to get a full charge.
Good. A fervent light blazed in the Admiral's eyes. He was determined to fight hard, for as long as they could.
Qianlin's sacrifice would not be in vain.
Besides, the window for retreat was gone. If they wanted to flee, they would first have to free themselves from the enemy's clutches.
Come on then, you bastard. Moonfiend lurched backward from the alien planet's vacuum force, but only for a moment. In a blink it was spat forward again on a collision course toward Tyrannosaurus. However, in contrast to its last charge, Moonfiend was moving significantly slower. Tyrannosaurus sped up as though to meet it head-on.
An interstellar fleet led by capital ships had enough combined might to destroy a small planet. However, Moonfiend was anything but small.
On the contrary, it had once been the largest stellar body in the galaxy.
But under Tyrannosaurus' constant assault, blasts from the 4 fleets and First Fleet's valiant plunge, parts of its surface had begun to fragment.
Great craters and cavernous crevices marred its surface. Tyrannosaurus blasted forward as its entourage swung around in a pincer maneuver. They blasted away at Moonfiend, slowing it down, while Tyrannosaurus bore down on it like a golden spiked mace. Brother Qianlin, may your journey to Valhalla be a smooth one.
Kong Hui stood tall before the window, watching Moonfiend grow larger by the moment. He marked himself with the sign of the cross.
Boom!
An explosion to shake the pillars of heaven roared through the shattered starfields. Tyrannosaurus, relying on its size and armor, and the aid of its entourage, brazenly rammed into the remains of Moonfiend.
Things appeared to move in slow motion.
Moonfiend first stopped, then began to crumble apart. An angry red light cast everything in a stark light as the planet's core cracked open. Tyrannosaurus shook from the impact, so violently that for a moment it seemed the whole ship would rattle apart. However, a few moments later it grew stable. Moonfiend's explosion tore past the bastion's windows, swallowing everything up in an incandescent red glare. The only sound was the persistent roar of a planet's ruin. The angry fires of Moonfiend's core roared around Tyrannosaurus. The bastion stood its ground, unmoving even in the face of apocalyptic destruction. Its scale-like protrusions burned in the fires but did not give.
This was in part due to Tyrannosaurus' energy restoration systems.
Through this system, the bastion could supplement its energy reserves and shields at a moment's notice. However, this required that there was enough energy outside for the system to draw from. As tremors shivered through the ship, Lan Jue held tight to the metal bar in front of him. He never stopped filling the ship with his discipline. In his mind's eyes, the image of First Fleet crashing into Moonfiend's surface played over and over. War was cruel, but it was where heroes were born.
If there came a day I had to make a decision like that, could I make it? Lan Jue quietly mulled over the question. The alien planet didn't press the attack.
Perhaps it was just as shocked by the scene as the humans were.
Tyrannosaurus had bared its fearsome teeth. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining fleets were in position. Eventually, the blazing light of Moonfiend's demise receded.
Fresh slabs of space rock were all that remained of the pirate planet. The alien planet that spat it out wasn't advancing, it was headed back toward the asteroid field.
It was trying to run. Kong Hui's eyes flashed.
He was about to give the order when an urgent voice caught his attention.
Admiral. Heron has had to shed its tail. They're headed our way. Admiral Yen Yuan wishes to speak with you.
His heart skipped a beat, cooling the bloodlust that had bubbled up within him. Shed its tail, as one of the highest-ranking military officers in the North, he knew what that meant. They'd been ambushed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 690, Retreat. Chapter 690, Retreat. Connect him. Admiral Kong Hui.
Yen Yuan's stern face appeared on the screen.
Admiral Yen Yuan, what's happened? Kong Hui asked calmly. Yen Yuan explained. We were ambushed by one of the planets.
It was much stronger than we anticipated. It struck us and we were forced to eject the tail of our ship in order to escape.
We recorded the encounter. I'll send it to you in a moment and we should be arriving at your location in 15 minutes. What is your current situation? Kong Hui's hands were clenched into fists.
We were in a stalemate until First Fleet sacrificed their lives to buy us a chance.
We're preparing to counterattack. I'll speak with you in a moment. Come as fast as you can. All right. Yen Yuan nodded.
After hearing things were going better for Tyrannosaurus, he was visibly less worried.
Another call was coming through. Arachnid-class Bastion has come under enemy fire and was destroyed.
There were no survivors. For a moment Kong Hui was stunned.
Hallman's craggy face swam up at him from the depths of his memory. Hallman's fallen in battle? Down with his Bastion? How could this happen? Kong Hui felt cold all over his body. The enemy had separated, waiting for the humans to stumble into their traps. Only Tyrannosaurus managed to stand their ground, but only just barely. Their operation was a failure. Heron was on its way, but so were the two other alien planets. A harsh and bitter expression darkened the Admiral's face. Ominous as the situation was, however, he still gave his commands. Sound the retreat, all hands. Tell 3rd and 6th Fleets to bring up the rear. Give Admiral Yen Yuan our fallback position, and have Heron meet us there. We're getting out of here as fast as we can, and let the Alliance know what's transpired. Retreat was their only option. Live to fight another day. If they let themselves get surrounded by all 3 alien planets, they would be doomed. It didn't matter how sour the taste of defeat was, withdrawal was the right decision. They'd already lost many to the expedition, further risks were irresponsible. Tyrannosaurus, guarded by its entourage, slowly began to head back the way it had come. Even in retreat they kept their guns trained on the distant alien world, while keeping an eye out for the other two. The enemy planet had stopped once it reached the relative safety of the asteroid belt. It floated in silence, as though it were watching them go with cold, hard eyes. The main cannon was charged. Lan Jue let his arms drop, releases the charging rod. He'd also heard the retreat order. Let's head back, the wine master said. The familiar flash of silver light deposited Lan Jue and the others back into Kong Hui's office. The Admiral sat behind his table. He looked like he'd aged 60 years since they last saw him. His hands rested limply on the desktop, pale and weak from overuse. A deep and bitter pain was behind his eyes. Admiral, what's happened? Why are we pulling back? Lan Jue asked. Kong Hui's response was curt. Heron was defeated and barely managed to escape, but not before jettisoning half the ship. It's got about as much punch as a capital ship now. Arachnid was destroyed by one of the planets, leaving no survivors. Admiral Hallman chose to self-destruct, but not before sending us all the information they gathered. We learned that the planets are headed back here. If we don't retreat, we'll be surrounded. They guessed it would happen, but hearing it from Kong Hui made Skyfire Avenue's scout team shudder. Their hearts sank. The North had been defeated. 3 bastions and 5 fleets, and still the alien planets emerged victorious. From this battle they witnessed firsthand the terrible power of these invaders, the sheer power they were capable of. It wasn't even a direct engagement. At first it had seemed the bastions were a match for these evil worlds, but was that true? The aliens were wise and cunning, more than humans could ever have thought. For all their boisterous praise, human intelligence was thwarted. The aliens appeared to know human tactics even before they did, setting up an ambush in the difficult topography of the starfields. If there was anything this ruinous ordeal revealed, it was that the planets were more than a match for a bastion ship. More was being understood about the aliens every day, but humanity still seemed to just be scratching the surface. Only through more encounters could they uncover more secrets about these beasts. Until those secrets were uncovered, though, humanity was at the mercy of these beasts. A planet could transfer wherever it pleased and mankind would have no means to protect itself. A depressed silence hung over the office, but Kong Hui was not lost to self-pity.
They were still within the dangerous confines of the shattered starfields. They'd cleared a path in, but another would be carved to let them out. Asteroids and planetoids were constantly moving here, and they'd long ago closed the door Tyrannosaurus had opened. It slowed them down.
That meant the 3 hungry planet could catch up. Make sure our radar is widespread, eyes on every direction. Get me the footage from Arachnid's final moments as soon as possible. Kong Hui's cold and calculating persona had returned. He had to get the remaining forces back safe, no matter what.
At the very least, these soldiers had some experience fighting the creatures now. It was experience that would undoubtedly serve humanity well in the coming months. Lan Jue looked out into space, First Fleet's noble sacrifice still at the forefront of his mind. The aliens' power was revealed to them today, but more than that, their intellect and guile. From the very beginning, they'd been led by the nose into a trap. It had cost them many lives. But in Lan Jue's mind, the North had not lost. War with the alien menace was as inevitable as the sunrise. Northern soldiers had thrown themselves into the fires, relying on nothing but their own prowess, in spite of the difficulties. That took strength and courage. Defeat was a bitter pill, but Northern blood had bought invaluable knowledge of the enemy. They'd learned more in one battle than they could have from 10 scouting missions.
Admiral, I want to go back out there. I need to know more about those planets.
Lan Jue turned and fixed Kong Hui with a resolute stare.
Kong Hui paused. Now, dot.
Lan Jue nodded a determined response.
Yes, right now.
Now that the fight was over, there was more they could learn about how the planets would react, whether they would disperse or stay in humanity's backyard.
One could never have enough intelligence on the enemy. Lan Jue had watched Northern soldiers give their lives, helpless to aid them.
There was only so much he could do as an individual when combat broke out. But whatever he could accomplish for the future of humanity, he had to do, to the best of his ability. Very well, take care of yourselves.
After a brief moment of contemplation, Kong Hui gave his blessing. Lan Jue shook his head. We won't all be going. You are an important leader in the fight against these monsters. We'll be leaving some behind to make sure you get out alive.
Such a suggestion would have earned him hard looks and bitter words from the Adepts around Kong Hui before, but after the battle the strength of Skyfire's representatives had been proved.
5 paragons. Together they could turn the tide of battle.
Lan Jue looked toward Zhou Qianlin. Mother, you stay with the gourmet and pauper to protect the admiral. Wine master, clockmaker, if you would come with me. Paragons though they were, Lan Jue was Star Division's commander. Operational decisions rested solely on his shoulders. Zhou Qianlin was their strongest, leaving her behind ensured Kong Hui would survive the trip home. The wine master could transfer them the same way she could to make sure Zeus One stayed safe, he had to come alone. As for the clockmaker, she and the wine master were an item, so separating them would have been troublesome.
Very well, you be careful out there.
Zhou Qianlin was not pleased with the decisions, but she didn't stop her son from going. He embarked on a righteous cause.
Then we're off. The non-paragons would of course join Lan Jue on the tour. Xiaosu was their pilot, Zhou Qianlin couldn't leave Lan Jue's side, Lin Guoguo was responsible for obfuscation, and the driver and pharmacist were muscle.
Although not strong enough to save Tyrannosaurus in battle, this small group was enough to make sure Zeus One didn't bite off more than it could chew. 10 minutes later, Zeus One pulled away from Tyrannosaurus and into the depths of the shattered starfields. Su Xiaosu was at the helm, quietly mulling over her conflicted emotions.
She had named Moonfiend herself, those many years ago.
It had been the home of her mighty pirate clan, the seat of her former power. Now, though, her former home had passed into memory.
Gone.
The pain she felt was to be expected. Lin Guoguo was in the captain's chair, flooding her consciousness through the ship's systems. She sensed their surroundings and monitored the radar. Lan Jue ordered a new route this time, swinging wide from where they'd come from.
They were still in danger of attack from the alien planets.
This time Star Division didn't have a clear mission, but Lan Jue had a plan.
First he had to know if the planets would rejoin. If they did, what was their next move? Connect me with the Admiral, Lan Jue told Su Xiaosu. Aye.
She replied. After everything they'd gone through, it was important to maintain communication with the northern leader. Kong Hui had opened up a special channel to make sure they stayed in touch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 691, Death of a Spider. Chapter 691, Death of a Spider. Commander, what have you found? Kong Hui said. We haven't seen any aliens yet, Lan Jue replied. But we've steered clear of your exfiltration route.
We'll be proceeding with the reconnaissance from a different path.
Admiral, we ask that you share the data from Arachnid and Heron when they get clear of combat.
Under normal conditions, Konghui would never even consider sharing combat information with a foreign national. All of it was confidential and classified as a state secret. Everything that was learned was paid for by the blood of northern soldiers. However, after everything that had transpired, Konghui didn't refuse their appeal. He told Lan Jue the data was already available. The data transfer was quick. On Zeus 1 screens appeared the bastion that had once tried to destroy Lan Jue. Star Division's commander, along with the winemaster and clockmaker, absorbed everything they saw. Arachnid's mechanical arms were a stunning revelation to them, and they watched in awe as the bastion cut through the alien forces as though it were invincible. Tortoise aliens were slashed down like they were made of bean curd. A ship worthy of the North's reputation.
Only humanity's most technologically advanced alliance could create such an awesome monstrosity. But their admiration quickly turned to dread. They watched Arachnid charge the planet and crash into its surface with bated breath. Arachnid's deadly arms and mass had to make that alien world real. But it didn't. Instead, they watched in stunned silence as the mighty ship was ignored like a gnat. Their faces fell. Konghui didn't edit anything from the video, all that had transpired was given to them. Even Arachnid's internal systems data was provided, like the size and attack power of the mechanical arms. Each one of Arachnid's arms was equivalent in power to Heron's main cannons. They were considered inferior only because the ship needed to get in close to use them. Still, it succeeded where all other cannon fire had failed and actually struck the alien. The result? No more than ripples on a pond. Arachnid's great slashing arms left no damage, much to everyone's disbelief. From the outside, no shields were evident around the planet, but Arachnid's failed attack raised the question: how strong was this planet's defense? Could a cannon blast from Tyrannosaurus even break its shields? Lan Jue's mind raced as he watched the recording. Arachnid's attempt reminded him of something. The planet never risked taking a shot from the main guns. It either evaded them or used deception to protect itself. But even if it did, how much damage would it do? The winemaster spoke, his voice low. If Arachnid's inability to crack its shield is any indication, even a cannon blast seems like it would have little effect. The planet it encountered looked smaller than the one we fought as well. We can assume their close combat abilities, their natural abilities, are very formidable. Lan Jue nodded. Father said he sensed a power even stronger than his coming from a planet. What does that say when he's the strongest human alive? The limit of human capabilities, in fact. He's also told me that it's impossible to grow power beyond the infinite because universal law prohibits it. But if that's true for us, it should also be true for the aliens. It must have found some way to hide itself from the universe's restrictions. The Violet Prince referred to the King and Queen, the strongest of the aliens. We know the planets are alive, so it's safe to assume the planets are what he was talking about? The Prince himself is equivalent to a paragon who's reached the infinite. He was holding back in our fight so the universe wouldn't recognize his power. So you're saying these planets are somehow tricking the universe into ignoring them? The wine master asked. Or something like that, at least that's my guess, Lan Jue replied. It's the only explanation that makes sense, and it answers many questions. These planets are large as bastions but change readily when needed. If they were simply weapons, they couldn't react so fast. But if they were akin to a physical body, then you could say it's like instinct. If this is a possibility, we should try to confirm it during this mission, the winemaster offered. Look. The clockmaker cut them off and pointed to the screen. Arachnid was struggling against the tentacles that had emerged from the planet's surface. Thick as mountains, they wrapped tight around the ship and rendered its weapons useless. There was no escape, and every tentacle it cut down was replaced by several more. The fighter ships were trying to flee once it was clear Arachnid was doomed, but the planet's central vortex denied them the chance. None of the smaller ships had enough power to resist the vacuum, and they were all swallowed up. Twinkling purple lights followed, those being the vital crystals left behind by slain aliens. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes. Apparently these crystals were just as cherished by the planets as they were to humans. The screen briefly went white as a mammoth explosion burst from Arachnid's location. The screen went dark, then all that was left was white noise. Self-destruction. Once it was clear escape was impossible, Hallman made the valiant choice and chose to detonate the ship against the planet's surface. There was no data to confirm it, but a bastion's self-destruction had to be apocalyptic in its devastation. It had to have done some damage to that planet. What's more, it denied the life force of the 100,000-plus soldiers aboard the ship. First Fleet Zhou Qianlin led his troops to a fiery death. Arachnid's Hallman chose self-destruction over a pointless death. Together they were a potent demonstration of the North's strength of character.
They'd died defending the honor of their homeland, the first victims in the war against alien invasion.
Lan Jue took a deep, shuddering breath.
His eyes were red. Arachnid had once tried to kill him, but none of that mattered in the face of their sacrifice.
The screens flickered and the snowy picture was replaced by summary data. It was everything learned by Tyrannosaurus from the recording.
It included a preliminary analysis of the planet's defenses, but since Arachnid couldn't overcome them, it was simply a projection.
Things were not optimistic. Even Arachnid's main cannon wouldn't have done much of anything, they posited, though without more data it was hard to be sure.
This was the strength of their enemy, even those tentacles were well protected.
Lan Jue guessed the planet already knew Arachnid was more than a match for its alien forces.
It waited for the Bastion to get close enough to deal with the ship itself. But perhaps it didn't anticipate self-destruction. Part of their mission would have to be uncovering the aftermath.
Next was the recording of Heron's tribulations.
More surprises were forthcoming, like the planet's ability to launch itself forward like the much smaller shuttle aliens.
It was so fast even the North's swiftest Bastion couldn't escape. A terrifying revelation. All of this told them one thing: the alien planets had no weakness.
Close combat, long-ranged attacks, defense, intelligence, speed, each one stronger than the last. Humanity had more than 10 bastions, but from what they saw, even if they gathered them all together, it may not get them the advantage.
None of them were as agile, nor could they teleport like the planets could.
Putting all of humanity's proverbial eggs in one basket was reckless.
Moreover, the limit of these aliens' powers was still a mystery, whether or not human could even fight back with any effectiveness. Not to mention there were planets to protect, and gathering their bastions left those planets exposed. They still needed to know more. The atmosphere aboard Zeus 1 was melancholy, its crew was dispirited by the result of their expedition.
For all their efforts, humanity seemed doomed to extinction. It's evident to everyone these creatures are especially well defended against human technology. It was the pharmacist, who'd rarely opened her mouth, who made the observation. Lan Jue turned his head to look at her.
What you mean to say is non-biological attacks can't break its defenses?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 692, The Verdict. Chapter 692, The Verdict.
The pharmacist answered with a small nod. We've had several dealings with aliens ourselves, and they haven't been so impossible to overcome.
However, now they seem particularly impervious. This is true for their awareness and combat prowess. Lan Jue nodded, thinking back to the many aliens he'd personally cut down.
The pharmacist went on. There's no such thing as a flawless creature. We are governed by the same rules they are, we just haven't found their flaw yet. I believe that discovering this should be the focus of our reconnaissance mission, and even test it.
That makes sense.
For example, we can use the same level natural strength and technological strength and see which has the better results.
They were all intelligent people.
The wine master puzzled out her meaning quickly.
Zeus 1 made the journey quickly.
Not long after leaving Tyrannosaurus, they were back at the heart of the starfields. Empty space greeted them where the system's 3 primary planets had been. Lan Jue, seated beneath the helmet as usual, stared into the distance with eyes that glittered gold. She continuously cloaked them in psychic obfuscation, while the blinding stone kept Zeus 1 out of sight.
They stood out as much as space dust.
In the distance they spotted a group of aliens, all headed in one direction. All the various breeds were represented, but most notable were the saucer aliens, the kind that carried other smaller creatures with it as it traveled. The host of alien creatures thickly dotted that far region of space as they moved together toward some unseen target.
Star Division looked on in surprise. Lan Jue shook his head. Last time we came looking there were so few.
I thought they were back within the planet, but that doesn't appear to have been the case. It looks like they'd been sent out, somehow outside of the starfields. That would mean they had been dispatched with some sort of goal. They did not, after all, use these smaller monstrosities in the battle against the bastions.
So what was going on?
Many in the alien horde were strong enough to go toe-to-toe with human capital ships and with about the same numbers.
Why had they been sent out? And to where? A break in the throng revealed an alien planet. It was the same one that had attacked Tyrannosaurus. Its central vortex had vanished and a thick purple atmosphere hung over the whole planet. Somehow it seemed smaller than it had not long before, probably from the loss of Moonfiend. The alien creatures converged on it from all sides and vanished into the hazy light, like bees returning to the hive. Lan Jue and the others watched from a distance.
With Lan Jue's help they could remain for about an hour without fear of being discovered. Immediately evident was the fact nothing seemed eager to chase after Tyrannosaurus. However, Lan Jue didn't dare send this information to Kong Wei, for fear the energy use would attract attention. Star Division continued to watch, but as they did, the sense something wasn't right began to nag at them.
As the aliens continued to flow into the planet, the atmosphere around it darkened and it grew in size.
The more aliens that came, the larger it got, and the darker its hue became until it was a deep violet.
A suffocating sense of oppression could clearly be felt. Could it have been pretending to be weak?
When the words left Su Xiaosu's lips, a cold chill ran up everyone's spine.
Strong as they were, could the aliens really have been concealing their real strength? How powerful were they really?
It had to be a trick, to lull the humans into believing they knew the truth when clearly they didn't. It would play to their benefit in the next fight, revealing strength the humans didn't think they had.
No, it can't be that simple.
The pharmacist watched with furrowed brow.
It's not just about deception.
It could just as easily have held back instead of wasting energy to make aliens.
There's another reason.
Zhu Di said that there are limits to how much power any living thing can possess, surpass that and the universe tries to redistribute that power. If this planet is alive, like we suspect, it must be at or near that limit. It would mean that it had to limit itself by diffusing its energy into those aliens or it risked passing the threshold.
This is a tool, an important means of controlling its own growth. What's more, the North's 3 bastions could destroy these smaller ones easily.
The planets probably sent them out because they cherish the energy these smaller ones contain.
They rely on it. Lan Jue nodded as the pharmacist gave her hypothesis. All of that is a possibility. Let's keep watching. The aliens continued to return in an unending flow of purple bodies.
Suddenly, their conversation was cut short by a heady burst of power.
They looked back at the scene, and in the distance they saw another enormous silhouette come into view. Another planet. Everyone unconsciously held their breath. Were they going to gather here? It would prove everything they'd guessed.
The aliens weren't planning on leaving the starfields just yet. They would continue to sup on the vital energies of the system while enjoying its protection.
The second planet was visibly smaller than the first.
Its massive purple body slowly came to a stop not far from its twin.
Let's go, Lan Jue said. We have to see if this is the one that destroyed Arachnid.
Zeus 1 began its approach, slowly closing the distance.
No scar. The planet showed no signs whatsoever of being in a fight.
Either this wasn't the planet Holman faced where the Admiral's sacrifice had been in vain.
Before they could tell for sure, another tyrannical aura made their hearts skip a beat.
The third planet had arrived. It radiated an angry violet light, and a deep crater revealed discolored terrain beneath.
It looked like a round piece of chocolate some enormous cosmic beast had taken a bite out of.
Slowly it approached the other two while a strange and sick fluid flowed in the wound.
Zeus 1 didn't need to do any more searching for the planet that had destroyed Arachnid. At least they could confirm that Holman's final order had caused some damage. Here they were, all together. As the humans quietly watched, they witnessed aliens leave from the largest of the planets and head toward the other two, changing them. Boss, I can't hold for much longer.
They'd been here for a while, and Lin Guoguo was starting to become exhausted.
Let's go, Lan Jue answered.
Su Xiaosu swung Zeus 1 around and calmly brought them to a safe distance.
The last few minutes had been very telling.
For the North, it would be a relief to discover they weren't being chased. They were also able to confirm damage to one of them, though at the same time it was clear they could aid one another.
Zeus 1 made its way to a larger asteroid and settled on its surface.
Lin Guoguo immediately sank into meditation to recover her strength.
What do we do now? The wine master asked Lan Jue. He pondered for a moment. I want to grab one, bring it back.
Like the pharmacist says, we need to learn more about them if we're going to craft an effective strategy.
If things keep going as they are now, we're just waiting for death, far too passive.
The wine master looked at him.
Are you going yourself? Lan Jue nodded. We've got no bastion as support and only ourselves to rely on. Without Mother here, you are the only one that can get us out of harm's way in a hurry, and you'll need time to prepare in that event. It would be too risky to put Zeus 1 in that position. I go out alone, secure a target, and come back, simple. Then we get out of here.
The wine master frowned at the prospect.
You know the Violet Princess has you in her sights. Don't you think this is too dangerous?
You don't have Guoguo's psionic pulse to shield you, making you easier to spot to the enemy. It's the same for everyone, Lan Jue countered. Anybody who goes out there runs the risk of being discovered. That's why you're staying here to prepare for a quick exit. We teleport out of here the moment I get back, no matter what's after me. That's how we stay safe and get out with mission accomplished. At last the wine master acquiesced. Very well, just be careful.
Lan Jue nodded. Relax, I'll make sure I've got my head on a swivel. You don't think I can take care of myself? I'm going.
The pharmacist spoke up. Lan Jue looked her way, ready to deny her request. But he saw that there was no room for argument in the look she gave him.
And there was something else. All right. Lan Jue took Zhou Qianlin's hand and brought her to the back of the ship.
She followed meekly, with no light of consciousness in her expression. When he looked at her beautiful face, Lan Jue couldn't help but sigh. He hesitated for just a moment, then spoke softly to her in a warm voice. You need to stay here on the ship.
You can't come with me this time.
He gave her a gentle hug and a light kiss on the forehead. He helped her stand to one side.
Wait for me right here, I'll be back soon.
He ran a hand along her silken hair, then left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 693, Life and Death. Chapter 693, Life and Death.
Just then Lan Jue felt his shirt tightened. When he turned around, he saw a pair of lily-white hands gripping his clothes.
Qianlin. Lan Jue gasped in surprise. Ever since falling into the state, Qianlin could perform basic functions, but this was the first time she'd taken the initiative. However, her eyes still bore the dull look. Lan Jue tried to loosen her grip, but she just held on tighter.
He tried to convince her to let him go, but she would not be swayed. Tears had begun to well up in Lan Jue's eyes. He pursed his lips, and after a moment sighed.
All right, we stay together. Life or death, no matter what happens, we don't separate.
He dropped his head and kissed her lips. The telltale light surrounded them, and when it was gone, so was Zhou Qianlin.
Lan Jue felt his discipline surge to its peak.
A few minutes later, Zeus One's cargo hold opened and two figures emerged, Lan Jue and the pharmacist.
They didn't wear their mechas, they would be too conspicuous.
Instead, they relied on their protogenic understanding to protect them from the vacuum of space.
Sis, why did you want to come? Did you sense something? Lan Jue asked her. The pharmacist's calm expression fractured, revealing uncertainty beneath. Her body shook ever so slightly. What is it? Lan Jue asked, concerned.
She was silent for a time, fighting with herself to maintain calm. She bit her lower lip.
I felt it. He didn't understand. It? What do you mean? She sighed. Altus. Altus?
Lan Jue gaped at her.
First of the banishing blades, the one your husband bore? She nodded.
Lan Jue stared at her in shock.
One of the planets? Again, she nodded. The largest one. I'm sure of it, Altus is somewhere inside.
If you don't believe me, channel your consciousness through Captus.
You'll feel it, too. Lan Jue nodded and shut his eyes, searching his feelings.
His mind sunk into the mystical blade. Therein was a world of marvels, thick with the sword's power. Reality existed in tiers, constantly emerging and collapsing before his eyes. Among it all was a faint sense, immortal essence so broad and profound that it seemed to permeate everything, its end and beginning. This was the root of the banishing blade's power. Therein he found Captus, shivering. He sensed it, felt it calling to something far away in the ethereal reality they inhabited. He could also sense Oxysis and Demortis close by.
Lan Jue gasped.
She was right, the sword was there.
But that meant her husband.
His eyes opened and he turned his attention toward the pharmacist. Her eyes were wet, and tears were suspended in space between them.
She had spent so many years, desperately searching for any news of her lost love.
Now she had it, but it was news of his death. If Altus was somewhere inside the alien planet, then the chances her husband still lived were minuscule.
Sis, it's all right.
Maybe Lan Jue tried to find the words to comfort her. She waved her hand.
It's fine, I've prepared for this day. I knew I was just lying to myself by hoping he'd come home. How could he still live?
I just never thought it would be these cursed aliens that killed him.
No matter the cost, I am going to get that sword back. It's the only thing he left behind. I'll help you. Lan Jue replied without hesitation.
She paused, staring at him with glistening eyes. 3 simple words, but they were a solemn promise. Both of them had seen the strength of these monsters with their own eyes, and still Lan Jue was eager to help. It was moving beyond words.
Lan Jue went on. Do you have a plan? Maybe some way to awaken the sword?
No one would know better than Yang Ye or Xian Yuan, you should ask them, she replied.
All right. Lan Jue wasted no time in seeking out the White Blade Master and asking for his help.
Zhou Qianlin appeared at his side in a flash of light. His first action was to stare at the distant planets. He had been awakened when Lan Jue entered the Swords dimension and had also felt Altus' presence.
Yang, we believe Altus is inside the alien planet. Is there any way we could call it out?
Lan Jue's voice was low and serious. Zhou Qianlin furrowed his eyebrows and thought.
Altus, yes. That is Altus aura I sense.
But it is sealed by some great power. I can also feel that the whole of its power has been stimulated.
Strong. Altus is the first of us.
Individually it is just as powerful as any of the other blades, but it is the only one with knowledge of the banishing stance.
If you could recapture it, the stance may be achievable.
I've only ever heard of the banishing stance in tales and legends, Lan Jue said.
Is it really that strong? Yang chuckled politely.
The realms of gods have gone from this universe, but I can tell you that even the three pure ones would be turned to dust if faced with the banishing stance.
With the blades at its center, this stance could create an entirely new universe. Is that strong?
Lan Jue gaped at him.
He could see the fervent light glint in Zhou Qianlin's eyes. So how do we get it back? He asked.
Yang replied in low, even tones.
It's difficult.
We can locate its specific location by tracking its aura, but only a swords master can control it.
We can find it, but we can't take it away. To do so you would need to kill its master. The one spot of good news is that the swords cannot harm each other. You're protected from Altus' power.
Lan Jue was going to continue his line of questioning when suddenly he stopped. The pharmacist had grabbed his arm, and he turned to look at her. She had recovered from her momentary sadness.
There's no rush. Now we know Altus has fallen into the hands of the enemy.
Once we break through to Paragon and can command the sword's power more fully, it won't be difficult to track this planet down. If we reach the level of Jue, with our 3 banishing blades, the planets would not seem so insurmountable. Inwardly, Lan Jue was moved by her words. After discovering her husband's weapon, no one would be more eager to recover it than her. She knew it was a terrible risk to try it now. To attempt it at their level of power would be like a moth leaping into the flames. Sister, no matter what and no matter when you're ready to get that sword, I'll be right by your side.
Lan Jue's promise was full of determination and passion.
She smiled at him and gently nodded her head.
All right, we have a mission to complete. Let's get back as soon as we can. We have a lot of information to share with the East. Everything we experienced out here will be important.
Yeah, he said with a nod. The two of them raced ahead, approaching the planet while being careful to keep their approach hidden.
But their target wasn't one of the planets, but a straggling alien.
If they could grab one and bring it back alive, their mission would be a success.
At their strength, it shouldn't be very difficult.
The key was not to attract the attention of the planets. In the vast expanse of the universe, humans were infinitesimally small and hard to pick out. Lan Jue and the pharmacist found a suitable place to lay in wait for their prey.
Their protogenic mastery was more than enough to hide from an alien, even a wave or two. Their chance came a little more than an hour later.
A saucer-type alien came floating by, majestically flitting through space like a jellyfish in the ocean. In its wake was another, smaller creature. It looked like a beetle with a dark purple shell, and stretched 10 meters long.
Lan Jue had seen this kind before. Compared to its other interplanetary cousins, it was very small and easy to overlook. However, it would be a mistake to underestimate it because of its size.
Its armor was strong, and moved quick as lightning. In battle, 3 spines jutted from its mouth that it used as weapons.
Lan Jue had seen one bite through an asteroid 300 meters across. That seemed to be their specialty, cutting through asteroids.
They were like mites that hid themselves on the bodies of larger aliens. It was formidable in both attack and defense, certainly not bottom of the barrel when it came to the alien hierarchy. But it was small, and that made it easier to capture. That's the one, Lan Jue gestured toward it.
All right, I'll follow your lead.
The pharmacist replied. The pharmacist and Oxysis were potent killers, not best suited for taking prisoners. Lan Jue would have to do most of the work. He wasted no time. In a blink he was racing forward toward their target. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 694, The Pharmacist Advances. Chapter 694, The Pharmacist Advances.
10 meters was minuscule when compared with stars and planets. Lan Jue, standing at roughly 2 meters, was even less deserving of attention. Even so, Lan Jue didn't give the beetle alien a chance to discover him. As he raced ahead, an angry red light lashed out. From the beetle's perspective, reality collapsed in front of it, creating a powerful vacuum. It immediately reacted by retracting its wings and trying to get free, but the pull was too strong. Its body was surrounded by a crimson light. The red aura flickered and flared. The alien had no control over itself, and the strange power caused it to pitch wildly from side to side. Lan Jue appeared suddenly on top of it, and as he pressed his hands to its back, a dim blue light joined the red. Flecks of silver light hung in an orb around the beast.
There wasn't a single sound. The beetle writhed and raged until, suddenly, it stopped. It hung limply in the darkness.
From start to finish, the exchange had lasted no more than a few seconds.
Captus locked it down, Lan Jue's all-heaven lightning suppressed it. Together it was enough to overwhelm the beast and knock it out. Perfectly executed.
The alien's agility was counteracted by Captus' power, as well as its psychic projection.
It couldn't even call for help.
Wavering blue light brightened the area for a moment as Lan Jue deposited the creature into Thor's promise. He waved to the pharmacist to let her know it was done. He began to head back where they'd come from as a beam of light. As he headed back to the ship, the pharmacist was silently impressed with her companion.
Lan Jue was no less capable than she was now.
It'd take her 10 years to reach a level of understanding with Oxysis.
How long had Lan Jue had his blade?
Yet it seemed there was nothing preventing him from a deeper comprehension of the sword's power. Part of it was his innate talent, but a fair bit was also hard work and determination. She opened her mouth and spat forth the 7-star blade. She stood atop it and let the weapon bring her back to Zeus 1. Their mission had ended, it was time to return and share the story of what had happened. Who knew how much news of this clash would affect the human worlds? The pharmacist and Lan Jue raced back side by side.
Both of them knew how dangerous it was to stay any longer than they had to.
Suddenly, Lan Jue sensed something and quickly turned toward the pharmacist by his side. Her reactions were quick, and she turned the blade beneath her feet like a surfboard to change course.
Ting!
A pretty crystalline sound arose while simultaneously the universe contracted in upon them. To the humans it felt like an enormous hand caught them in its grip and was trying to squish them into paste. The pharmacist's eyes flashed, and the sword beneath her feet erupted into 100,000 cutting lights. They blasted out from her in all directions. Lan Jue proceeded to swing his arms around in a circle, and the black-white power of Taiji appeared before him.
Crackling sky-blue manifestations of all-heaven lightning roiled within. A strange and disconcerting dizziness swept past, like the universe was rotating on an invisible axis. It cut Lan Jue and the pharmacist off from the crushing pressure. A violet figure appeared in space before them. When they saw her, the expression on Lan Jue and the pharmacist's faces fell. They knew who she was, a familiar face they'd encountered several times before. The Violet Princess. Zhu Di had told Lan Jue that the princess was a part of the infinite, just as he was. She was new to the level of power, but nonetheless was even more powerful than Zhou Qianlin. Lan Jue and the pharmacist weren't even paragons yet. One could imagine their trepidation. The universe had been painted violet. Although Lan Jue had managed to separate them from the princess power, they were still trapped. Two swords descended from the darkness of space, one red and one white. Their light was cast upon the two humans, Captus and Oxysis, respectfully. It was clear the Violet Princess had been ready to attack, but when the swords appeared and she felt their aura, it gave her pause. Fear painted her eyes. Lan Jue's greatest worry had been realized. He thought he was quick, but clearly the princess was quicker. I felt you long ago, but I couldn't tell precisely where. I didn't think you would deliver yourself to me. Come, let's return. The Violet Princess spoke calmly, and her eyes never left Lan Jue. Lan Jue looked defeated. Violet Princess. This was clearly not his day. The wine master couldn't sense them here, but even if he could, it was hopeless. Even together they were no match for this creature. What's more, they were far too close to the planets, and even if they didn't get involved, the Violet Prince was not far away. Let her go. I'll go back with you. Lan Jue spoke softly, like he was narrating someone else's misfortune. A light flashed in the monster's eyes. Why should I? You both can come with me. She is also suitable for mating and giving birth to the next generation. The pharmacist's pupils contracted to two angry black dots. She looked back at the princess with a terribly cold glare. Answer my question. Many years ago there was a man who bore a sword like ours. You captured him. Does he still live? The pharmacist's words were chilly and firm. They had no way of learning what went on inside those planets, but there was a chance they could learn something from the princess herself.
The alien leader paused, and she looked at the human woman with a deep curiosity. Then her attention turned to the weapon suspended by her side, and for a moment she looked like she recognized it.
That human?
He refused to couple with our queen and took his own life. Our queen felt it was a terrible waste. He would have given her very powerful offspring.
Took his own life.
When she heard the words, the pharmacist felt like she was frozen solid. Tears welled up in her eyes. Scenes of the past raced through her mind, days when they were young and growing up together. He'd been older than she was and carried her on his back to go play. They studied together, trained together, pushing one another to be better. They'd been together when the trove of Celestial Master Qian's teachings had been uncovered. They were together when they obtained the banishing blades.
As time went on, they had a child together. Shortly after, he left on that fateful mission and never returned.
At the time, he was a rising star in the Eastern Army, a future paragon. He was supposed to get a promotion to general when he got back. At the time, he had been praised as a contemporary to the Enluan super soldier, no less talented and capable. Together they were the bright future of the Eastern military.
He had even more potential than Lan Chang.
He had been a man of integrity, and gentle as water to her. A perfect man, a perfect husband. Just when she thought he'd make a perfect father, he vanished. All of that was gone now, as she finally learned of her partner's fate. Her body began to sway, as did the sword beside her. A stifling, murderous aura bloomed from Oxysis. It poured with a blinding light that made the violet realm around them begin to crack. Even the princess powers didn't seem capable of restricting this unparalleled bloodlust. The pharmacist's eyes had turned crimson and waves of power from her flooded the area, more than ever before. A wave of sword light cut right through the violet princess domain. The creature stood in shock, frightened of the power Oxysis and Captus bore. When the savage force of Oxysis was released, that fear grew, freezing her in place. Mystical lotuses appeared in tiered layers around the pharmacist, each one white as polished jade.
Set against her beautiful figure, she looked like an immortal returned to the universe.
Oxysis, the deadliest of the banishing blades, blazed as though it were on fire. Beams of white light issued from it and poured into the pharmacist, pushing her daunting aura to even greater heights. Meanwhile, the surreal lotus flowers spread out around her, and though they were beautiful to behold, their deadly sharp power was palpable.
Domain, this was her domain. Lan Jue knew what was happening, but how? Breaking through and immediately summoning one's domain? This was true talent.
Like him, the pharmacist had been constraining her powers, delaying her breakthrough for the chance to advance farther with time. But facing the princess and hearing of her lover's fate caused her brutality to explode beyond her control. It awakened the blade, and the two together joined as one terrible presence, thrusting her into the realm of the paragons and calling forth her domain. It had been Oxysis' hidden dangers that made her most reticent to breaking through. She and her husband had been hasty, and joined with the banishing blades before they were ready. They were scoured by the limitless power of the weapons. She feared these dangers would impede her progress when becoming a paragon.
This was not a problem for Lan Jue.
This was due to the fact that Captus' sword spirit was strong, as was Lan Jue at the time of joining. With a good foundation and the help of the Thunder Essence's immortal chi, he had been able to assimilate the gentler Captus without issue. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 695, Gates of Slaughter. Chapter 695, Gates of Slaughter.
In this instant, Oxysis finally accepted its master and propelled her into the realm of the paragons. The power of her domain was inferior to that of the Violet Princess, but even the terrible alien strength couldn't hold thirst for carnage back. Even the universe seemed to shrink away from the fearful sense. The Violet Princess, for all her power, hesitated to engage. Captus also seemed galvanized by Oxysis' display and began to quiver. Ripples of angry red light pulsed from it, weaving among its companions' violent display. A strange, uncomfortable sensation swept across the area. The Violet Princess screamed. Her howl still hung in the air as she dissolves into a violet stream of light and vanished into space. As she did, the blinding red and white lights mingled to create a towering gate.
3 words were etched into reality at its apex. Gates of Slaughter.
All around them the universe was a tapestry of red and white, separate but woven together.
Time and space collapsed at their borders, and any asteroid within 5 kilometers splintered into dust.
Nothing was capable of denying the pure destructive force that threatened to devour this pocket of the universe.
Captus swelled to enormous size.
It writhed and cut through the air, wildly casting squalls of power every which way.
Oxysis continued to burn with a pure white fire, and its light embraced the newly ascended pharmacist. What are you waiting for? Flee.
Zhou Qianlin's voice rang in Lan Jue's mind. It brought him back to his senses. He reached out his right hand and Cactus shrunk as it fell into his palm. Blade and man as one, Lan Jue became a ray of red light that streaked into the distance. The pharmacist followed close behind. Eventually the trail of light they left behind faded into nothing.
They were gone.
The gates of slaughter remained behind, but began to fade after 10 seconds. Even so, the calamitous sensation remained. Waves of its power continued to wreak havoc through the area and fluctuated frantically as though universal protogenia itself was forced to submit. After another 10 seconds, a different power swept through, strong and constraining. 2 flashes of purple cut through the pale white light, depositing the violet prince and princess. The princess still looked anxious and apprehensive. Her pretty face pouted in disbelief. "It was so frightening," she said. "It was like my mind and power were in danger of being shattered. How could such boundless power exist? It is in defiance of universal rules, beyond what should be allowed. But I felt it clearly, well beyond that limit, beyond what monarch can safely use." The violet prince furrowed his brow, perceiving some invisible thing. After a moment he spoke again. "Monarch says it is not real, it is a simulation of a real force, like the one in the blade left behind by the human. Monarch has managed to control some measure of the human weapon's power, perhaps he will learn more about this." "Princess, you are too cowardly." The violet princess stood tall and regarded him with prideful incredulity. "I am to be queen, I must protect myself from danger. That human is also of great interest to me. I wish to take him as my mate, our offspring would be very strong." The prince narrowed his eyes. "What of the female? Maybe she is a suitable breeder." A flash of purple lit up the princess' eyes. Before her, an image of the pharmacist appeared complete with a near-perfect representation of her aura. Zeta. Twinkling motes of silver filled an empty tract of space. Silken threads of silver grew from them, connecting them. All of a sudden they cracked like a fracture's mirror, and from the fissure in spacetime there emerged a sapphire blue battleship. Any energy signature was constrained. In fact, all was quiet, like nothing out of the ordinary had happened at all. Within Zeus I, the winemaster sat down on the floor, exhausted. Transferring them over such a long distance by himself was a stretch of his abilities, not to mention the size of the ship. The starfields were also rife with disrupting energies that made it all the more difficult. Lan Jue's face still showed his shock. Cactus had disappeared back into its place between dimensions, but Oxysis remained suspended in air. It flickered in and out of existence, surrounded by white light. Thankfully, with Cactus' help, its unbridled murderous power was contained. Were that not the case, he feared for the safety of those on board the ship? No trace was seen of the pharmacist, who had joined with her blade. However, Lan Jue could feel waves of power coming from Oxysis that felt familiar. At last she had broken through. He couldn't know whether she would rise to be a reflection of heaven and earth like his brother, but it wasn't out of the question. After all, she had the benefit of a banishing blade. She would inevitably be integral in the fight against the aliens. Lan Jue couldn't say he wasn't a little envious of the pharmacist's breakthrough. It seemed like everyone around him had been advancing while he remained behind. His brother was especially impressive, leaping to 2nd degree and commanding Varakana as his dermic reflection. In the course of a single day he had become one of humanity's most promising paragons. Hua Li had also received the rights of his ancestors and ascended to paragon status. He was now truly His Majesty Poseidon. Xu Cheng had yet to take that step, but was separated by only the thinnest margin. Now, the pharmacist had joined the ranks of Eastern powerhouses. But himself? Lan Jue's individual discipline had risen to 9th level 8th rank. If he wanted, he could reach peak rank in very little time, even break through to paragon. His body was imbued with immortal chi from the thunder essence, and he had command of the mighty all-heaven lightning. Although he could not be called a paragon, the truth was he wasn't a typical adept either. The restriction that had been imposed upon him, by the arrow of compassion, by his connection to Qianlin, they held him back. The only way he would rise to paragon was with Qianlin by his side. Her discipline was only slightly less than his own, yet Lan Jue was still uneasy. If she didn't come to before it was time for her breakthrough, it may result in problems. If she couldn't sense the flows of protogenia as she crossed the barrier, how could she advance? It wasn't even certain the process wouldn't come with unseen dangers. After all, a paragon's growth depended on their comprehension of the universe. Lan Jue glowered helplessly, but he knew he couldn't rush. He had to find a way to rouse Qianlin from the hell the astral phantom had put her in. He thought back to Qianlin's small hands gripping his shirt. He took it as a sign that maybe the day she came back to him wasn't far off. Each time they cultivated, Lan Jue channeled the immortal chi he absorbed from the thunder essence into her body. He hoped it would nourish her. It was the reason she appeared more and more ethereal, like a fairy from the old tales. Whatever awful toxin the astral phantom had used, it could not be more powerful than the essence of the immortals. It had to be strong enough to bring her mind back.
What did you find out? The clockmaker asked, alarmed at Lan Jue's panicked bearing.
He snapped back to the present and faced her with a bitter smirk.
The aliens' reactions are better than we thought.
We captured an alien as fast as we could, but the Violet Princess still tracked us down.
Faced with her domain, the pharmacist broke through. Then our weapons somehow created this power on their own. It was powerful enough to scare the princess away and give us an opportunity to run.
I think she's still in the process of her breakthrough now.
The pharmacist broke through, that's incredible.
Meditate, learn from the power she releases.
I'll protect the ship. Zeus 1 was distant by this point. Unless the 3 alien planets were headed right for them, there was nothing to worry about. In fact, the clockmaker's permission wasn't needed. Su Xiaosu, Ling Guagua, and the driver were already immersed in meditation.
Xiaosu and Guagua still had a ways to go before it was their time to break through, but the driver tread nearer every day. His moment would be when the evolution of his discipline.
The primordial lightning he commanded was strengthening fast, though it still couldn't compare to Lan Jue's.
At any rate, his ascension was all but assured. Lan Jue sat and crossed his legs, slipping into introspective silence as he felt the flows of the pharmacist's protogenia. It was easy for him to understand its secrets because they were issued from Oxysis, a pair to Captus which he bore. When the bearers of the banishing blades ascended, these weapons would channel their powers, more potent than any astrum. It was something they all had in common. Of course, Lan Jue had his own unique potential. His all-heaven lightning and the thunder essence continued to amalgamate, boosting his cultivation. Most importantly, it gave him a sense of the immortal realm that had passed into legend. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 696, Simulated Strategy. Chapter 696, Simulated Strategy.
Although the meaning of Oxysis was Immortal Executor 1, it was actually created by the greatest of the immortals, Celestial Master Hongjun.
However, the swords came under the control of the fiend Tontian too.
It was he who created the banishing strategy, and thus gave the blades their ominous names. The immortal chi Lan Jue had absorbed helped him greatly in commanding the power of Captus. What he needed now to solidify that power was to break through and keep improving his own strength. Zhou Qianlin had told him long ago that becoming a paragon would vastly enhance his control of the blade. This would be especially true for the pharmacist since her discipline was laden with immortal chi. However, helpful as the pharmacist's breakthrough was, Lan Jue could not ease his heart enough to meditate on it. The gate that was created was there every time he closed his eyes, at the forefront of his mind.
Those 3 words were burned into memory. Gates of slaughter.
At first he didn't know why the Violet Princess had fled so readily, but then he felt what came out of that gate.
The power it bore was even more catastrophic than his father's upender attack. Strangely, it hadn't affected him or the pharmacist in the least. Could it be this was a taste of the power Oxysis bore now that its master was a paragon? If this were true, to what heights was the pharmacist capable? Could she unveil the secrets of the infinite? Ease your heart and meditate. It is not so simple as you think.
Zhou Qianlin's voice was serious and impatient.
Qianlin, guide me. That whole experience was beyond my understanding. The confusing is stopping me from focusing. Lan Jue pleaded.
Qianlin replied. The gates of slaughter is one of the principles of the banishing strategy. It is so powerful the greatest immortals shiver at its mention.
The banishing strategy? Lan Jue gasped. But we don't have the formation. How could any part of the strategy manifest? The sword spirit went on.
The pharmacist's breakthrough invigorated the base elements of her sword. In that moment, Oxysis and Captus resonated with one another. Part of that is the gates of slaughter.
Altogether, the banishing strategy has 8 gates.
Because we don't have the formation, all I could produce was a counterfeit of the gates, but its aura was enough to frighten the princess. Even a copy of the real thing is incredibly difficult to produce, and if the pharmacist hadn't broken through in just that moment, I wouldn't have been able to complete it.
If we were in possession of the formation and could employ the strategy, do you think the princess would be able to flee?
Even with only 3 swords, the strategy would be enough to reduce her to ash. An arrogance had crept into Zhou Qianlin's voice as he described the power the swords possessed.
So that's what it was. Lan Jue's heart raced.
Though his time with Captus was brief, he knew the power this godblade held.
Or, he thought he knew.
Upon feeling even the mimicry of power from the gates of slaughter, he began to understand. He burned for the knowledge of the banishing strategy.
We must recapture Altus. Spare no effort, for once the formation is obtained, even those terrible planets will be cut down before these swords. Excitement was evident in Zhou Qianlin's appeal.
When the gates appeared, I could feel Altus more clearly.
It may be under alien control, but they can't suppress the Blade's will. If you can find it, awaken it, then there is a chance you can take Altus from their clutches.
With the 4 banishing blades together again, you'll have a mighty force in hand that these monsters will struggle to oppose, even without the strategy. Lan Jue gave a bitter smirk.
Easier said than done.
If we want that sword back, we'll need to walk into the lion's den. That planet is the one the princess calls Monarch, and it's even stronger than Father. You saw the fate of Arachnid just as we did. There's no way we can get close enough.
How can we get the sword back if we can't even get close enough to find it?
Zhou Qianlin replied with a small, mysterious smile. The princess did mention she was interested in coupling with you.
You? I'm not prostituting myself. Lan Jue balked.
Gradually his doubt and confusion subsided, enough to focus on Oxys's power. It was pure and strong, and although it was unerringly brutal, there was a righteousness to it. It was a sort of reckoning, here to pass judgment on all things foul and eliminate evil. Lan Jue's powers were also just, fair and good. His rapport with the essence of the sword deepened his comprehension of its secrets. Soon a profound focus consumed him. Qianlin, joined with him, enjoyed the same abiding level of wisdom.
The clockmaker looked on, and she witnessed the changes coming over Lan Jue's aura, first blue, then red.
They flickered back and forth while behind him the banishing blade's lights roiled like dancing auroras.
3 of the god blades had been gathered.
Their splendor dominated the laws of nature. A divine light shone from within Lan Jue, and every change that came over him caused reality to ripple.
The first one to arise from meditation was Lin Guogua.
Psychics like her were rare, and although the pharmacist's breakthrough tempered her abilities, they didn't offer any insights. She would only be gifted insight from a paragon with powers like hers, a very unlikely scenario.
Of the 4 adepts, it was Lan Jue and the driver who sank deepest into meditation.
He was near to paragon already, and his evolved primordial lightning was another righteous display of the immortal realm.
There was some faint parallels with the pharmacist's legendary weapon. He learned much. Lan Jue had even more of a connection with the banishing blade.
He, too, felt the flows of protogenia deeply. The wine master was the 3rd one to awaken, recovered from teleporting them to safety.
How are you? Better?
The clockmaker asked. The wine master glanced at the sword and nodded.
I'm fine. The hardest hit was my pocketbook. Teleportation is expensive.
But, I feel as though I may make a breakthrough soon.
The clockmaker's face lit up. You have a sense? He chuckled. Skyfire Avenue has paragons popping up like weeds after a spring shower. As its chairman, how could I show my face if I don't work to keep up? With my aunt's help and my years of experience, it is nearly time. When we return, I'll cloister myself in preparation. She seemed a little disappointed. In our time, the rise of a paragon was a rare and wonderful thing. How many does Skyfire Avenue have now? The wine master sighed. In fact, I would rather it was like it had been in the old days. It is a sign of looming tragedy that we should have so many now. These aliens have come to end our species, and they are so strong as to make it a real possibility. They come on a foul wind, and I shudder to think of the destruction they'll cause when they invade the human galaxies. The clockmaker tried to reassure him. There is no point in worrying over it now. All we can do is continue to give our best. We will fight, and cast the beasts from our homes. Humanity has survived since ancient times, and I believe it was all in preparation for a time like this, but... I hope so, he replied. The clairvoyant's prophecies are coming true, but the one I wish for most desperately is the jewelry master. They say destiny is a strange and marvelous thing. Ever since that young man shed his troubled past, Skyfire Avenue has been swept up in his every act. Like the clairvoyant said, he is the hinge. A bridge, and because of him Skyfire Avenue will play an important role in humanity's future. The clockmaker looked at Lan Jue. Then we must be even more vigilant in protecting him. I didn't agree with this trip to help the North. I know how they operate. They are fierce on the battlefield, with valiant soldiers and wise commanders. However, they will sell the deepest core of themselves for their alliance. Were the outcome different and their campaign a success, I would not be surprised to find them turning their guns on us. The wine master nodded. That's why we set the teleportation array on Tyrannosaurus. In the end, we didn't need it to save ourselves, but to save them.
The clockmaker turned to him, looking him deep in the eyes.
The only person you can ever really trust in this universe is yourself. Do not believe that saving Kang Hui's life has made him an ally.
When it comes to the benefit of the nation, one man's feelings mean nothing. Kang Hui is their highest-ranking military officer, he lives that fact. Give the North a wide margin as we go back, it's safest to return straight to Skyfire.
The wine master nodded again in agreement.
He'd originally planned to catch up with the Bastion and share their intelligence before returning home. But the clockmaker was right, it may very well be a path toward danger.
1. It is. 2. So my wife threw me down one hell of a rabbit hole.
There is an old and famous book called Fengxianyani, and in it the writer described a battle among the immortals, using the banishing blade stance, henceforth I'll refer to it as strategy, it's a better term. Tongtian is an immortal who joins two of the three pure ones to fight against their master, which is why it's called the Immortal Killing Battle Array, direct translation. The interesting takeaway here is that TJSS is borrowing from a very famous old novel that perverted Taoist teachings. Interestingly, the alien planets are 3, while the main immortals who were trying to kill the other immortals also numbered 3.
It isn't impossible to imagine that TJSS is replicating that battle, in space.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 697, End of the Expedition. Chapter 697, End of the Expedition. Xiaosu, send our data to Tyrannosaurus. Ask if they need anything more from us.
The wine master, after thinking for a moment, spoke to the ship's driver. She confirmed, then turned on the ship's communications and did as instructed. The North's equipment was top of the line, and they were connected immediately.
We're sending the data, Xiaosu said. Did you get any feedback?
The wine master asked.
Xiaosu stared at the screens. Hold on, waiting for a response now. We're pretty far away, so the signal isn't very clear. She spoke again after a moment. They want us to meet up with them as soon as possible. Got it.
The wine master's mouth turned into a slight frown. He looked toward the clockmaker.
So you think that if we go back, there's a chance? She smiled. I'm not sure, but there is always a chance. The safest choice is not to go back. We've already completed our mission. All right. He understood her sentiment.
Out in the starfields, Zeus 1 didn't have a way to communicate directly with Skyfire Avenue, and the loss of a single patrol boat during a massive alien battle was completely feasible. The North only needed to claim that was the case if their aims were less than wholesome. While the wine master thought well of Admiral Kang Hui, he wasn't prepared to stake the lives of his companions on a feeling.
Returning to Tyrannosaurus was risking more than he was comfortable with. Zeta. Tyrannosaurus-class Bastion ship. We've obtained the data.
According to the star maps we've received, the 3 planets have gathered at the former location of Moonfiend.
They don't appear to be giving chase. Lingya read out the report.
Kang Hui heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back against his chair, his frayed nerves could rest, at least a little. But there was also sadness. Hallman was dead, his ship destroyed and the 100,000 souls on board committed to the stars.
First Fleet had also sacrificed itself for Tyrannosaurus safety. Heron did not escape unscathed, either. It was the greatest loss the North had suffered since humanity's stellar migration. As the highest-ranking military officer, everything that had happened was his responsibility. Get in touch with headquarters and share the information with them. Kang Hui sounded tired as he gave the order to Lingya, and shut his eyes. Aye. She replied. Admiral, you need to make up your mind.
Wu Qiu stood beside Kang Hui, speaking softly to him. Kang Hui's eyes popped back open, and his response was thick with anger. They are allies, not to mention I'd be dead without their help. This whole mission would have ended in worse disaster than it already is.
You honestly want me to turn on them? Wu Qiu sighed.
Yes, Skyfire Avenue has helped us greatly, but their council chairman is on that ship, along with 4 other paragons.
There's also Commander Lan Jue, and if we can get them to defect or take them out of the equation, the results would be catastrophic to the Avenue.
According to our information, Lan Jue has been chosen as the clairvoyant's successor to lead, and we have an opportunity that may never come again.
Headquarters also didn't make it clear. Kang Hui's breathing had quickened and his hands were clenched into fists. After a moment, though, they relaxed. No.
They may not be a group we like, but they are brothers in arms against the alien threat.
Without them, Tyrannosaurus would have ended up like Arachnid.
I will not betray their aid with treachery, and you will never make another suggestion like it again.
Do you understand?
Another sigh heaved Wu Qiu's shoulders. Admiral, we do as you order, but you put too much faith in friendship. As he spoke, the officer opened his hand and pressed down. Kang Hui, already exhausted and with his guard down, grunted. He collapsed on top of his desk. The admiral's guards stared in shock, but were about to lunge at Wu Qiu when the secretary grunted. A powerful aura burst from him. Against an Avenue paragon he didn't amount to much, but aboard this ship he was the strongest adept. I am working in the admiral's best interest. After this expedition's failure he will be court-martialed. He will need something to show for it if he wants to evade charges. Lilia, tell the Avenue scouts that we want them to return as quickly as possible, but we won't wait long. When Lilia looked at the secretary she saw the murderous light in his eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment a handsome face flitted through her mind. She was conflicted, but her hands typed out what Wu Qiu demanded. Zeta. Zeus 1 quietly slipped through the darkness of space. While Lan Jue and the driver cultivated, the wine master concealed the waves of protogenia from the ship with his own abilities. He was pleased with the pharmacist's breakthrough. The Avenue would have another paragon, and one with robust combat ability. As an adept she bore extraordinary strength, which would only increase as she deepened her understanding. Zeta. The explosive news spread across the human worlds like wildfire. The North had thrown themselves at the aliens in a full offensive, with 3 bastion ships and 5 fleets, yet still they'd lost. Arachnid was destroyed, Heron mangled, and although Tyrannosaurus had suffered no damage it had returning with 4 fleets instead of 5. Overnight, the alien planets became humanity's new boogeyman. The Northern Army gave Zhou Qianlin the posthumous title of general. Hallman received no honors, but his family was generously compensated for their loss. Due to Kang Hui's failed leadership which resulted in a devastating loss for the North, Kang Hui was awaiting removal from command. Meanwhile, humanity worried over its future. It was a constant point of discussion. When would the aliens arrive? On Anluan, Lan Qing quietly sat behind a screen. He silently reviewed all the data from the North's expedition, though the most comprehensive intelligence had come from Star Division's scouting team. His face was dark. Leathery hands clenched tight and released, again and again in a sign of his agitated state. The North was defeated. Humanity's most powerful alliance had failed. What's more, the power they'd brought to bear against the aliens was equivalent to the East's total military power. What's more, according to Star Division the aliens hadn't even used their full power. If this was the result of reduced power, what would happen when their foe no longer felt the need to hold back? Lan Qing had the same concerns as the civilian public. When were these aliens going to appear in their backyard? Where? They could teleport wherever they liked without any notice. They wouldn't be able to muster forces fast enough if they didn't know where their enemy would be. Wherever the planets appeared, humanity would lose at least one planet. Sir, Skyfire Avenue on the line. An officer quickly trotted over and delivered the news. Connect them, he answered calmly. A familiar face soon appeared on his screen. Admiral Lan Chang. The address was formal and polite. Lan Chang nodded. What is it? It was, of course, Lan Jue. The Eastern lawmakers have passed a bill ordering people to evacuate to the largest planets. I wanted to ask what the plans were for Anluan. I'm not asking for any sensitive information, just trying to plan what's next for Star Division. Lan Qing's face was a stone. We'll go where we're needed. This caused his brother to roll his eyes. Perhaps something a little less vague? Humanity's only got about 10 bastions ready for battle, and although they were defeated the expedition did prove one thing. Bastions are how you fight those things. Lan Chang replied in cool tones. What we need to know is how often the alien planet can transfer. Perhaps you don't understand that the only way to use the advantage of our bastions is to surround the enemy. Right now we've been forced into a passive position while we wait for more information. I know, Lan Jue replied. That's why I'm asking. I heard through the grapevine that you've already reorganized the troops after receiving the ships we won at auction. As I understand it, you've got 2 fleets now. But the East is still weak. I think you need to let the army know we need to gather our forces. Lan Qing frowned. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. If there's nothing else, I have matters to attend to. Lan Jue paused, struck by his brother's foul mood. It was the first time he'd seen Lan Qing like this. Brother, he said. Lan Qing sat in silence for a moment, then visibly relaxed a little. What? If I don't came back from one of these trips, I need you to look after Dad, A hardness overcame Lan Qing's face. What are you thinking? Lan Jue responded with a grin. Nothing, I'm just saying. Don't get emotional. Lan Qing's eyes were piercing as he stared at his younger brother on the screen.
He knew Lan Jue better than anyone. He wouldn't have said something like that unless there was a reason. What are you planning? He calmly asked.
But Lan Jue just shook his head.
Nothing, alright, that's all I needed. I'm off to cultivate.
The connection was cut, and for some reason Lan Qing felt even more unsettled than he had a moment ago. The look in his brother's eyes seemed carefree, but he knew Lan Jue.
When he got that look, it meant he was plotting.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 698, 9th level, 9th rank. Chapter 698, 9th level, 9th rank. Skyfire Avenue. A month had passed since the failed attempt to destroy the alien planets.
Humanity had fallen into a bleak despair, a fear that their foe could appear at any moment.
The North's defeat was too large to go unnoticed, so they didn't even attempt to hide it from the public.
Each alliance, be in the north, west or east, all adhered to the suggestion Lan Jue had made at the Eastern Parliament. The resource-oriented and smaller planets were abandoned, and their populations were gathered closer together for protection. It was a large operation, but a necessary one. It was clear the aliens could appear anywhere, at any moment. The outlying planets were most vulnerable and thus had to be given up. Representatives from all three alliances met several times for high-level meetings, with aims to coordinate their military power. At least they had come to some agreements over mutual defense. When the scout team got back to Skyfire Avenue, Lan Jue continued to cultivate religiously with Zhou Qianlin. The driver had completed the transformation of his discipline and sheltered himself away. The wine master did as well, in preparation for ascension to reflection of heaven and earth. As for the alien Lan Jue had recovered, it was in the capable hands of the bookworm and keeper. Preliminary analysis revealed what Lan Jue and the others had expected. The aliens' defenses were weaker against biological attacks, and more potent against engineered power. According to the keeper, their weakness lay in their complicated DNA. Somehow, the power of an adept's discipline broke apart the bonds that held their DNA together and subjected them to terrible consequences. "Boss, you seem pretty lethargic today." Cor saw her employer resting idly behind the counter of the jewelry shop and couldn't contain her curiosity. Everything seemed business as usual on the avenue. Few normal humans were permitted to enter, so it was like the troubles of outside didn't exist here, at least on the surface. Lan Jue smirked at her. "Constant preparation is going to get the work done faster. I need time to rest like anyone else." Cor giggled and trotted over to him. She hopped up onto the counter. "So what's your plan today, boss?" "No plan," he answered. "Rest, cultivate. How are things underground?" She beamed at him. "Couldn't be better. Who isn't interested in making themselves stronger? We're low on inventory, though. Most has been given to Star Division." Star Division's numbers had grown to over 1,500 soldiers, including the unfortunate experiments Lan Jue had rescued from the Pontiff's clutches at Moonfiend. Their abilities had all been boosted by Fantasia Genetica, though, which made their progress slow and fraught with hidden dangers. Meanwhile, Skyfire Avenue boasted more paragons than anyone else, and only continued to add to their dominant position. It had always been their trump card, and they were finally reaping the benefits. In terms of military strength, the North was still the strongest even after their defeat at the hands of the aliens. The West had thrown all their resources into the creation of more bastions to keep up, and their total martial capabilities had improved markedly. War had come to all corners of human space. They felt it like a dark cloud on the horizon. The communicator on Lan Jue's wrist began to buzz. He looked down and was surprised by what he saw. "Wine Master, you finished?" He'd been locked away in meditation ever since they returned. It had been 40 days. "Yes." The Wine Master's voice replied from the other end. "Did you break through?" "Luckily," he replied. "Come, there's something I wish to speak with you about." "All right." Lan Jue rose, waved goodbye to Cor, then left the jewelry shop. Lan Jue took a minute to appreciate Skyfire Avenue. He loved standing on its stone pathways and looking at the buildings lining the street. It felt like stepping back in time. "Hurry up!" The wine master's voice shouted in his ear. Lan Jue grinned, then crossed the distance to the Gothic winery in long strides. When he pushed the door open, the wine master was waiting for him inside. "I assume we're here to raise a glass or two for your good fortune? In congratulations for ascending to the next degree?" Lan Jue said with a grin. The wine master just looked at him. "It seems you're awfully relaxed." He shrugged. "If we don't take time for ourselves, how can we get anything done? If I don't relax, the alien planets will disappear on their own?" The wine master's eyes flashed.
Have you improved? 9th level 9th rank? Lan Jue nodded. As expected. I've continued to absorb the thunder essence. With the driver and Qianlin's help in cultivating, it's getting hard to hold back. Just yesterday he had reached peak rank. Now he bore the same power as he did when joined with Qianlin. She had risen to 8th rank, not far behind him. However, due to their connection, Lan Jue had to stop cultivating. Now that he was at his peak, he couldn't press himself any further. The next step was Paragon, and he had to cross the threshold with Qianlin. Until Qianlin reached her peak, he couldn't progress.
What he hated before was now helping him to keep his discipline constrained, purifying it.
The wine master went on. The pharmacist still hasn't come out from meditation? The process of the pharmacist's breakthrough continued all the way back to Skyfire. Once they got back, she announced that she would sequester herself in her shop to solidify her new powers. However, Lan Jue knew it was in part because of what she'd learned about her husband. She had waited for years, desperate for any news of him, only to learn the news was sad. Altus energies could not be faked, the final shred of hope in her heart had died. It was hard to imagine the pain she was feeling. Lan Jue didn't know what he should do or say. All he knew was that she had changed somehow. She isn't doing well. I'm worried she'll make a rash decision. Lan Jue sighed. He'd told the wine master everything that had transpired. The wine master nodded. Who could have anticipated we'd learn of this connection? Whatever her decision, Skyfire Avenue will support her as much as it is able. For a moment he was silent, then quietly spoke again. I called you here for something else. The clairvoyant once called you a bridge, a hero to humanity who would defeat the aliens. He said you would help gather the strong. Star Division is working toward that purpose, so I have decided to ask the Paragons to join as well. This would include the Keeper and Bookworm, though of course their focus will be research. Anyway, this decision will certainly strengthen the division tremendously. Lan Jue furrowed his brows in thought. You're planning to have Star Division join the war directly? Individually our men are strong, but are of little use in a battle in outer space. What if they get hit by a bastion cannon? The wine master waved a hand contemptuously. I've already been in contact with the military. Of course it won't be that simple. We aren't going to be the brunt of the force, but we can be the tip of the spear. Simply put, we'd act like Arachnid, at the right moment, we strike fast and hard. Lan Jue's face darkened. I think you need to find a better example. Arachnid was destroyed. The wine master sighed. Anyway, you know what I mean. The military has already given us a lot of resources. Zeus 1, 2, 3 and Majesty have all been upgraded and refitted to give us everything we need. More importantly are the mecha suits, which will supplement our disciplines and harm the aliens. Once we get in close, we can do some real damage. The reason I called you here was to see if we can't convince more Paragons to join our cause. More Paragons? Lan Jue repeated. Who do you mean? Ailey? It was the first name he thought of. Other than him and those on the avenue, there was just the Pontiff, Satan, and the Terminator. But Huali was already commanding his own unit, the Poseidon Corps. On the surface they belonged to the West, but according to what Huali had told him, they were largely free of outside control. They even had their own bastion, called Poseidon. It was patrolling space around their planet, now. As the commander of his own army, there was no way he would join another, no matter how good their relationship was. As for the Pontiff, Satan and the Terminator, they were all leaders of their own organizations. Kong Hui's sneak attack was front-page news all across human space, and who wouldn't want to play warlord? Right now Adepts were a hot commodity everywhere. Have you forgotten? We have a couple old friends in the West. The wine master replied with a smirk. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, The 8 Great Paragons. Chapter 699, The 8 Great Paragons. Lan Jue's heart jumped. You mean the 2 gods of wine? Lan Jue's mind conjured up images of lullabies and Aubert de Villain. Those 2 gods of wine had been the source of a great deal of trouble for the Avenue. The wine master nodded. Their planet is verdant, and will likely be abandoned by the West since it's primarily a tourist destination. It has a small population, so evacuations will be quick and easy. If the aliens show up, they won't let a planet so full of life pass them by. I plan to offer my help in transporting their underground world to someplace safer. Perhaps that will be enough to convince them to help us. If humanity is destroyed, what good would their vineyard serve? Lan Jue gave him a piercing look. Why do I get the feeling there are selfish ulterior motives involved? What do you mean, ulterior motives? The wine master snapped. All I do for the good of humanity. Lan Jue pointed out the obvious. But they're Westerners. What makes you think they'll agree to defect? The elderly sommelier waved a hand dismissively. The West doesn't even know they exist. At any rate, do you think they care about national loyalty at their age? I suspect their grapes are their biggest concern. No harm in trying, Lan Jue acquiesced. They're paragons, after all. So you want me to make the trip? But the wine master shook his head. No, I'll go. I need you to stay here and look after the avenue while I'm gone. Star Division, and all the paragons that are part of it now, are yours to command. All of a sudden Lan Jue felt like he'd been caught in a trap. No way. At the very least you're going to be the worst kind of backseat driver. This earned a chuckle. I'd been chairman of the council for too long already. The clairvoyant had always intended for the position to go to you. It's also a spot well deserved. Everything's been decided, you have a lot to do, so you better get started. This old fox is too damn cunning. Lan Jue's face drained of color. Getting a moment of rest in the last few months had been a Herculean task he'd only accomplished by leading Star Division's day-to-day with Su Xiaosu. Thankfully she was good at it. Now that the wine master was leaving, the pressures of leadership fell squarely on his own shoulders. Telling a bunch of paragons what to do was easier said than done. How was he to expect any commands to be followed? The wine master chuckled at Lan Jue's crestfallen look. Oh, don't pull that face, I know you'll be great. In fact, I think you'll do a better job than I did. You have a fine relationship with all of our paragons, and Star Division will become a part of the Eastern Army. We've been in contact with the military already and they've pledged them to Enluan's forces. Can you think of anyone more qualified for the position? The wine master's insistence only made him feel more helpless. But was he wrong? He did have a decent standing among the Avenue's paragons. Altogether, Skyfire Avenue had 8 powerful paragons as its mighty protectors: Zhou Qianlin, the photographer, the wine master, Cosmagus, the clockmaker, Apocrian, the gourmet, infernal vanguard, the keeper, arcane magnate, the bookworm, karmic scholar, the pauper, Arhat of the descending dragon, and finally the newly ascending pharmacist, the siren of slaughter. Zhou Qianlin he didn't need to worry about. He didn't know her paragon title, but it didn't matter, he called her mother. The wine master was an insufferable busybody, but also an old drinking buddy. Lan Jue's relationship with the clockmaker wasn't especially close, but the wine master and she were intimate. She was also a confidant of the clairvoyant, and Lan Jue didn't have to worry about her support. The gourmet was an old friend and their roots ran deep, not to mention their connection through Chu Chang. The keeper and bookworm looked at him like a nephew, and a protector to the accountant. The pauper and he had many ties that tangled them together. As for the pharmacist, Lan Jue called her sister. After thinking it over he could say that it was true, he had good connections with each of the paragons despite not being one himself. It would continue to be true for the driver when he eventually broke through. Your main job will be to coordinate everyone's efforts. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. I've also spoken with the keeper and he'll help you where he can. With that psychopath in your corner, what else do you need? The Eastern government has also pledged its full support to the Avenue, so you don't have to fret over them. Once you feel good about Star Division, we'll link them up with Enluan's army, and one of their main tasks will be the protection of this planet. Lan Jue frowned at nothing in particular. Enluan's army will be protecting Skyfire? What about Enluan itself? That's one of our most important planets guarding the border. Besides, what are 2 fleets going to accomplish if an alien planet appears in local space? Grinning, the wine master responded. Now you're getting into national secrets. Once Star Division is ready and on its way to Enluan, you'll see. Ah, right, I've managed to convince the army to give you an official rank. What do you think, Rear Admiral? Lan Jue rolled his eyes. Whatever, Lan Chang outranks me by a mile. Star Division has 8 paragons, being led by a Rear Admiral makes it sound weak. Why not make me a Fleet Admiral? The wine master gave him a flat stare. It's that easy, is it? Never mind, hang the title then. You should be focusing on breaking through anyway, the earlier the better. That will shore up confidence and respect. So I'm supposed to lead Star Division, the Avenue, and become a paragon? What do you think I am, a god? Lan Jue whined. That's your problem, the wine master retorted. I'm just responsible for assigning tasks. I think you can handle it, Lan Jue outright scowled. My heart can't take this. I need a drink. If you're going to be handing down directives and running off to drink with the wine gods, I don't think my request is unreasonable. Open up that vault you keep your wine in and let me pick a bottle, then I'll accept.
The wine master's face twitched.
Don't even think about it, you shameless punk. The moment I let you in, you'll ferret out my best bottle and drink it before I have a sip. We're done here, you can go. We'll convene the council tonight and make the announcement. I'll be leaving in the morning, oh, and the clockmaker will be coming with me.
The combined strength of the avenue is now in your hands, we'll come back when we're done.
Lan Jue just stared at him. So you just kick me out, eh? Aren't you afraid I'll find your stash while you're gone, walk away with a sack of ill-gotten loot? You wouldn't dare.
The wine master gasped. Before the claim wouldn't have worried him, he was confident in his power. But with Captus in Lan Jue's hand and power comparable to many paragons even without breaking through, the threat was real. His treasures might really be in danger if Lan Jue lost his mind.
Lan Jue grunted. I guess we'll drink once you get back. I'm leaving. He shot to his feet and headed for the exit. All right. You scare me.
The wine master complained. Lan Jue hadn't really planned to leave, but he'd made a good show of it. He stopped and turned his head back to look at the stingy old man. The wine master stooped and pulled something from beneath the table.
It was a bottle. Take it, call me when you plan to open it up.
The bottle was pitch black and smooth, simple but for its label which bore intricate orange scrollwork.
Lan Jue actually didn't know, he wasn't familiar with the bottle. But he knew quality the moment he saw it. The bottle was porcelain. Not wine, then. Spirits?
He took it from the wine master, and immediately his eyes lit up.
Whiskey. King of the Isle of Islay, Bowmore 30 limited edition? You actually have a bottle of this? Wine master, if I were a woman I'd marry you right away, you're a damn treasure. Thank you.
Lan Jue nearly cackled as he committed the bottle to Thor's promise. He turned and left, absent the animosity he'd started with. As he watched him go, the wine master couldn't help but shake his head.
The clockmaker entered from a nearby doorway. Since when did you become so generous?
The wine master bleakly responded.
What makes you think I wanted to give him that bottle?
This kid's mood affects his decisions deeply. Leaving on this trip puts a lot of stress on him, he needed a little encouragement. At any rate, the wine in my cellar is more than a single man can drink in a lifetime, and he'll get it when it's time for me to pass it on.
In fact, I'm rather helpless.
Helpless? The clockmaker asked.
The old man sighed.
The kid has a natural affinity for wine, and is the clairvoyant's chosen one.
I'd actually had plans to adopt him, but who could have known about my aunt? She's an elder, who am I to contest? The clockmaker couldn't help but laugh. He's an interesting boy, the jewelry master. If he breaks through and ends up like his brother, you wouldn't have been a suitable adopted father anyway. He's Judy's son.
So I guess I'm more an older brother, the wine master replied.
It's uncomfortable. Giving him a hard time helps my mood. All right, we have things to prepare, you and I. We'll make this trip to the Barrows a honeymoon, what do you think?
It's a beautiful place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.